What's going on at CBL?
We have to deal with this.
It is a morning.
That's why we got to get coached up. That's why I'm saying we have to for this team to be better.
We're at like $140 right now. Been driving since 1. Took like a 30-minute nap.
That's on the players.
Right now we're headed to our reservation. Taking them to the airport. Dang, $12 an hour. You got to stop being so mean.
We have to work on being fundamentally sound, dotting our I's and crossing our T's.
I mean, it's been pretty slow everywhere, I think, for the holidays. Everyone usually likes to say goodbye at the airport, so they're probably not using Uber and Lyft as much. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do.
A lot of bad habits. And that has nothing to do with the Land Rivers and stuff, but these are things that have been around since the mud era.
That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. There we go.
Tight end. The defense is locked in.
The team needs to clean up their own mess. They can't expect to get players. We can't expect anybody else to save our lives.
How many rides do you have total?
We have to do it ourselves, friends and family. The Bucks have to figure this out, period. They got to figure it out.
My thing is, the last game before this one, you can double a guy, Ben Simmons, a guy that can only shoot three. Can't even shoot his arm. And you double him and leave Cam Johnson out.
Right.
That's nothing.
How's that get
That's nothing.
now?
I'm at like 10,000.
Right.
Tell me your driver rating after 10,000.
Right. Hold on 1 second. Okay.
Yeah.
This video was popping in. Wait till you pop back.
Oh, trust me, you'll be a 5-star for a short time. You'll be a 5-star in a short time.
Right. And they're trying to tank. And Derek Stevenson,
Ciao.
no one is coming to save the Bucks. The talent
Ni hao.
on the team, they have to play better. Coaches have to coach better. Facts. That's just what it is. Facts.
Now, another thing I'm more interested in reading on the audience saying that, oh, you should have been playing. He came to the game, he did not feel good. He did not feel
We
good.
don't even need to bring that up. Giannis is putting in enough pain where if he wanted to take off 2 weeks, I wouldn't say a damn thing. If Giannis wanted to take off 2 weeks, he's earned that right. We shouldn't even be questioning.
I started at 1
He
a.m.
comes back when he gets ready. He's one of the people
Like
that gives us
1:30.
every game. He comes back when he's ready. We don't need to worry about Giannis. When he's ready, he will return. In the meantime, these dudes need to hold down the fort. We shouldn't need to be fully staffed to beat these type of teams. We shouldn't need
Almost 6 hours.
all of our best players to
Almost
beat
6
the
hours.
Nets and beat the Bulls. It's execution. Both of these games were winnable. We did not execute as a team when we needed to. We didn't get stops when we needed to. We didn't hit shots when we needed to. We turned the ball over at the worst possible time. That is on the players. That is on the players. Bobby double teaming Simmons, Ben Simmons the last game. That's low IQ. Why are you doing that? That's on the players. That's not Glenn's fault. That's not Glenn's fault. I definitely agree with that.
It's just this team. I mean, this last couple games have been really frustrating. You have to go on a big high up in the cup and stuff, just to fall into that.
2 and 3.
Yeah, it just turns back around. Start going back last. You know, Indiana was trying to give us the deal already.
Hey, what's going on, Amro?
Come
I'm listening to your video right now, actually.
If y'all think they're gonna win the game, just win the game.
What a frustration! What a frustrated game yesterday.
Basketball. It's just, if the guys ain't playing, then Doc has to do somebody now.
Right.
Like, they ain't gonna play until you start playing better basketball. Not, keep losing games, but you keep making these mistakes. Damn the money.
We don't need that.
You gotta put your foot down. And some of these coaches gotta be start telling these guys, like, if you're not gonna play, if you don't play better basketball, you play some hero ball, I'm seeing you down. I want you to get.
Kerry, we're not trading anybody. The trade nonsense is done. Like, we're not trading anybody. We need to just handle our own business. Coaches need to coach better. Players need to play better.
Right.
It starts there.
That's
There's
logic.
There's gonna be some trade that comes and saves this team, y'all. We got to stop thinking about that. I feel like too many people have a wish. They're wishing on a star, thinking we're gonna make some blockbuster trade and it's gonna fix everything. No, we have to fix it ourselves. And that's a fact.
Don Morris has traded everything. He traded.
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
6 years away from a first round pick. That's how far we are. 5 second round picks for a guy that couldn't play. That was good.
Right.
I mean, we kept doing all these trades. Everybody thought,
All right, we're pulling up here.
I mean, we gotta develop these players. We gotta bring them. Right. Guys can do it off the books.
Alrighty. I don't know if you guys saw it, but on the left of the arrivals, someone was putting on a gingerbread suit. Looked hilarious. It looked hilarious. But the lady handed me cash for a tip. I'm kind of wanting breakfast, but there's not actually like places where they cook breakfast fast food. And I don't want fast food, but I want breakfast food that's convenient. Like at Einstein Bagels. That's the nearest one. 10 minutes away. I've been up since 1:30, so we've been driving for almost 7, 8 hours. I'm trying to think if I should go to just Starbucks. Hold on.
That might be what it is, but I still think he needs more time. We need to give Middleton 10 to 15 games to see where he really is.
He's playing. We've seen drop out and hit, so I'm trying to think.
Right.
And
he was balling a lot on the floor, which was concerning.
Well, the one shot that they caught flagrant on ball, his foot almost got to that. Was a little bit scary. I thought he never caught flagrant on that. But yeah, I think he needs to get more in the post to get his shot off. That's when he's most dangerous. And then catch the shoot. I don't want him dribbling the ball down the court.
I mean, if we're looking at the numbers, Middleton was 8 of 15, 4 of 6 from 3, 1 of 1 from the free throw line, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 21 points. It was the 2 turnovers and some bad fouls too. Middleton had some bad fouls as well. But I think in the grand scheme of things, he played solid. It was just down the stretch it was some plays that I'm sure he wished he could get back.
I think he's still committing restriction too, because I don't think he played over 20 minutes today either.
No, Middleton played 28 minutes tonight.
Okay. They sound a long time. He played like 5 minutes.
About to tap in Mr. Cool here, the living legend. Mr. Cool has entered the chat, the living legend. It's on you, sir. You got the floor, Mr. Cool. Tap back in when you get a chance, Mr. Cool. Always love to hear from the living legend, Mr. Cool. I agree, Mr. Washington. Only 36 likes. Come on, y'all. Let's get the like button. It's been 499. Let's hit the like button, y'all. Appreciate it.
course, we should be able to win these games without him. I get that. But maybe part of that's because Middleton's not still 100%.
Sorry, I was ordering
And Dame's coming back from first base.
Einstein bagels because I want a breakfast food, but I don't want fast food. Yes, we will be working a lot. We have 7. That's not right. We have about 7 hours left. That's not completely right because I'm also including my workout. I also put a 16-hour timetable, not a 14-hour timetable. So really we got 5 or 6 hours left. But we're gonna keep driving till like 2 o'clock.
We counted on Dame and Middleton to kind of close this game out, and unfortunately, Middleton had some turnovers over and his missed shot from baseline. You know, that was pretty much the ball game. It should have came down to that, but it did. But overall, I still thought we didn't play that bad of a game.
Whoops.
I thought we defended good at spots. We probably still gave up too many threes.
Yeah.
But
I thought we gave up too many points in the paint, Mr. Poole. I thought they scored too easily in the paint. That's where I was
Yes, sir. Sorry, it's kind of hard to see what you said because my jacket's white. So, like, it covers it. But we're definitely over 150. We did waste a little bit of time with that reservation this morning. It is what it is. But I think we'll pick up our food and head back to the airport. Because that's where we should be right now. I'm just wasting miles. Is this car behind me getting Einstein bagels too? It's been following me the whole time. Absolutely. Only if I have bills to pay. Like here and there. I'll never go a full week without cashing myself out. But I usually like to pay my bills ahead of time. But I should find a way to, hold myself to it for a whole week. But then I'll get phone calls from bills I've owed. The problem is I can't move my payment dates on some of my stuff, which I would like to. I wish everything was just due at the end of the month. That way, the last bill that I'm worrying about is technically rent, which is due the first day of the week, or the first day of the month. Sorry, I'm still waking up, guys. Bear with me. Still waking up. All right, we just pulled up to Einstein Bagels. Put a 1 in the chat if you've had Einstein Bagels. Oh, are they even open yet? Yeah. There's no one there, but there's people there. 1 in the chat if you've had Einstein Bagel. 2 if you haven't. I was like, are they even open? There's no one here.
Right. And the one tonight was really impressive.
It's not where it needs to be. Hopefully on the
But the good news is you can still make shots, though. You still tough. And I agree with what you said earlier about Dave. Dave should have just said, give me the ball down the stretch, just give it to me. But I think he was trying to, give it to Middleton a little bit, let Middleton do his thing. But Dave could have won us this game, really, just by taking it and saying, I got this. I'll just go ahead and just win it. He's capable.
already went on an 11-0 personal run in the
Right.
So that's what makes me mad. You see him not. Brooke, why are you taking Steph Curry threes? When you see the man that actually does that is
I'm never coming here again. They're so rude. Didn't say hi to me. Didn't say anything to me. No one. There's like 4 workers in there just chilling. No one said anything. Like, what the?
I just sometimes look at our entire coaching staff.
The food better be good.
Doing sometimes because our preparation is lacking in some of these games. We're just not prepared. And I don't know why I got 7, 8, 9 assistant coaches. What is your job? Please tell me.
Mr. Cole, thank you.
I would like to just go and just ask all of them one by one. What is your responsibility as an assistant coach? Because I don't know why y'all just all sitting there collecting a paycheck. Because the team is getting that with me.
I hope it's good. Because that was just very weird to me. I'm gonna have the apple pie first. I can already tell this is gonna be messy. Let me put it back in here like a sleeve. All over me. This apple pie is like a 5.6. That building used to be a Battery Plus. This building used to be Toys R Us. Now it's a market. I would say compared to like a McDonald's apple pie, a lot better. But not good.
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
Also, better off just getting an apple turnover. How the hell? Oh, interesting. I like this bagel. It has cinnamon on it, I think. It's not brown sugar, it's cinnamon. Bacon, egg whites, and sausage.
We fumbled this whole bag down the stretch. Bad shots, bad defense. We cost us this game. We cost ourselves this game. We don't have anyone to blame but the best and the players.
Going into the new year, you don't want to start the new year on a loss.
Right.
You want to start the new year on a good positive.
Right.
That's why.
Right. We gotta give him time. What up, Cash? What up, Cash? Middleton is too. We gotta see Middleton's shot well offensively today. He's scoring 20 points a game. It's just untimely turnovers for Middleton. Last game, he had 6 turnovers at bad times in the game, and then today he had a bad turnover, and that really cost us the game. So if Middleton can get himself together and be a little bit more confident with the ball, a little better with the ball, maybe these games go a little different. I can't blame that on Doc. I can't blame the 6 turnovers from Middleton in the last game on Lakers. I can't blame Middleton getting his pocket picked like that on Lakers. That's the players. I think it's both ways. The players and the coaches need to be held accountable. But I don't know if the coaches are preparing these teams properly also. So that's something to think about. And yeah, Brooks shoot too many threes. It's just too many. 11 threes from your center is too much. You got Dame Lillard, the all-time three-point shooter. He didn't shoot 11 threes. Why are you shooting 11 threes? It's not a break. He just doesn't want to do it. He'd rather shoot the long three. He thinks he's a guard.
I give it like a 5.
Out there, like, you got nobody to get with. You got Brooks and Reese like that. You got Bobby there. He barely hit rebounds. You got
What saved it was the bagel. The bagel itself,
He's taking bad shots too.
not the
Bobby's 5 to 17
what I ordered.
5 to 17. And we can't, but like we said, Giannis hasn't been playing. Dame just came back. When we're fully healthy, we'll be good. But it's just concerning that we need to be fully healthy to beat everybody. Like, that's concerning.
That's what we're concerned about. Can our bench really play good against mediocre teams that you know that you can beat in double bench Simmons seriously on the 3-point line? Like, that's embarrassing. See that? I saw that online. That was embarrassing.
Right.
You such a defensive, and then other guys wide open. Like, we just losing to people that we should be losing to at that point. You know, we fought them. They'll claw to get from 2-8, and now we won the cup, and now we just going back to the same old habit.
Right. What are we 2-4 since the cup?
Yeah.
They still stuck in breakfast. They still drinking champagne. They still in partying. Well, they gotta wake up.
I think we'll wake up going into 2025. I do think we'll wake up. I do think we'll play better going into 2025. Giannis will be healthy. Dame is getting back healthy. I think we'll be good, and hopefully Middleton can get better. But I definitely am concerned about Middleton's lack of speed and burst. That does concern me. Middleton doesn't look to have any burst, and he can't really move laterally either. On defense, he's just reaching. If we want to keep it real, if we want to Middleton on defense, he's playing defense like Bobby Porter. He's just reaching all the time instead of moving his feet. He's just reaching. So, like I said, maybe he just needs to get back in basketball shape. But if this is the Middleton that we have, we're going to need to adjust the way we utilize Middleton to better take advantage of the player that he currently is versus the player that he was.
They need to move him to 6-man. Yeah, they need to let him be a 6-man. You can't move with the speed you want. Your role probably need to be switched. Their role need to be switched. And what I want from Doc and Daniel, I want Doc Rivers to get more of the young guys involved. More, man. I would like to see them in the lineup more. Instead, you putting DeLon Wright in the game. Give take the long right minutes and give it to
He
somebody
didn't
else.
play.
Like
DeLon didn't play tonight though.
He didn't play
I
tonight.
don't I don't put it with them, but instead of letting them play some of the time,
We are audio
let's
and
just
video
try to
recording this ride for your
give
safety.
me something what I ain't seen before. Put in like a crystal against it. Let's get some young cats in there. Young
Right.
cats, young people. You
Okay,
can't
look
be
at
stuck in
Amtrak
the-
said everyone is sick. We won a few games without Dame and Giannis, but that's not something you want to ride. Tonight was a bad loss, though. Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah, I lose to the Bucks because when I look at the score, I say, well, we got this game. When I check the score, I'm with 111 to 116. How the hell you get to lose that game? Man, I say, man.
No strays. It ain't no damn curse or no Temu Cup banner. We'll be straight, bro. You act like we was fully healthy. Y'all was fully healthy catching L's. It's a little different. Just a little different.
I'm gonna let me throw something in there for my boy, that Boston fan. Try, go take that L with y'all lose to the Magic. Try and figure that out. Don't worry about us. We got
And
our
we
own
gonna be all
problems.
right. We gonna be all right.
So you need to go focus on that L with y'all took from the Magic the other night to figure that out. That's all I have to say. That's all I gotta say.
Hey, Amtrak says, salute the Beast by the pound. 2 bad possessions down the stretch doomed the game. I won't say no numbers. Y'all all saw who it was. Say the name, Amtrak. Say the name.
Say his
Say
name,
the
man.
name. You know
Fast,
what
I
I'm
know,
saying?
right?
Hey, fast so mad he even on live, man.
Right,
That's
man.
all
Shout out to Pass and B Shack and Dr. Smith. I know y'all
Yeah.
out there doing y'all thing. Salute. And Pronte. What up?
And he already know Ponzi probably. Man, he like, Mills.
What up, Vadalando? I see you just tapped in. Salute. Shout out to Canada. Like I told you, we not local, we global around here.
Nice.
Ponzi
So
was Chris Mills.
All right.
That's
Milwaukee rate, that's what I'm saying. 3 of 11 from 3 is crazy. It is crazy. Why are you taking 11 threes as Brooke Lopez is insane?
somebody need to sit that 7-foot monster down and
Hey,
then
he
and
can
say,
go next year, so we can probably get real. Like, I'll be
You-
honest with you. We gotta go next year after this. This is it. Like, I can't take any more of Brook. Just yes, he's been playing good when we got here. He's been a legend for the Bucks, but he has to go. Like he can't block no more. When the guys driving down the lane, he cannot get those blowers down. He cannot get. It's like every time, like Amber says, every time we go against that athletic, he gets cooked every
Right.
time. It's no
Yeah.
stop. We gotta let him go and just get somebody that can help. Like if we gotta look at the future. If he can't do it, just get rid of him. But we gotta look at the future, get rid of him anyways. Get Brooke off the books. Get Bobby off the books. Middleton,
Yep.
We need to go in a different direction, barring depending on how this season goes. We do need to look at making some definite roster changes in the offseason. Like I said, I don't think we'll be able to do too much during the regular season unless we get lucky in the buyout market. And then even if we get lucky in the buyout market, do we even have a roster spot available? Is the other question. I don't believe we have a roster spot available.
Before Barrett tried to get on me about that, who does team need to put their chips on right now? Giannis or Middleton? That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. Let's be mad at me all you want. You can say like you crazy, you can defend Middleton. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the team need to put their chips on Giannis Antetokounmpo. How many times you got other teams talking about they want service and trash them?
It's at 10 o'clock. We got time.
Every day I hear it on the Butcher rap. Every day. So I'm just telling you facts. They want Giannis out of there. So the Bucks are focused on keeping Giannis happy and get players that's going to help him. I mean, yeah.
And we still need players that can play with pace. That's
Exactly.
the other thing. Bobby can't play with. You already got Dame who doesn't really play with pace. You got Andre Jackson Jr. He plays with pace. Green can get up and down. But if we had another two bigs that could run the floor, similar to like what Mobley and the center for Cleveland can do, we'll be a much better team. We need to increase our pace too. I feel we're really a slow team. I think pace would help us, and we can get a little bit more just team speed in general. I think would definitely benefit this team.
We gotta do a better. Not only that, the guys have to do a better job. The guys have to step up. The role players have to be willing to commit to win. You cannot have a losing mentality. You have to have a winning mentality. You have to say that some nights my best superstar is not going to be in the game. Let me take advantage to do a little piece of shining so the coaches could see what I could bring to the team. You just cannot be turning the ball over, making silly plays. If you see I get down to the basket and I have an opponent right on my back, I'm going to dunk that ball and get a foul.
Right.
I run to the line. I ain't gonna take no little cheap lip. I'm going to dunk that ball, get a foul, and then put me on the line to complete the 3 plays. So these are the things the guys have to start taking in consideration. If the coaches them need to probably break. If I was a coach, I'd break with 5 clipboards in the middle of the night. 5, 6 clipboards can break easy. What are you doing out there?
Right.
I break a couple of clipboards need to get broke. They need to have a meeting with the guys. Let them know if you playing good tonight, your spot will get taped. Somebody else will fill in that role. You have to be honest with your mama. We cannot suffer another loss in this playoff we're coming up. We need to be ready to take on these cats, teams like Boston, the Cleveland, the New York. We have to take on these teams and make an example to show them that, hey, we could match up well with you all. We could be in that same class with you all. But with the way we're playing right now, we really can't even beat these little mediocre teams. We need full strength to beat those teams. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense.
I agree. No, good point. Shout out to Gibson. Good point. I'm worried against any team, the Bucks. Nothing is an easy game for us. That's what I've been telling y'all the whole season. No easy games for us. It's just the way we play. We always let teams back in. So I don't take.
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
We have to go out there and take it. I don't just say any team is a guaranteed win. Not with this roster.
It seems like you gotta hold your chest and watch them play.
Yeah.
You gotta hold in your heart in your chest, because you seem like every time you think they got a lead and give it up.
Every game is a nail biter. Every game. The Bucks in the fourth quarter. Every game.
Like I'm one characters in Ashley Larry
Right. It's like, oh, Bucks. They don't never. I mean, when they get a blowout, it is just such a great feeling to know that this team is comfortably winning. But all these games come down to the fourth for execution and a hero shot from somebody to save the day. I just wish we could play just a little smarter to make things a little easier on this team. That's all I want.
I would like to see the Bucks have the 2017, 2018 Milwaukee Bucks. Remember when we played, like, say for an example, we get beat from a team like Brooklyn, and say we get Brooklyn next week. When we play them on the ball, we destroy them. They beat us the first game. When we buck on the second time, we destroy them. So in the second quarter, we rest all our guys. Why is it they showing the red flag. Why is it that now we need that formula? We need a coach who can install a system to get everybody to buy into the same thing. If a guy is going to be on the 3.9, we don't need 2 or 3 guys double it. We want double. Don't double it. We don't need no.
That's a real problem right there, Gibson. That right there is a real problem. The double, and not understanding rotations.
We don't need to be doubling. Everybody's supposed to stick with their mind. Do not lose your mind. Don't give them no free passing to get it.
Fight over screens. Fight over screens. That's one thing I love about Andre Jackson Jr. and even Ryan Rowley. They fight over screens. You can't just die on screens. You have to fight over the screen. When they don't, that's how the double teams happen.
You're supposed to stick with your mind. Die the 3-point line properly. Don't foul. Make that opponent wait for every bucket. I'm not giving you no easy shot. I'm going to make you wait for that. You're going to wait.
Facts.
What I'm going to do, by the time quarter comes down here, I'm going to wear you out. By the time I done wear, you can be so frustrated with me. I can wear you out. See what they used to do when they used to play back in the 90s? They wear you out. Jordan, I pick it for full court. I pick that by the time you pick up that ball, the bring it home, I done on you. I let you get back. I can double you, I can put you, I can send it to your left hand, your right, I can make sure send it to the hand that you're comfortable with doing crossing.
And we don't put enough pressure on the rim either. Besides Dame, nobody puts pressure on the rim. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean as far as getting to the rim to get fouls. When we're in the penalty, no one else is going to the hoop besides Dame. We got Lopez chucking threes, Bobby chucking threes. We gotta think. If the team is in a penalty, keep going to the rim. Where are you waiting for?
they know you need to go get the man's face, pull him against his will, and make sure he feels you every possession, every play. Say, I want to take you down every play.
I think this ride's for $21. We're 8 minutes away.
That's what we missing. That's what we not having.
Yeah, 21.85.
Guys, like, I'm just taking this ball when Giannis is broken. You ain't gonna stop.
Right.
My guys on. We don't have the other teams on the court because they just say we're staring at them. That's the problem. We don't play sound basketball, high IQ. Oh, I'm gonna have lines in my chest. I'm gonna take care of the team. We're not doing that. We're just sitting there like, oh, we're gonna win the game today. We're gonna hit a couple points today. We're gonna shoot spirit ball today. We play the same basketball and we're complaining that we shoot too many threes. You cannot shoot 3 out of 11 and think you're gonna be a team that you're not even supposed to shoot a 7-foot 3. Come on. You're too big for that.
But that, you know what that is? That today him taking 11 threes is a direct result of him having a good three-point shooting game the game before. It's a direct result. Direct result. That's why I said, remember I said that's the good and the bad. That he's hitting threes is good. The bad is he's going to continue shooting threes. And that's the bad.
And with Dave, $5 bills for that. $25 bills a year for somebody that's supposed to be in the post when he shooting threes. He's done. Like, you gotta get somebody different that can actually help this team. Why does it have to only be Giannis and Dame? And then Bill Middleton? Why don't got 3 players? The team must have a good starting lineup. And then you have the role players. We don't have 3 guys and role players. We have 2 stars
Well,
and
Adam Dame's defense. Adam said, yeah, Dame can't defend anybody taller than him most nights, and sadly, that's everyone. If you can give us some details on that, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't not blaming Dame. Again,
what do you want them to do? What else do you want them to do?
yeah, like, what do you want from Dame? Do people talk about Steph Curry's defense? Is anybody talking about Jalen Brunson's defense? Is anybody talking about Tyrese Halliburton's defense? I'm just asking for a friend. Is anybody ever talked about their defense? Why is it always Dame getting nitpicked at? I just don't get it.
And not only that, but Jalen Brunson is a ball hog in front of you. He scored 55 points. 55 points.
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
And not only that, you have that down in Boston, Celtics. Those guys down there, they compete against one another. Jalen Brown and Jason, they compete against one another. They're trying to say,
Hold on, hey Robbie, hold on. You can't just say stuff. Where are your stats to prove that? Steph has been known for years as an absolutely atrocious defender. What are you talking about? Where's your data to prove this? I am in shock at some of these comments. Where's your data? down the stretch, he's not being aggressive. He can't win for losing. It's crazy.
That one thing crazy. You remember I said everybody says one great name. Okay, Jada. We'll have that there. Go ahead, Jada. I'm gonna listen to that right now.
Right.
Great.
That's crazy. Some of these comments, y'all gotta relax. Some of this is crazy.
Some of them might don't be real Bucks fan. I was in the chat. You gotta look at it too. Some of them is not real Bucks fan. Because if they was real Bucks fan, they wouldn't have come
They
like that.
all on par with Dame. Trey Young, same. Jalen Brunson, same. Steph Curry, same. Hell, Shaq Gilgeous-Alexander don't play no defense either.
Oh, come on.
Man, it's always
all
something
you got.
Dame got to get poked at. It's always, like I said, they can't poke at his offensive game today. So, no, his defense. But we look past he had 30 and 11, right? We look way past. That don't matter. Man, that's crazy.
I don't get why you come at Dame like that, man.
I just don't know why Dame is hated so much. I just don't get it.
What do you want? What do you want? You want to keep out? I mean, you want us to keep Drew Holiday that bad?
I just don't get it, man. Some of this is just.
That's what you wanted.
Yeah, like that's wild.
Drew Holiday stay here, and then what? Then y'all storm because nobody else going. You got no scoring with just him, and then you can't trust Phil to be healthy all year. I think.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. I've actually seen Dame put effort on defense, and he done made a couple key defensive plays in game down the stretch. That's all we said. We need to have a little bit more appreciation for Damian Lillard. I feel like we don't appreciate. I feel we spit in his face all the time. I feel we just spit in his face all the time.
I don't know why everybody has smoke for Dame all the time. Like
they always got smoke for Dame, no matter what.
He one little thing, like you know what? He looked good today, man. He looked
all right, he lost the step. He can't get around nobody no more.
He's sick. He was sick.
They don't care. They hate Dave. Why they hate him, Gibson? Why they hate him?
I don't know.
If he was on a different team.
Hold on 1 second. Robbie, what are you saying about Drew? What are you saying about Drew? He's averaging like 11 points a game. What are we doing?
He's the fourth scorer on that team, bro. You can't win his argument. You cannot win his argument. He's the fourth scorer on a team that don't even
Man.
Bro.
We stop talking about trades in the chat, y'all. Them trades ain't gonna happen, y'all. We gotta deal with what we got.
My concern is that I want Doc Rivers to try at least give Tyler Smith some more running, some more playing time.
Right, agreed.
I want him getting that. I want to see Chris Livingston on the floor too. I want to see those guys on the floor. I want to see the young guys who is being glued to the bench.
And if you were going to play the young guys, this was a perfect type of game. And we were going to get the bottom feeders.
So I don't know. We need Doc Rivers to. Like I said again, the year is about to change. Doc Rivers, Glenn Rivers. I ain't call you Doc. Glenn Rivers. The year is going to change in 2025. We need you to give the young guys some chances. Don't just kill their career and bury them on the bench.
So we
gotta give them some. We gotta give them some time and give them some runs to develop. Let's rest some of the old guys. Let some of the old guys back on the side and let the youngins come in and see what they could do. That's the only way we could know what we have on the team. By playing them, then you and your group get together and say, hey, I like what I saw from Tyler Smith today. I think he could help us on the long run. If we are not trying that out, how are we going to know that Tyler Smith is that good when we are not trying him out with other teams on the floor? So, Doc, I want you to be able to do that.
Good day, how are you?
Outside the box. Think as a
what's next game? Monday?
Tuesday against the Pacers.
Yeah, Tuesday. So we're gonna be back here Tuesday.
At 1:30. It's gonna be at 1:30.
Yeah, okay.
That's an early game. That'd be the first that day. That's
Yeah,
an
yeah,
early
yeah.
game.
I'll go live a little later, but not too late because I know people be trying to get after the New Year. But we'll have a live at some point earlier today. I'm gonna try to go live. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go to work with it, but afterward, try to go live. And then we got the Packers tomorrow too in a big game against the Vikings. But let's go do a round robin. I'm gonna get the comment section before we get up out of here. Start with you, VP, and then let's go to Mr. Bahamas.
Right now, again, congratulations to everyone on your merch.
It's all good. Appreciate it.
Hey man, so happy for you, man.
Right.
You've been bringing this in for years now. Remember first bitch you just started this.
Right, yeah, you was there when I was beginning. That's why I
Yeah.
said I've been taking it in steps, trying to get this thing in the right space, taking it in steps, trying to get all my ducks in a row to have the channel grow properly. Now going to 2025, this is when I will separate myself from the rest of the people that produce Bucks content. The format we have here is
We are
unique.
audio and
Now
video
all the
recording
other
this
stuff
ride for your
behind the
safety.
scenes is getting corrected. You feel what I'm saying? I had to get a new Facebook group, y'all, because my actual personal Facebook page got deleted, so I had to start over. So there's a new Facebook group. If you search Amber's Logic, just go ahead and join the one that got my Amber's Logic banner. That's the new one. The one without the banner, the old one is getting deleted. Just so y'all know. Website is live. Amber'sLogic.com is live now. Like I told y'all, this year is gonna be separation. I'm about to show y'all it's levels in this. When I get locked in on something, I'm locked in all the way. My friends and family will tell y'all that. When I get focused, it's laser focused. If I'm looking to dominate and I'm running over anything in my way. It don't even matter. So we coming to take over. I said we the best in the business, and now we about to show it. All at 360, we about to show it. Appreciate that though, VP. But yeah, I'm coming for it, bro. I'm coming for everything this year. I'm telling you. Real talk. Merch on deck, all of that coming. Like I said, I'm on all platforms now. We got the TikTok cracking. Like I said, got the Facebook group.
Crystal. I don't work for Crystal. They work for me. That's D snack. You got snack. I love you. I love you. I love you. Fail. Fail. Big Al. That was some day crew shit. Day crew shit.
And I'm just gonna say this real quick. Please stop the screen so we can reach more people. We're not gonna let anyone else up until we get to like 10K. So please stop the screen, guys. Thank you. Boy.
No, not only that, we're not even giving out no more advice or answering no more questions till we get to 10K.
If you would
Just be patient, please.
Sure.
Because it's a lot of information is being shared here, and all we're asking is for people to tap the live
Sound
and
this
share
up?
it out so that we can get the information out. This information is important. You guys make things that have no importance go viral.
Have a good one.
That will have no effect on preserving your family lineage whatsoever. This is something that is supposed to preserve your life and the life of your lineage. And as well, like I keep saying,
All right,
the earth that we all live on is unique.
All right. All right. I'm not gonna help the lunatic stream hit fucking 10K so that we can keep messing. But holy fuck. Holy shit. Talk about a successful ass invasion. Rattlesnake killed it. Blew it out of the park. Well done to the Australians out there. That was fucking epic. All of you guys, almost everybody did well except the last guy. He kind of fucked it up. He kind of fucked it up a little bit. Because he was like, yeah, start freaking out. But man, everybody else, that was some night crew shit. That was some night crew, not day crew stuff. Now, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. Can we do another one? Well, yeah. But we can't do another one until, well, you know, we have to lose a few hundred people here for a little bit while I take an obscene profit break. No, they're not close to 10K, bro. They're not even close. But we have to take the obscene profit break. Ladies and gentlemen, talk about fucking a wild ass invasion. Holy shit. I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. There was another TikTok invasion where I laughed like that, but I mean, it hasn't been for a while. It's been a while. Yeah, time to go. If it's, you know, it's time for the obscene profit break. Hey, see you later, Mojo. Have a good one, bro. Stream's not done. Shut up, Keiko. It's time for the obscene profit break. We ain't done streaming yet. Shut up. Stop breaking stuff. Stop breaking stuff, idiot. Who made the Coomer tracks? I make a lot of them. And Chickenfoot makes a lot of them. I love you too.
Hi, can you tell me where you're from? Where are you from?
I'm from O'Block.
Please take the camera off of me, sir. I've asked you once to take the camera off of me. If you do not, I will call the local police.
You gotta talk to him about that.
I'm speaking to him. Can he not hear me?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm from the community. I'm wondering why he's videotaping you in a public store.
You gotta ask him.
I'm trying to, and he's not communicating with me, unfortunately.
Why aren't you talking to her? I don't know. I think he's upset with me too. I'm with To Catch a Predator.
It's a TV show. TV it's to catch a predator. Were people predated by gun children?
It's supposed to be meeting with a 13-year-old boy.
It's just making everybody else uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah, 'cause he made me very uncomfortable with trying to meet up with a 13-year-old boy, so we're looking for him at the moment. Because I was supposed to be, like, catching a predator. Like, you hit the joke there.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem.
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
I was confused about eating meat. She didn't feel anything.
If that's an Islamic view, right?
Yes, but it's she. I'm a woman now.
Were you born a male?
Yes, I was.
And if you were born a male, how is it that you're a woman?
That's what I identify as.
But why identify as something that you're not? It's not sane to do that.
I just want to blend in as a woman. That's all I want to do. I do a pretty good job of it.
No, you don't look like a woman at all.
Well, that's your opinion.
No, Stevie Wonder can see that you're not a woman.
I'll go to clubs and do shows and dance.
Oh.
I'm a proper lady. Just an average woman. What is funny?
Oh, God.
What are you laughing at, Jesse?
I'm laughing at you.
Yes, but it's she. I'm a woman now.
This is the hidden gem that people don't know about. I don't want to live 9 to 5, paycheck to paycheck.
My contract with myself is like, okay, still put out a D video every week, but then you're the world's expert on me. I gotta do maybe the people's educational resource on like, well, that's obvious. Definitely not the world's expert. Stuff. My point is just that exercising your body for full range of motion is a little more mastery, but it is worth pursuing in life versus this cog in the wheel and don't pursue human break. It's worth pursuing understanding full range of motion.
AKA Mr. Knees Over Toes guy. Any relation to Tara, Patrick?
I'm drawing a blank.
That's for the best. Scott, do you know who that is? Marcos, I know you're watching. Enjoy this one. He's an adult film actor.
As soon as you said
Who knew who that was? Wonderful having you here.
amazing to be here.
Excellent. Well, you may or may not say that within several minutes once you hear the first crazy question. This is one of these interview shows where we bring in the guest and we just shock them with like just on the spot. I'm going to imbue things to you that you never said. Like I'll say, well, you said some unkind things about the Jewish people. Do you have anything to say now on camera? See, it's already weird. I'm serious. Hopefully not. I didn't read all the questions. I didn't make these questions either, so I just went online. Life story. Tell us a bit about who you really are. I know you as the Knees Over Toes guy. I did a video critique of your stuff, which was exceptional. Not all of our video critiques are that exceptional. Where were you born? To whom? What was your childhood like? Give us some meat.
Oh, cool. San Jose, California. My parents, Brian and Celia, they do commercial office management.
That's an exciting thing.
It's not exciting at all, but it was really cool because as a kid, I could go with them to work. My parents worked their butts off.
That's awesome.
My mom is still the hardest worker I know.
Oh, wow.
When people give me compliments on my work ethic, I feel guilty. Because it's like,
Just start not.
no.
That's not me.
But it was really cool seeing them operating together. They always believed in me, or at least didn't tell me otherwise. Like when I told them I want to go to the NBA.
Wow. They're like, you're right.
Yeah.
So,
My dad has later told me, like, yeah, I never believed you would dunk a basketball. Like, okay, I can't now. He didn't tell me until
that's
after
so awesome.
I could. So it's they kind of let me learn through my mistakes. go through it,
starting basketball,
including starting basketball. No, I mean,
I asked you off camera already, but for the folks listening, how tall are you?
6'1".
Okay, for real 6'1", not an inflated NBA 6'1".
No, if any scouts are listening, 6'3", just edit the...
Excellent scouts. How old are you?
33.
33. Shit, you're just getting into your NBA years. Scouts, listen up.
Yeah. I worked really hard at, like, I saw how they operated. I was like, okay, if I can outwork everybody, then I'll make it. Well, I had chronic knee pain by 12 from that approach.
Oh my God. Okay, so we'll get into your athletic career next.
Yeah.
But I suppose up to age 12, we couldn't really say you had much of an athletic career yet. But you already had some knee pain. Who were you kicking? Also, as a side note, how many Latino or Southeast Asian gangs did you join in San Jose?
San Jose, I guess I stayed in my little neighborhood, didn't know much outside of that, but
So you had a rival gang.
yeah, exactly. And then when I was 6, we moved to Florida.
Oh.
It was way too hot. Grew up hating it. Now I love it because it's just simple.
Where in Florida?
Clearwater, Florida. It's beach town by Tampa. Flying
My
to Tampa.
wife and I just saw a police body cam video on YouTube in Clearwater, Florida. Well, believe it or not, there's a lot of Floridians involved in police body cam activity. They're so
Good day, Logan.
kind and make so much sense, and they're rarely ever drunk or on drugs.
Good to know.
Good.
Just take pride in Florida, man.
Even saying that out loud is difficult. What is clear? So I know Miami. I've been to Miami.
Yeah.
One of Jared Feather's spirit homes, and
Oh, cool.
he's just into Latinas and Southeast Asians like gross. So also, he technically a part of him lives in San Jose as well. San Jose.
Please use your
Louisiana.
seatbelt for your safety.
But in Clearwater, is that like a resort town?
I mean, you have a bunch of these beach towns that it is a lot of older people.
Okay. So tons of crime.
Very chill beach town, nothing to do, older people in condos on the beach. I lived not on the beach part, but in town. Really, really simple area. Way too hot. But later in life, you kind of appreciate the simple, slow pace. And I'd say in the last 5-10 years, it's on the up pretty nicely because you have people coming from LA and places where they, good, more lively, active people, but who don't want to live in a big city.
Sure.
So you have, like my area's nicely on the up. From people coming, moving in.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And so you went to school, I assume. Your parents homeschooled you or no?
No, went to school.
Okay. Not doing no offense to homeschool people, you're all normal. How was your involvement in sport and physical activity as compared to your peers up until about age 12? Because the reason I'm asking that is I have lots of memories when I was little of just being not so great at a ton of sports and watching people around me like be really good at them, and also some memories of me like really catching on to some sports and games and really feeling my own athletic kind of swagger and being like, all right, like I can do this kind of stuff. What was your childhood like in that regard?
I had pretty good aim, like could shoot a basketball well.
Okay.
Could throw accurately, but was definitely like skinnier, weaker than other kids. Slow.
Were you into food or no? Like as a little kid, did you like food or was it you had too much activity to make up for it? Like I was never like a skinny kid. I'm always curious about how that works.
My dad graduated high school 125 pounds. Just like some of those really skinny.
How tall was your dad when you graduated?
5'11" and a half. Yeah.
Wait.
I went into high school 92 pounds.
I was close, but I was 5'2".
Yeah, but I was doing, because my mindset was like, okay, if I practice basketball 6 hours a day and no one else is doing that, then that'll make me better at basketball.
Sure.
But the body matters too. So it's like,
you exist in a physical body.
My skills probably peaked at about 12. Like I was like, wow, winning all kinds of like awards for shooting and things. Like I was very skilled. But
did that give you confidence in the realm of basketball?
Kind of, but not really, because when you're slower, weaker, it's just not so fun.
You knew it wasn't that.
It sucks when you're like always kind of nervous, because it's like, all right, you know that every game, the guy you're matched up against is going to be stronger and faster than you.
Yeah.
It stopped being fun.
Yeah. What age did it stop being fun?
Kind of around 12ish from the knee pain. Like the knee pain, I think then even whatever good quality puberty athleticism gains I would have had, those didn't form so well. Like, because already just with the knee pain, it's something you're not putting that force in.
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
What do you retrospectively now attribute your knee pain to so early?
Sheer volume of basketball.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, if you look at the sport of basketball, it's you get your advantage by really smashing force into your knees, trying to jump, trying to fake people out,
Coming down from jumps?
land it, yeah. So it's very imbalanced. Like, I don't think it's wrong to jump or wrong. Like, I don't think any human movement is wrong. I think it's weird when it gets imbalanced. It would be like if someone like started training bench at 6 years old and only in their 20s were like, oh, I've never trained any back muscles. Yeah, like if you actually did like yeah, so
Pull the bench bar down, must
Yeah.
be wasted.
yeah, you can almost like assess skill level at that age, 12, 13, 14. Spot the kids already with knee pain, they're usually really skilled. Like it's, and then you get to where, like when I grew up, like all the skilled guys had knee pain. And most of us then fell off, and people with better genetics who started a bit later. Like Michael Jordan wasn't serious about basketball until 16.
Yes.
Kobe grew up playing soccer. LeBron was playing football in high school. So like statistically, if you want to be one of the greatest NBA players of all time, don't specialize in basketball. There's no evidence yet of someone who was like only playing basketball who's one of the top 5 players of all time.
It's an interesting thing because culturally, many people such as yourself, I don't want to say fall into the myth, it's not a myth, but sort of index really highly on, you know, I'm just going to outwork everyone else, and I'm going to establish a base level of technique that's so high that by the time I'm 12, 13, 14, I'll basically have like collegiate level ability to handle the ball and put it through the hoop. And then, you know, I'll just grow up and become an adult and be really good at basketball. But it turns out that if you do so much technique work that you end up having some chronic injuries, it's a real bad deal. And I guess, is it wrong for me to say that most people probably that you came up with that were by 12, 13 struggling with chronic stuff, they probably didn't make it to that next level?
Pretty much.
Because, like, there's not a lot of coming back from that unless you take a meticulous approach. You just get lucky and you grow out of some shit, you know?
Yeah, it can happen. Like sometimes the genetics are so strong, you see someone just rocket up and they've got muscles everywhere. Like, I didn't have the genetic push,
Sure.
you know, to handle that onslaught. But yes, but nor does that mean to not be coordinated in practice your sport. But it's like, it's too simple. Just balance that shit up.
Yes.
Train your body. Like, it's too simple.
Right. You started playing basketball and training for basketball at what age?
I mean, going in 6, 7, 8, 9, like by like 9, I knew that I was like, okay, if I'm gonna be good at this, I'm gonna have to like do something different. I'm gonna have to
Sure.
But like at 9, you don't know. Like no one's talking to you. Like, let's have a chat about knee surgery. like at 9, like you know, hey, you're 9. What you're doing is going to increase your chances of knee surgery again. But like no one's having that conversation with a 9-year-old. It's like, if you dream it, you can do it. Aim for the stars. You'll wind up on the moon. If you like, it's all that kind of stuff. So you like, and then you get the knee pain. You go to a doctor, and it's like it's growing pains. No one's like, oh, nice. It's like no one's like, hey, your legs are actually super weak, and you're doing like hours of plyometrics a day on super weak legs.
So the doctor probably never asked what you were doing. It's probably just like,
It's growing pains, rub this cream on it, eventually take these pills, and then when you start taking the pills, at first you feel good. God, it doesn't hurt anymore. That's how you get into the surgery, because then you wake up one day.
So you keep training hard as nails.
Yeah, because you're like, I don't know, you can't feel it. So now you go farther than you even would if you weren't on the drug. And then you're a teenager, you wake up and your knee doesn't bend. And they go look at this, like you have all kinds of tears. Like I have 3 different like changes in this knee.
Okay,
But I was flying high, like of course, a short period of time.
Of course. Wow, that's like, Scott, what's that movie with the football people and their teacher's a stripper and Is it like a 90s football movie? It's Varsity Blues. Where they like, they inject the guy's knee and somebody's like, don't do it, but it was just a short-term gain. So you started having knee pain when you were about 12 years old. Were you going to basketball camps and stuff like that?
I mean, it's just non-stop. Just,
20 miles, so
like 365 to give like actual measurable. At 9, I went to Indiana for a basketball camp. I was going to go to basketball camps.
What do you know about basketball?
There was a really good shooting coach there. Yeah, there was a really good jump shooting coach there. And in his system, you shoot 500 shots a day. It's like we're talking, and it's a jump shot. Like you're trying to jump on every shot. So like, yeah, not a set shot. Like it's a jump shot. So like I took that super literally, and then went years. I went like about 3 years. Like I didn't miss a day. Like first Christmas, I went to an outdoor court for like 500 jump shots a day, and that's not even including the team practices, strapping up ankle weights and dribbling the basketballs through my neighborhood at 5 a.m. Like just anything I saw that like this guy did this or this guy, like I was just like a tendonitis machine. She said, like just thinking, but like so by 12 I knew like okay, something's like this just like hurts already. Like my knees hurt every single day. Now, like when there's like a fire drill and the kids start screaming, I'm like hobbling to like get like,
Oh my God, you're supposed
I
to
was like kind of scared if there was a fire because I had no knee. Like I remember at 12 being like really thinking out the fire exits because like everyone else could just run and I had to like a bit to go up and downstairs. Yeah.
And of course, at the time, you hadn't put two and two together, so you just kept going.
By this point, going to doctors and stuff, like trying to going to doctors, going to trainers.
Okay.
Oh, your knee hurts. Okay, we're gonna avoid that.
Okay. So you got the standard of care that was avoid whatever's hurt.
I said, rub cream, they don't feel it. Take drugs, they don't feel it. When it comes to exercise, don't load it. Avoid it.
So it's weak.
Do anything else that you can do. Yes, I got the standard all avoidance methods.
Yes.
So how does that make a little more sense? Why I'm like this psycho and like helping people understand it and be able to load it. Like it's the fire will never burn on it.
Tons. That makes perfect sense. How long did you spend going to doctors, and what was your basketball painting situation like through high school?
12 to 14 was like a lot of the doctor period because that's when I was like, why is this not going? What's going on? Is it at times I was convinced like it's growing pains, like it's gonna go away. Then in high school, like 14 to 16 was just painful. It was just rough. I'm surprised that yeah, and like by the time I actually had surgery at 18, the doctor was suggesting that some of this stuff has been torn for like a long time.
So you like there was like structural damage.
Yeah, they said there's
just irritation.
Yeah, they said there was like a fracture in my knee that had probably been there for like 4 or 5 years. Like that was,
So basically, when the pain started, you had already had
pain started at 12, but I think by 14 I probably was actually had some damage, like some torn up stuff.
Holy.
Yeah, so but really once you're getting into like 16, you're not even talking about, you're talking about by 16 that it's like I can't even it's like play the game, like I can't even practice, like I can't, like once it's off season I just have to like stop and just work, like I can't even play about, like it was just pain. So I was trying to take breaks and like 16 to 18 I wasn't really playing much. Like 17, 18 I was like
team?
yeah, but I had to like skip all the summer basketball that everyone was doing with like the AAU, like I had to skip all that. And then by 18 was by then I was really juiced up on any kind of drugs I could get in or around there, and then woke up one morning and by that point the shit just wouldn't bend at all. Like there was no choice left but to get a surgery because there's wouldn't even.
So at 18 you got your first surgery?
I only had one surgery. In that surgery they did 3 different, they replaced part of the kneecap.
In one leg?
Yep, they replaced the meniscus. They had to sew, however you want to call it, the quad tendon. And then, so it's like, so that left knee was like, even for years after, was stiff. Like, so stiff. Really, the partial kneecap replacement was like,
That's
very stiff.
intense, dude. That's car accident stuff.
Yeah.
Just like somebody in a car accident.
Yeah.
12 years of.
Yeah. But the right one was in a lot of it. Like, the left one was the one that I woke up and like couldn't bend anymore. So like that's the only one they looked at. So like my right knee's never been looked at, but it was like still in chronic pain. Then had times where like I definitely tore something in the right where it was like, you know, can't walk around normally for a long time, and like on the right, but I hated the process of the surgery so much on the left. It was such a, still like,
Have a good one.
was super problematic, the left side, that I was like willing to.
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
Surgery, and was just relentlessly then experimenting on fixing the knees. And it was Charles Poliquin. I'm a teenager watching T-Nation, you know, back and forth porn and T-Nation. Spent like,
Do what else do you
I did stop it at 18. I've never gone back to porn.
I thought about T-Nation. Yeah, I just called it
T-Nation was like a gateway to porn. They used to have those like girls with like the bikini, and I was like,
what does that have to do with muscles?
and Poliquin was like hardcore about it, but it definitely, like the moment I saw Charles Poliquin say anything about knees over toes, it immediately clicked that I was like, that's what went wrong.
That's the shit I've been avoiding.
Like that, I just avoided that the whole time.
When you, two questions. First is, did you train with weights at all through middle school and high school, or was it just
High school, yeah, and then I actually got really into lifting, and you'd actually laugh if you saw. By the time I was 18, so I was at 14, I was 92 pounds. By the time I was 18, I was 205, and was like 20% body fat. Even I looked like people don't believe it was me. I was just like puffed out. But the legs. I should have brought a picture of this. My legs were so thin, and my upper body was pretty big.
It was making the problem worse?
Because I couldn't access, like, because of the knee pain. I couldn't get anything. I wasn't actually skipping leg day.
Right.
Like, I was doing whatever, like, what the trainers were telling me to do and stuff. And weight gain shakes like crazy, and like I always overdid. Like, I definitely knew looking back that the extremist approach was the fundamental of my problems.
Yes.
But then being told to avoid the knee.
Also extreme.
That combination is what made knees over toes guy, and then realizing the opposite.
Yeah, graded exposure into the difficult.
Exactly. Or I guess not the opposite, the middle, because I'm not also like, I also train my posterior chain, you know, I only do knee over toe, I just do knee behind toe and knee over, like, yes. So you actually went from extreme overuse and extreme avoidance to then logical, progressive loading.
I love it. My second question in this regard was, how did it feel as a human being, as a child, to like not be able to fully train the sport that you loved, and it get progressively worse until you were just like recovering from surgery, and I assume couldn't walk really for a while?
A lot of depression. Unhappy.
Capital D.
Yeah, and I don't mean it in a medical sense, because I never got myself evaluated. And the moment I fixed my knee pain and could dunk, I've been like a happy camper compared to
dunk. I'd be happy.
Like to this day, the fact that I can go with my buddies, dunk, go squat with you right now, not have to worry about my knees.
Yeah.
Like I don't ask for too much out of life. Like I definitely got going through all that shit growing up. I'm like, I got a hot wife. I got like money in the bank. I can train my body. Like the gratitude level is ridiculous because of not having this stuff. It definitely didn't have good success with women either, because like just
oh sure.
And then all the weight gain, like my diet was so, looking back, like so
extreme.
Going from 95 pounds to 205, whatever occurred there, my acne got really bad. So then you've got like, can't play my sport, like secretly taking different drugs, terrible acne. Maybe I could have had a good relationship, but I was terrified.
It makes a ton of sense, because I remember, this is an odd interjection, but nonetheless I think weaves in. I remember like when I was younger, having my first like vision in my head of like how I would deal with a woman physically, and like what I thought was like consensually, of course, that we're up against the wall, moving for the kiss, right? And the first feeling I had about that was like, I don't have the balls to pull that off. And then I realized was like, you know, your friend was like, hey, Marcy, and my Marcy, Scott, why is Marcy my go-to? I don't even know if I knew a single Marcy in my life. 57. You're like, oh, like, hey, meet my friend, you know? And Marcy's like, so, like, what are you about? And you, like, go through your head when you're, like, 17 or 18. You're like, oh, I'm not good at basketball. I can't play that. Don't really like how my body's shaped. I'm chronically injured. I don't feel that great. I'm always depressed.
Yeah.
As soon as that index ends, she's like, so? You're like, you can just move along to the next person. Is that sort of how it is? Like,
It was for me.
yeah. Yeah.
Some people have like almost a delusional confidence that may or may not work out. I'm maybe too realistic.
Sure, you're like, just pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes total sense. So, before...
But please tell more stories, because the worst thing about going on podcasts is like I would rather be chatting with you.
Oh,
you know,
stop.
like,
well, I usually just talk too much, so Scott will actually throw something from back.
like your followers obviously know more of your story more, so I get it. But it's
I don't
like,
even have any followers.
let me tell you, the other than laughing with my toddlers before the podcast started, definitely the funniest person I've been around.
Get the fuck out of here. We paid him to say that, Scott.
I was like lightheaded before.
Like, oh, better not be this funny during. Don't worry, my funniness peaks early, and then you just get sick of me.
Perfect.
So you, at age 18, this entire time, your whole life, I assume at age 18, you were going to be planning to go to college to play basketball.
Yeah.
Where were you 18 physically, mentally, and what was your trajectory? Were you enrolled to go to college? Did you go play college ball? Talk us through that 18 to 22-ish period.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go to college unless it was to play basketball. So I was...
That's the only reason people should go to college, I think. That's the teacher stuff, maybe?
Well, there I was taught even more strongly, no need for toes.
Thanks, college.
But I was working for my parents, so doing kind of like physical labor type stuff. By this point, my parents had worked their way up to having a little office park. So mulching, landscaping, painting walls, every kid's dream. But of course, the truth is,
after high school.
Yeah. But the truth is, I don't know. I liked it. Doing physical work kind of makes you feel a bit better about yourself.
Accomplishing something real in the world, especially something that organizes a disorganized system or creates something a little bit more beautiful than it was before. It's like, you can go home and be like, I did something today that makes sense.
Exactly.
I just sit in my office and write manuscripts and shit. I have no idea where the fuck any of that is. Sometimes I don't even send the emails back, you know?
I just canceled my... That was definitely good for my self-esteem, and I still wanted to play college basketball. So by this point, it was like, I kind of knew it wasn't going to happen, but I was experimenting with my knees.
So you know now, like, I'm going to have to fix this shit myself because no one's coming to help me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, by this point, I'd given up. Like, I'm not, like, I'm not going to trainers.
Doctors, trainers, they're just all the advice at best didn't work and at worst was just fucking wrong to begin with.
Yeah. And Charles Poliquin at least wrote a lot. He didn't have a lot of videos at the time. And in that phase, he wasn't running any courses that you could go to. But just from trying to mimic what I was duplicating from these articles and stuff, and just trying to get into deeper ranges of motion.
Because you were avoiding them.
Exactly. I'd always avoid
When you were training in high school, like, what was your squat depth like? Was it significantly above parallel, sort of parallel-ish?
Probably in my mind parallel, but not close to it.
Say no more. I've been to high school before.
And also, like, very meticulous. Working on the form of not letting my knees over my toes. Like,
big chest, hips back, butt back.
Right. Like, my deadlift did get stronger. Bench press got stronger.
Did deadlift help the knee situation at all?
The problem is, like, if you're just not getting any of the knee development, then if you build the back and the upper body, I mean, just the physics of it, it's a little harder to play basketball on your knees.
Yeah. So it's even worse. It's setting you up for...
Yeah. Taking it out of context would be like, deadlifting's bad for your knees. No, but, like, anything, like, just put more weight on your back and go try to, like, go put a weight vest on and try to play basketball. It's gonna be a little more, like, pressure on your knees.
Sure.
So someone experiments with this stuff, there's going to be a degree of risk versus learning it in a smart order and
Sure. You didn't have
being sensible. I didn't know any different, so I just, shotgun approach was just trying all this stuff. But even just doing that compared to all these years of avoiding, I was making also extra money, just like teaching kids how to play basketball. But I was like this crippled coach teaching them. But then it was like I started to notice, like, wait a second, like that same position is not hurting as much. And so,
wow.
then I'm like, I might be able to play basketball again. So then I was like really hooked.
500 jump shots a day, restarts.
No,
I'm kidding.
no practice. Just like basically just trying to improve ass to grass leg training.
Yes.
And let that catch up with all those years of basketball where your knees never bend all the way down. And I can honestly say I've never had to miss basketball since. And this, so it was a solid, like, it was like about a decade of knee problems, and now it's been well over a decade of no setbacks. It doesn't, but I'm not trying to tell someone like go experiment with this and it's going to be smooth. Like I was, by this point I had been through so much, I was pretty sensible about not like pushing.
So when you hit the Charles Polk
I was a wuss.
era, you were already a little bit more reticent to go
Terrified. Exactly.
stuff. So you're like, I'm going to weave this in slow. That's really good.
Exactly.
Tell me two things. One, when you say experimenting with different movements, can you give us a list of a few movements which you got from Polk when you started incorporating? And two, what was the kind of frequency and loading range you were using at that time?
Yeah. Frequency was pretty much going to the gym every day, but it didn't mean I was only doing knees because...
Okay. Knee day again.
Yeah, but sometimes it was. Sometimes like go to the gym Monday through Sunday and just like work on the knees every single time. But that's also like what he had examples that he had learned from Louis Simmons of people doing backward sled. And to someone with healthy knees, it doesn't always make sense at first. But it's pretty similar to a leg extension that happens to, like, if you hook someone up to a backward sled who has really fragile knees, and you have them, let's say, go for like 5 minutes, by the end of it, they might have like the first quad pump they've ever had.
Yeah.
So it's like a gateway to then being able to put more load legs. And because it's a sled, you happen to recover much faster.
Sure. Some little gem of something I can actually do and build upon.
Exactly. And so like I've even done demos where I put 1,000 pounds in the sled and I try to have my mom drag it backward, and like it just doesn't move, but she's fine. Like, and just to help people understand, like
you're not gonna get hurt.
Help people understand. So yeah, my passion was really on like fragile people, which actually extended to older people. The amount of people 50s, 60s, 70s every day who are like, your system is perfect for me. Like
tons of them comment on the video we did about you.
Yeah.
Tons of older folks and people that had just given up on thinking their knee pain had a solution in the universe.
Yes.
They were like, I had written my legs off as non-functional.
Yes.
And then I found out knees over toes guy existed. I started this shit. I didn't really know if it was going to work. But a few weeks later, they go on incessantly in the comments section.
Because they have all this like pain and giving up. So it's like I've been able to look back and see where the hate comes from, and like the main sources the hate come from are like super legitimate. Like, number one, if I say something that I get overly passionate and it's not 100% true, that's a mistake. Like I've done like a whole rework and looked at like what worked well, what didn't work well.
Sure.
And then sometimes you get maybe an area that I have bent the truth a little, and someone else that maybe I don't even know them, but they're like doing my stuff, and now they're gonna go make a social media post and bend it even more to the point where it's just like a full-on lie.
Yeah.
Or it's too overly exaggerated.
Sure. The one cure to knees everyone needs to do.
Yeah. So
great channel. Stop right that down.
No, but it is actually true. That's like there's like YouTube videos where it's like, you know, like the only exercise you'll ever need, fix your knee pain, guaranteed in 60 seconds. That's not an exaggeration. What I just said.
That's a great.
I don't want you to go search that right now.
Please don't.
Okay. Now, I can honestly look back. I've never made a title like that in my life. I've showed people gradual progression. I've never made a video that said, this
tee off on you for saying dumb shit. And it just
Well,
won't happen.
but you found a super legitimate one in a video almost 4 years ago where I said anyone can be a world-class athlete. Like, that's fucking bullshit, and I unlisted that video immediately.
I've said shit like that many
Yeah,
times.
but like, just because someone else does, like, it's not an excuse to not do better.
Sure.
So I like completely reworked. Fortunately, I was doing most things good, but was not good enough. And so like I've completely reworked it to where it's like the number one thing is just to be honest. And the videos that I had that actually connected with people the most and extensively talked to them, it's when I'm like, okay, I've been working on this ass to grass split squat for the last 10 years, not get out of knee pain fast. I've been working on this shit for 10 years.
Right.
You don't only need backward sled. That's a stepping stone.
Right.
And this is the stuff that got people, because if you lie, then now someone might think, well, I tried the backward sled and it didn't help me.
Yeah.
So I'm screwed. Look at that. I'm letting that person down.
100% guaranteed it failed.
Yeah. Nor will working on that 10 years guarantee you anything.
For sure.
This is just basic physics and anatomy. Like I don't even want to try to bend the truth. Go like just open up physics books. Go to the most well-documented strength research on just how does the body adapt. I don't know. Go do your own shit. I'm just going to show what I did. So it's really like this stuff of showing people, here's what I did. Here's what I did. Now I actually can dunk a basketball and so on. And
Sure.
in the goal, like your squat form, where you use a full range of motion and you control it down, that's the goal.
Well, it's easy for me. My femurs are the size of like mouse femurs. They're teeny.
Yes.
Look at you. You're all adult height and shit.
But the beautiful thing is the fragile, skinny, whatever, can get to that. And that's the single most helpful thing that I have seen is with the control. See, some people will equate the full range of motion with just bouncing out at the bottom, which I think is totally fine. I think every motion is fine, but being able to control it all the way down. Like if you, like I honestly believe if someone out there in the college world wants to do a study, because people ask me, why don't you do a study? Like, dude, I'm winning beyond anything I ever dreamed. I'm not going to change what I do.
You know, how the fuck would you do a study with
I don't want to even. I don't even want.
Right.
I don't even want to hold a study that says I'm right. I would rather sell less and just say, here's what I do, here's what I've done.
Sure.
Totally decide on your own.
Sure.
Like I don't want to change my operation.
Sure.
But if someone in college did, I'm just feeding them something for that system. If you measured and improved, let's say basketball teams with chronic knee pain, to control all the way down a full squat,
Yeah.
I think that would be my best bet. Now, whatever warm-up steps you have to do to get there, that would be the one to measure and notice the changes in knee stats.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you had your early days with going through Poliquin stuff and trying it out.
Yeah.
First of all, how long did it take for you training your legs properly-ish, more properly, until you saw tangible results with your knee pain? And secondly, what did you end up doing with your training that was different and your own arc off of the Poliquin stuff?
Yeah. Within, like, by the end of 1 week, it's not like I could necessarily, like, have much to show for it, but, like, I knew. Like, I knew that the whole avoidance was off.
Okay. Because you had done a bunch of stuff that focused on the knees, and it felt, if nothing else, better by a little bit. Or
Right back, guys.
Cable disconnected. Recording will stop after 2 minutes. We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety. Video recording has stopped. audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
Of like downward motion that I was seeing, like I went out to do, it was like I did it for a week, then did like my weekend basketball lesson, but I'm like, what's happening here? Like it's not hurting as much as it did. It's not like I went out and played a basketball, but I knew like something was different. And we're talking about a route now of like actually facing the knees and improving their ability. So like I knew, like I had already like spent so many years on the avoidance side that like I just knew. I called my best buddy from high school who was also broken down, like because I told him like we're not done. Like after 1 week I called like we're not done. And so yeah, I just knew. And the backward sled was the one that I found I could work really vigorously and that it would feel better and better. Whereas getting into the full ranges of motion was definitely like, how the heck do I like get down there? Like how do I?
Yes, it's a long journey.
Yeah, and like you could kind of like if it hurts, and then you push through it, that doesn't seem to work that well. It might still work better than purely avoiding it, but like so yeah, it was eventually, and I'll show you in the gym, like I was trying to get to this beautiful full range of motion squat. Like in my head it would be seeing like your form, for example. And like, so that like Charles Poliquin, I never saw him demo any of the leg stuff in my entire life, even going and studying with him in person. But he would sometimes mention like other people, and I would go watch and see this like beautiful full range
weightlifters and stuff like that. Yeah.
And so it's like, how do I get there? And he wrote about doing split squats and lunges with full range of motion, like how you do like a deeper lunge. The lunge was out of the question. That's actually like more of a progression.
So did you try it and your knees were like,
yeah, like I was trying all of a sudden, and it's like, if it hurt, I'd be like, okay, how do I like, because I knew from the sled thing, like I felt good. Like I was like that's such a cool feeling. And it's like, wait a second, like I've never felt the vastus medialis before. Like I didn't know that existed. Like
what?
Yeah. Like, so I knew that like, and so yeah, the main thing, I've definitely, I wouldn't even try to say I've improved on anything that Poliquin did. When people say, hey, you're just Charles Poliquin for dummies, I'm like, yes, I did.
Finally.
That was like my life stream. Like my life stream is like, I know that there's like so much genius in this. And even if I compared to your system, like I love following you and watching your stuff because I'm like, I would train exactly how you train. I wouldn't even change your system. Like if I was trying to bodybuild, I would just do your system. Like,
hasn't worked for me.
So then it's almost like if you and I brainstormed, for example, let's say we were trying to help a basketball team that has no bodybuilding machines. There's some fucking dumbbells and just like their body or something.
Sure.
Like I would just be trying to get, how do we get like closer to those results that you're getting, but without all those machines.
Sure.
And some of it then like comes into the confidence where like, okay, for the backward sled, the fact that someone who's been struggling for years sidelined, wait 6 weeks, all this waiting, and then
fucking 6 weeks,
waiting, hoping, waiting, and then you go backward for 5 minutes and you're sweating, and you got a little quad pump.
Yeah.
So it's not even that. Is a backward sled better than a leg extension? I don't even care to answer that question.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe in reverse time.
They're a little bit different. They're a little bit similar. Like,
but it works.
Backward sled is just a leg extension. That's like, okay, what's occurring in the body?
Sure.
Knee extension?
Yeah. But you basically haven't done any kind of loaded knee extension.
Yeah, but it's like
for forever.
Because it's so painful.
Right.
That it's like, so like you're in your mind, it's like, well, I can't do the leg extension machine, but I can do the hamstring curl, but I can't do the leg extension. I can't do the leg press. I can't. Or if you do the leg press, like if I'm like that, but I like the moment it bends and it's like you're like, holy shit, is something gonna blow here?
Yeah.
And it actually would like kind of work to actually make so like part of what the people with the pain are not doing is like it's like, okay, go to the leg extension machine, and it's like no, like don't put the stack, like do your leg 100 times. Like this would kind of work if you actually got them to realize like,
yes,
what if you went to the squat rack? Not only did you not get under the bar, you set the pins, put your hands on the pins, and helped yourself squat deep.
Yes.
Like as crazy as it sounds, if you told me, Ben, you've got 10 seconds to actually get like some outstanding results. Like the camera's gonna come on, you have 10 seconds to like improve knee stats around the world. Assist yourself on a deep squat.
Yeah, I'm up. That was 3
Rep
seconds.
that shit up. Get a quad pump with a sit like less than your own body.
Yes.
Gradually load. All right.
It's interesting.
Like that would work well, in my opinion.
I agree in the rehabilitative, modern rehabilitative science. There's a lot of stuff outdated. Unfortunately, we have some colleagues that have been in some doctoral physical therapy programs up to this year, actually. And there's still many professors talking about the avoidance mindset as if it's like the right thing to do, which is super unfortunate. But my understanding of sort of modern rehabilitative practice, as soon as let's say you have some pain somewhere, maybe you're just like actually had an acute tear and you have surgery, the number one thing to do after is with as much loading as you can tolerate pain-wise in such a way that the pain isn't getting worse set to set, and especially not worse session to session and week to week. You work on that level of loading and you expand your range of motion at that joint up until it's pretty much maximum range of motion. Then you start loading the joint a little bit more, but you still are getting most of your stimulus from repetitions. Then after that, you're loading a little bit more, but you're building volume, multiple sets. And then after that, you start to take the reps down a little bit and crank the weight up a little bit, but really you built a lot of musculature, you built a ton of competence, you built a ton of movement aptitude, and by then you're barely in any knee pain at all. Just with heavier weights, it feels a little weird sometimes. And whatever number of weeks, months, or years that whole process takes you, at the end of it, you're just like squatting heavy as shit for sets of 5 or 10 reps with your knees going way over your toes, sitting on your heels, and you're like, that feels fucking great. And then someone's like, yeah, man, you can do that because you have healthy knees. And you're like, oh, swear to God, I are. And you didn't know where I came from. So it's interesting that just with your own personal journey, that whole idea of just holding yourself on some stands or something, or the pins, and then controlling and working on range of motion first. Because a lot of people will say, I can't do this exercise. It hurts. And then let's say it's a leg press. And then I watch them get out of a car, like fabulously wealthy, everyone knows this. Scott, how many trillions do we have now? We don't even count the money anymore. Did you know that counting the money at this point would be independently expensive? Because you have to have these counting machines, they cost money.
You're living the dream. It does not get better than what you have.
It's a nightmare because it's too much money.
No, it doesn't get better than what you have.
Tell me that when you're suffocating under gold dollar coins. In any case, getting out of a sports car. These people get out of the sports car, and I'm like, how are your knees? And they're like, fine. I'm like, motherfucker. But that's a deeper position than I had you in the leg press. And, they start doing the quantum calculations about how the fuck that works. Or they'll get into a low chair. They'll get up from playing with their kids, and they don't really have knee pain. And then I'm like, okay, so let's take the leg press and put 0 plates on each side. Can you go through a full range of motion? I'm like, well, yeah. I'm like, here's what we're going to do. We're going to find the weight that gives you a little bit of knee discomfort. Not outright pain, but that feeling just on the spectrum of feeling good from getting your balls cut off at the top end to just sitting on the couch and just chilling out on the one end. Just before pain, you get this sort of especially these discomfort, right? You know what I'm talking about? It's kind of like, your body's like, pain's going to come soon if you keep pushing me. You get them to that point. And then you start building the range of motion abilities at that. And after a few sessions, they're like 2 plates on the side of a leg press. And they're like, I don't really have knee pain with this. Ball, or let's build some volume. Then they're doing 5 sets with 2 plates on the side. And then after a while, you're like 5 sets of 15 and 2 plates on the side. No knee pain at all. Let's slowly 5 pounds on the bar, 10 pounds on the bar here and there over several months. Now they're doing 315 to 405 on the leg press with no knee pain, and now they can squat, now they can lunge, they can do everything. They've forgotten about it. But I think that people just assume flies because they get
We
paid,
are audio and
that they never
video
factor
recording
out
this
like
ride for your
exercise at
safety.
what load. There's someone say, I can't do flies, it hurts my shoulder. Like, okay, just do flies with your arms. How do you feel? Like, fine. Like, there's nothing wrong about flying. If this is actually something really fucked up in your shoulder that precluded flying, just sitting here, I would be like, ow. Okay, then you have a fucking problem. You need a diagnosis, you need surgery, you need something. But if you can move in an unloaded situation, like imagine going into a swimming pool under the water and then just going to a deep squat.
No, I literally have people do my program in a pool if they
Holy
think they
fucking
can't
shit.
do it.
And then they can.
Tons of people now are like, I'm walking, right? Like people who like, some older people are struggling to walk. Like they can't walk, they need a cane, stuff like that.
Sure.
And the pool is a game changer.
Because it gives them the idea that it's actually not the range of motion or the activity, it's just the load, and my body's not used to the load, so I have to progress my way into like getting better at handling load.
Yeah. You beautifully articulated that. Rarely does someone have a 0 of ability.
That's
And that
highly
was-
unlikely.
right.
It's possible, but very unlikely.
To have a 0 of ability, yes, there would have to be some inorganic deviation to such extent that you would extremely know this. Now, in my experience, the overwhelming majority of people who are labeled with a condition, well, they don't have a 0 of ability. So like often you hear some, like I haven't had my knees checked out for over 10 years. I don't ever plan to have them checked out.
Sure.
But what they find, they might find some thing they could label.
Sure.
And if I didn't know any better, now I think, and I'm told, and it's express orders, not from every doctor, not from every PT. Many of them are amazing. But yes, people tell me the exact orders they receive from many doctors and PTs. No, at the worst, it's just like no legs for you.
Yeah.
But it can be no deep bending, no knees over toes, no kind of like arbitrary things like no deep bending and no loading. It's like, so you can just do a body weight half squat. I'm like, the person believes me. They tell me like, all I'm allowed to do is like a body weight half squat.
And then what? Like forever?
Right.
Until the pain goes away. And then when it goes away, you're like, fuck it. You go back to 225 all the way down and tear your shit up. I've seen people do shit like that. The fact that a lot of clinicians don't offer logical progression models is embarrassing.
It's changing because of
It is
people like you and me.
Nah, I don't know.
Because of,
I just got here.
this is the truth. Because of people like you and me, it's actually changing. It's actually getting better. And it's actually changing. And tons of, not just close friends, but I see so many, I don't see all the messages, but I see tons of them coming in each day. No one on Instagram answers for me. Like I like to read lots of YouTube comments every day.
Oh, wow.
And there's a wave happening in physical therapy and with doctors.
Yes.
Because if you do explain it well and don't say, if you don't train knees over toes, you're an idiot. If you don't squat it down, you're an idiot. Like, if you don't make it a fight, if you can respect others and be honest about it, you can educate a ton of people.
Sure.
Those are my 2 primary focuses. Like, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make an Instagram video, let's say. Is it honest? That's the first thing I'm asking myself. Is that honest?
Is that your best evaluation of what's going on?
Am I actually being honest? Number 2, am I actually being respectful? Because I'm not like trying to bash the academic system.
Sure.
Like that's not my like if I go too far on that, it kind of could make more enemies, and that's not the purpose.
Right.
I need the doctors and physical therapists to learn this.
Yes.
And then lastly, am I teaching in a way that like someone could like safely start it?
Right.
Like I remember when TikTok started, and I threw up like some crazy like sissy squats or something, and the posts were going viral, but I could barely sleep at night.
Fuck.
I'm like, I don't feel good about this.
Because people are just
Like there's no progression.
fast progression right
Yeah.
away. Yeah.
Is it honest? Is it respectful? Does it scale ability? And I've become obsessed with those 3. And then I'm like, even look at the world, I'm like, oh, now I understand the government. Like, oh, you start lying to your people.
Yeah.
You start squashing your people.
Yeah.
Success is all of a sudden unobtainable. It no longer scales.
Yeah.
And you wind up with a civilization that no longer exists. You know, that goes down. Right.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting. So I've become, those are my guides.
That's it's a really great system. I
Yeah,
think.
but it is because of those things, because of the way that you're articulating it, it's actually like we're actually winning. We're not just like these fringe people that are noble but losing. No, like we're actually doing it. We're actually winning.
Yeah, it's interesting. Our channel has had a lot of success recently, which I attribute to I just like literally just pay off some dude with physical acts. By the way,
honesty of what you're putting out, it works. It's honest. It's like a natural law that the channel blew up.
Scott's gonna start laughing. We lie mostly.
Well, he has to make it that the data gets across to people. The audio, the lighting, the production, people have to be able to consume it. Like you can't just be sitting in your yard like I'm the best trainer. Like
that's actually the thing is a lot of people, including myself, formerly, sort of laboring in silence or on putting out content in a way that isn't overly compelling, though very true and very valuable, isn't produced very well, though very true and very valuable. And I guess it's kind of cool to be in a space now where we actually can reach some people, but we didn't get here by just lying our asses off and making stuff up. And we've made some enemies, but I don't have a problem making enemies of charlatans and people who rip people off on purpose.
Right, and that's where even for you can still assess the respect factor. I mean, like it's not just a black and white. That's something for you to assess, and you do. Like, I don't regret that I have noted that in college I had to take exams and say no knees over toes. Like, so I'm not saying that you can never criticize anyone, but did I say it respectfully?
Yeah.
Am I like, those people are, like, it's, like I'm not calling out individual teachers. But yeah, I've seen you take certain things where it's like, there's people in the industry who have varying degrees of ethics.
Varying degrees of ethics is a very good way.
It's like, so I'm not saying like there can't be any critics. You can still keep your composure.
Which is sometimes.
Yeah. No, but you're able to stay calm about it. I'm not saying you're perfect because I haven't been perfect.
I'll say it. I'm perfect. I say that every day in the mirror, and it just doesn't work. It never sinks in.
But you can't lie about it. Like, honesty is still the first thing.
Yeah, for sure. Well, lying is interesting. Lying on social media and lying lies on a spectrum from callously making shit up all the way to a very mild exaggeration of a fundamentally true thing and everything in between. And to the extent that you go higher and higher into lies in that spectrum, depending on how creative you are with your lying, you can get lots of attention and stuff like that.
Oh, it works.
It works.
Everything I'm saying, the inverse works.
Yes.
Short term.
Yes.
There's an inverse short to long. It all works.
Yes.
The dishonesty, the disrespect, these things all get
100%,
attention.
100%. My view is, on the disrespect stuff, and this is something I've sort of been working on a little bit lately, is all of our Hollywood review videos were just like me dunking jokes onto people's heads. Poor fuckers that never saw it coming. But I didn't really enjoy that a ton. It's funny, jokes are funny, but if I was one of these trainers that was training a Hollywood celebrity and then I saw a video of me making fun of him, I'd be like, dude, fuck that guy. And I would be totally 100% respect. Like, it's not a very nice, not a very cool thing to do. I think celebrities do kind of...
Good afternoon.
I get made fun of on the internet by, everyone. It doesn't really bother me because,
Well, I haven't seen...
got it coming.
I haven't seen too much stuff. I mean, to the degree that you're honest, it's like your number one.
The honesty is a helpful thing. So, on the negativity side, I think it's really cool, really easy to come up fast, being super hypercritical only and not helpful. But I think at some point, my hypothesis, I'm not sure if this is true, is that people who continue to tune into your content, seeing some negativity...
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
If you're watching someone be negative all the time, it drains you, you start to feel it. And so most of the really popular fitness YouTube channels seem to just be very positive. And you walk away from watching their videos being like, that was really fun and cool, and everyone kind of wanted their own way. I learned something, it was great. So the long term on positivity, I think, is really good. And then, of course, the honesty thing is, we did a lot of shit down lying for a little while and skyrocketed in popularity. Liver King exists. But at some point, when a critical mass of people realize you're a known liar, in big fundamental ways, everyone fibs. I tell people I have a functioning penis. That's never been true. But, if you are known as mostly a truthful person, people are going to be like, yeah, that guy, I want to hear what he has to say. But if you've gone into some fame by lying, when most people figure out out, you're full of shit. It is preposterously difficult to come back from
We are
that.
audio
Like,
and video
what is it, gonna
recording
be a
this ride
fucking
for your
new
safety.
you know, like, oh, hey guys, you do like YouTube video, like, I've changed, I'm a new man, and I don't lie anymore. Like, some number of P.T. Barnum's, you know, suckers born every minute will believe that. Most people are like, I'm good, man. There's 18 other people I get my advice from, and it's not you. So that's kind of my thought about it. Another thing also I think is helpful in social media is to be more genuine than not. Like, people sometimes accuse me of just being myself everywhere. To be honest, that's not true. Because with the real me, the level of politically incorrect humor would get me canceled. Instantly, the first thing I would say get me canceled. But it's close. It is as close as I can get to on various platforms. And if you're really genuine, you come off as an incredibly genuine person. Now, I have for fucking character assessment. Scott, how autistic am I? Bad, it's bad. I don't even know your gender technically right now. I barely see. But you always, and everywhere that I've seen your interactions, seen your videos and meeting in person, seem like there's just like a real Ben Patrick that just wants to kind of like help the world out in his own little special way. Like, if you have that and you're honest and you try to stay either balanced or positive. Balance means you talk some shit, but then you say, hey, like, respect cut on this kind of stuff. Like, I don't agree with this person doing this, but a lot of other ideas have are great. If you stay in that realm, whatever value you have to bring to the world will be fully accessible to everyone. Whereas if you deviate from that realm, if you become dishonest or start dishonest, if you become a person who no one really knows who the fuck you are, you're just various veils of whatever you have to be that day. And, you know, at some point, it's just, there's not a coming back from that a ton because people are like, well, are you just a new person all of a sudden? You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you've told people out, but your respect level's still high. If you had a low respect level, you'd just be like, fuck me, stereotype guy. I wouldn't be sitting here right now.
That's true.
There's no chance I'd be sitting here.
Listen, we evaluate people on what we see and what we hear, and if you're talking some shit that's nonsense, we'll call you out for it.
Yeah, if there's the honesty side.
100%. Yeah. And the honesty side and the respect side have a little bit of an interesting relationship. I have kind of a rule for myself. If it's someone who I don't think is a scumbag charlatan, I give them a real good positive look and a little bit of criticism that's couched appropriately with tons of respect. On the other hand, if you're a charlatan, then you get the full brunt of two middle fingers in the air. On that note, related, not really, you're back into training at this point in your life.
Yep.
You are doing some work on knee extension under load. You're feeling your swag a little bit. Talk us through your journey back into playing basketball, because you got to fill in the blanks for me from when you were coaching those kids. I'm not allowed to be around children, especially in a coaching capacity. Scott remembers the incident, we call it. There were several, really, in multiple states, but countries, many years. But in any case, goddamn kids, you know what I mean? Just do what I say. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. In any case, you were coaching up the kids, and you were like, oh my God, like, I'm not weird in these positions.
Yeah.
Take us through the journey of when you dunked a basketball, because like that's a lot of space.
Is right here okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Between those, how long did it take, and what did you do to get there?
Have a good day.
Being 6'1", first off, you don't have to jump that high to dunk. It's more like if you're over 6 foot in basketball, it's much more of an embarrassment if you can't jump. Like, it's an arbitrary 10 foot. Like, it's
can't flash the white skin and be like, I had a permanent excuse for that, fellas.
It's definitely true that on my entire college team, like, I was the only guy, my wingspan was shorter than my height.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah. So, I mean, in your humor, I can probably proudly say that my stat to D size was probably like led the nation. But it was definitely something I had given up on. But the knee train, like the fact that, so I then went hardcore on the knee training and gave it like about a year to where I was able to go. There's like schools where failed basketball players can try to get a second shot, prep teams and stuff. So I was the oldest guy there.
Like Hogwarts for basketball.
Yeah, and it's
oldest by how big of a margin?
Well, I was 20, but it's like I'm playing with mostly like 15 to 18-year-old
You got to punk these kids out, man. Just face palm everyone. Fuck out of me.
Yeah.
Bitch ass kid.
But it was cool, like the fact that I could play without my knees hurting. And one of my buddies on my team was like, "Oh yeah, you could dunk," and I'm like, "Get out of here." And then like just with him, like maybe within 1 or 2 practices, of, like trying, like I dunked a basketball. But it was like there's a lot of degrees of dunking.
Yes.
It was like a barely.
One hand up, scoop the ball just over the rim situation.
Yeah, it was like a barely perfect. All the stars have to align kind of situation.
Yes.
Went to college.
Who's telling you?
So I got a scholarship. So
Okay.
playing on this team, I then got a college scholarship to play basketball at a junior college.
Okay,
Just
excellent.
2-year college.
Good stepping stone.
All right, so I'm in the game.
Were you excited at this point? Were you happy? Or were you nervous it was going to flitter away like everything?
I was so much happier than before.
Sure.
But now I was like pretty terrified of like, no, I'm not allowed to do the knees over toes. I'm not allowed to squat below parallel.
So, okay, so your collegiate coach or strength and conditioning coach? Who was
They
it?
didn't really have one, so it's kind of like an assistant coach. And
He's also the strength coach.
yeah, and like, there's a lot of pressure. You can't just be like, hey, I'm going to train differently than the rest of the team. It's people who are outside of sports are always amazed at how serious sports are. You know, like, oh, we're just a junior college. No one cares. No.
I
Like,
think
go watch an 8-year-old like soccer game. It's taken too seriously.
Dads will fight each other.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So then I had a massive regression, if you will.
That sucks.
It really took the wind out of my sails, and definitely had like some more knee tweaks. It was at a point where then like the problem is like, so like I knew enough, so I went. Got a membership at a CrossFit gym locally, and so I'd like go outside of our practices and like do the backward sled. But
Fucking criminal.
and like
Way to let your
so,
team
like,
down.
Yeah, so like I knew enough to like be able to keep playing. But going into the second year, I just straight up told the coach that I was gonna use a full range of motion. And
How'd that go? Like,
he's like, your teammates are not gonna respect you. I was all of a sudden like one of the more hated guys on the team.
Scott, hold on. Scott, are you hearing this shit?
This is like the deeper detail. This is like the long version of the story.
I love it. This is what we're here
You
for.
can see where a lot of like, you know, if I'm not out there, people can say anything negative they want about me. But if I'm not out there on social media, you know, things are rough out there for athletes in terms of their freedom to use a full range of motion. Like in my mind,
Hashtag free the athlete.
in my mind, I'm a freedom fighter for this.
My man.
Like nothing's gonna knock me off my mission. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna justify my past mistakes. Like I need to not make the same errors, disrespect, breaking honesty. Like I need to be better. So, yeah. So like this is the full story. So that definitely added more to it. I almost never tell that part, and here's why.
Okay.
I think this is the first time I've ever told that part on a podcast, and the reason is because my college coach was an amazing guy.
Yeah.
And I never want that to be taken out of
There's
context.
tons of amazing people have differing opinions. It's interesting because, like, you know, politics, for example. I'm not going to get into details, but, you know, there are a variety of folks on the extreme right and left wing, let's say, that just hate each other. But, like, if they ever met and talked as just real humans, right, 90% of them would be like, what do you think of Jill? You're like, Jill's fucking dope, man. And you're like, well, she's a leftist. And you're like, I know, that sucks. We disagree on that. But as a human being, most people are dope. And,
Exactly.
like, you know, it's also your college coaches had just one notion that depth and knees over toes was bad. Everything else they could have just been super fucking good about.
Yeah.
Just one notion, and then all of a sudden you don't have to make enemies out of people. But, you know, retrospectively, they're probably. Well, I doubt they watch this because nobody fucking watches this.
Well,
thing,
don't
but-
post it in a short clip. Anything.
Oh, we're gonna edit
Yeah,
the fuck out of a
exactly.
short clip. We're gonna find out who
The
the
story
coaches
ends
were.
well.
We're gonna do the AI thing where your mouth moves like saying their names, and we're gonna call them out. We're gonna dox them.
Beautiful.
Where they live. It's gonna
Beautiful.
be great, man. Death threats, the whole thing. That's what we do.
That's why you got me in here.
100% revenge. Bro.
But it ends well. Like I was working hard. Like I knew that like on the team, I just had to be that guy who like.
We are
dives on
audio
every
and
loose
video
ball.
recording this ride for your
Everyone's
safety.
ass I mean, not figuratively, but like I had to take it on the chin and earn my way. And sure enough, I was captain by the end of the year because they knew like I proved it. Like I was tough. Squatting with a full range of motion doesn't make you like it. And guys from the team then who were having knee pain would start to go with me.
Ooh.
But also guys with
an issue with coaching or.
No, like because I was earning the respect.
They were, the coaches were like, all right, whatever.
And it went from there to where the head coach of that team, as soon as I graduated, had me then run the strength coaching for the team.
Wow.
And so I ran the strength coaching for the team. They were one of the most successful junior college basketball teams ever, and he's a head Division I coach now.
Oh my God.
So I went from a situation where I was not allowed to go below parallel, not allowed to have my knees over toes. And then the generations after that,
Thought it was some gay dude checking me out. No, that was me. How'd it feel watching you trying to retire Vince's number, knowing they'll never retire yours? They probably will, and they're all trying to leave a score. Well, if they do, I'm gonna climb up there and tear it down and pee on it. If you feel you need to squat down and pee on my jersey, do you?
Exactly.
Squat down and pee. That's what girls do.
So the story ends well. We're super duper tight.
And then DeMar said I squat to pee. Poor baby daddy. Would it make you feel better to eat my coochie? No thanks, sexy. Last time I was down there, it smelled like the inside of a worn out
So now by this point, the second year, I was able to.
Something was clearly said.
Well,
Dirk kind of
started getting like pretty good.
Okay.
Basketball. D1 full ride scholarship.
On full ride.
Yes.
I got also D1 full ride basketball, but it was because they said they described it as a philosophy. I've just never seen from one individual by themselves.
Small Division I school. Again, better to just not bring the names of things. But I could tell from day one was like real like was a full range of motion. And I'm like, okay, by this point, like this is what got me here. Like I've already gotten this twice. So I was still, but by this point I knew that even no matter what I needed to do in the weight room, not full range of motion, I already knew that I could like balance it out. Like, it's like when you're a college student and you gotta do your homework and do all this stuff, and then you still gotta go at 9 p.m. at night to the local CrossFit gym. And thank goodness for that gym that those girl gyms were like, here, do whatever, your local, $50 a month, here's the code, it's awesome, go in there, blast the music. It was no one's there. And it's beautiful.
That way in and out. You look like convincingly like Where's Waldo. Do you remember Where's Waldo, the books and
I
stuff?
don't remember what they looked like.
Last name, I never found it. Name greatest, like the spring ankle boy, Where's Waldo play with. Started off low.
This is how you make it eat.
It was just like a tall, lanky white dude with black hair.
I can blend in well.
Yeah, like you're never gonna get spotted for anything. You're like, where's these other toes guy? You're just from some like, you just go get into a crowd in New York City, like, it's not, I'll never see him again. So you are smuggling yourself into a CrossFit gym. Were there any 9 p.m. off hours CrossFit girls around to keep you company?
Not at all.
Dang it.
19, 14 years.
You dated someone's wife?
No, we're married now.
Oh, I see.
My wife, we got together when I was 19, so for this.
How old were you at this point when you were in the D1 scholarship era?
23.
That's an old D1 player.
Well, that was kind of the
Grandpa.
Our lives are literally that you can see it was his team that he's too old. So the head coach of the team was like, dude, the NCAA says you're too old. Like no one realized how old I was. Like my junior college coach, like
if you want a ton of flavor on a budget and in a really short amount of time, this absolutely gorgeous Hainan chicken rice soup is going to be your new
that I could get a lawyer.
The chicken gets gently simmered along with some garlic, ginger, and scallions until cooked all the way through, which takes about 15 minutes. It just depends how big the pieces are. While that cooks, we're going to whip up some minute rice, cilantro, and lime jasmine, which not only heats up super quickly, but also saves us from having to make extra dirty dishes. We'll pour some of our delicious broth around the rice, top it with our juicy Hainan chicken, layer on some of your favorite sauces, like maybe me some chili crisp along with some optional fresh herbs giving me full offers like water. If you want a ton of flavor on a
chance again, you're gonna regret this the rest of your life.
Quite good at basketball.
So
the Minion AI
I could have played another
content?
2 years of college, played with 2, maybe played in Europe or something like that. I could have like that.
Even at the division schools, they weren't. You guys have to watch your kids. Try to see if this is on their phone. If they go on TikTok, you can share any like reels and stuff. Them. There's a whole bunch of these like this Minion. Yes. There's minions, AI generated, right? Morphing into weird shapes and grabbing different things. But if you look at those contract stuff, and damn terrible hacks, those
Kind
AI
of put the
generated
basketball thing aside,
they are.
Yeah.
because for a large part of the people in the
Putting it into
establishment
the AI generated,
let you train and
changing
see
it to minions and posting it for kids to watch.
Yeah.
You guys see it if you're cousins and you like children that you know. Be careful they're watching that stuff because subconsciously it's still evil content, right? It's just changed up with the AI. It's not the
everyone
content.
have
That's
freedom here,
literally
except never squat knees over doors, or you get summarily executed. You're like, I'm sorry, that's the thing?
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
Yeah, man, you know, I actually, I fought in the Iranian Revolution against this and that. My family was exiled to Italy, and now we're organizing, smuggling people out. You're like, you know, I'm involved in a lot of the same work. And he's like, oh, like what? You're like, what you see when your knees go over your toes. It's just like, I'm sorry, what? They wouldn't let me play in college. They wouldn't let me play. Anyway, you finish your story.
It definitely would not work to explain to someone who's been through, like, who came from a communistic country, like, what I do for a living.
For sure.
Just like, I'm a trainer. That's it.
But you're just
Like, I don't even try to bother. Just like,
on the one hand, it's all jokes, right? But on the other hand, it's kind of like, this team is this out. I'm a great player. I just see this kind of dogma that I'll say for my LPG sports science background. It's It was never a problem. There's no point about evidence on the side that knees over toes was bad. It just never existed. I don't know. I'll tell you something now. A couple of contexts. My co-founder of RP, to the brand, Mr. Nick Shaw, he and I went to undergrad together at Michigan. And by then, like, by the time I met him, I was fully well into, like, depth before dishonor on the squat. And, like, your knees are supposed to go over your toes. That's how fucking the human body works. And Nick was doing reps of, like, 315 or something like that in the squat. And he racked the bar. This was at, like, the university gym. And this guy sort of watching him squat, he's like, like, bad for your knees? And Nick, in kind of your attitude of total open-mindedness, he was like, nah. He was like, well, why would it be? And the guy literally did this for hours watching. The guy just connected his fingers together like this. It was because, like, and Nick was like, he's just bending his head. And he was like, go on. The guy's like, I got nothing. He was like, every day. Notion before it was an idea to support it. And if you're like, I know your name. You're like, what is it? Actually, don't. Never mind. Sorry. It was bad. People had the idea that knees over toes was bad. They didn't have an explanatory mechanism that was even made. There was no explanatory mechanism. It was just, it's just bad. Because like, later people were like cheering force or whatever other stuff. Your knee's not designed to really sing. And I know if you've encountered this in your career, you get the same shit with workouts. Like we've got like a knockout and a hack squat, and people are like, don't do that. I'm like, why? They're like, because I saw 1.5 videos on Instagram where someone dies doing that. And usually other people go like, you ever seen a car accident before? They're like, yeah, like, you drive your car? They're like, ah, okay, touche. But the mechanism of why locking out is bad is nobody says, no, it's bad. You don't even know why. Sometimes they even ask the question. Did you ever get some reasoning from people when you started saying knees over toes is a good thing as to why it's bad? Or was it just like, it's bad and that's just all we need to talk about?
when your knee goes over your toes, there's more pressure on it.
Okay, right on. Okay, fuck physics, I guess. Because the gravitational force increases, so there's more pressure on the knee generally, not specific structure, which is that would get too complex.
Why it works so well.
Right. Yes. Don't walk because that's a lot of pressure on your knees. Don't
This is the world's most expensive underwater hotel room, and to get there, you need to go down your own private elevator. Right when you step out, you're greeted by your new neighbors, the fish. And This hallway leads to the incredible bedroom. All of the walls, even the ceilings, are made of glass. You're surrounded by marine. Imagine waking up to sharks just swimming over your head. You have an area here to relax, but that's not even the best part. Look at this bathroom. These toilet views are insane. The toilet and shower underwater doesn't make any sense to me at all, but this has to be the coolest place in the world on its bathroom. This is the Morocco.
It's probably in like the top 10 like basic things you could do, like understanding food versus just like going off the food pyramid and just whatever they serve at the cafeteria. Like understanding how to freely move your body, understanding how food works, understanding what is money, what happens with it if it goes in the bank, or does like some things are better to understand.
Yes. Throw away your notepad and your Excel sheets. The RP Hypertrophy app has all of your workouts displayed in one place with guided videos on exercise techniques and a program that evolves to better suit your needs the longer you use the app. All you have to do is follow the plan right on your phone and get the gains. Click on the link in the description of this video to get started. Do you have anything you're seeing now, experimenting with now, seeing in folks you work with, that you're a little bit excited about and kind of share, something maybe more of the same, or maybe saying something like, well, I really find even more evidence that for an even broader range of people with even more extreme knee deformity or stuff, this type of kind of stuff works. Are there any movements you're experimenting with or any approaches that you think are worth noting?
Without question, my big passion now is helping people who don't really exercise. Like, how do they get into an exercise routine?
That's such a big deal. That's most people.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I came up with so far.
Please.
And this is from like observing what works and then using my parents as guinea pigs. My parents are 67, 70. They exercise. My kids are 2 and 4. They're already like naturally do the programs. It's almost seeing like what do people naturally want to do?
Yeah.
And like what do older people like actually enjoy doing? Like it can't, like you gotta like doing it. And so for starters, like here's actual conversation. Guy at the coffee shop the other night, he wants to exercise. He knows I'm a trainer. Where do I start? I wrote my system on a napkin for him.
That's awesome.
This is how I currently train. Exactly what I told him.
$499.
Yeah. And then I got him into motion doing this stuff. So first off, I'm like, okay, so you don't exercise, but like you go for a walk most days, right? Okay, like you're already halfway through step 1 of my 8-step system. You're already doing it. You're already exercising. Let's just throw in some backward now. Like get some knee extension and go backward. Okay, 5 minutes, move the body forward and backward. All right, good. Now, if you already walk, if you already play sports, whatever, you could do it just backward. You could walk backward with kids. You could have them run backward for 5 minutes. You'd get some more quad stimulus than you would without doing it.
Sure.
If you're a bodybuilder, maybe this is the equivalent of like doing hamstring curls and leg extension. Like someone could like, but it's like, okay, you're already walking, but that's all you do. You do no other exercise. Okay. Then because it's like such a win to just start walking backward. If it's 2 older people, they hold hands. One sees where they're going, the other they just go back and forth. They've been doing that in Asia for thousands of years to help prevent knee arthritis. Just passed down generation to generation. Really they hold hands. One person sees where they're going. They walk forward. They walk backward.
It's probably called something cool like dragon walk or something.
Yeah. So 5 minutes. Good. Done. Step 1 is done. All right. Now go like hang from that bar at the playground or the pull bar, whatever. Just hang until you're tired. 2 steps done out of 8. You're already doing it. Call it a day if you want. Call it a day. Now, for me, I hook up to the sled. 5 minutes, I'm like pretty smoked on the sled. For me, that's like my equivalent of cardio. And then I do a set of pull-ups to failure. And the next session, I'll do rows to failure, like till I'm exhausted. So each layer, so you go from the moving the body forward and backward to then do some sort of upper body pull until you're exhausted. People with pulling, you can get like, you can go like hang from a bar. You can like do a row. It's the pressing gets a little more painful, harder to confront.
Okay.
Same with like the squatting gets a little more harder to confront than like, hey, you're already walking, just start going backward. Yes. So cardio forward and backward 5 minutes, a set of pulls. Hey, you want to add more than a set? Awesome. That's even more of a win. These are like these minimums that getting it. Now step 3, we're going to get into squat mobility.
Okay.
How are we doing, James?
Warm from the 5 minutes forward and backward. You went to the upper body, so like The muscles cool down a bit, but the connective tissues at least have some juices flowing. And then, as I'll show you in the gym, like one of maybe my biggest specialty really is like just helping people scale full range of motion squats.
I love that.
All right, so now we're getting into some full range of motion squatting. Those are the first 3 steps. Now the fourth, okay, now we're gonna do some kind of a press. So the guy at the cafe, I got him into a scaled full range of motion squat. Now I got him just on the cafe bar, just doing a push-up with the largest range
Bruce is like,
can.
can you guys please leave? This
Until
is
he's, I'm like, dude, you're already 4 steps into an exercise routine, and you've been years of not exercising, thinking, I don't have an hour to do, like, okay, I'm already 4 out of 8 steps. Then we got to get something for the posterior. Gets a little trickier. I like people, like for my dad, I got him a back extension in his living room. Pump up that backside. This is why I'm a huge fan of the Nordic hamstring curl, because I can hold someone's heels and you can fight the eccentric. And just challenge
Please
yourself
use your
for a set. That's
seatbelt
it.
for
On
your
a back
safety.
extension or an eccentric Nordic. You got a hamstring curl machine? Beautiful. Go to my headquarter gym. I have a gorgeous hamstring curl machine and I love using it. So, but that's where, like, previously in the podcast, I talked about the honesty thing. If I make someone think that a Nordic is better than a hamstring curl
We are
machine, and a
audio
hamstring
and
curl
video
machine is bad,
recording this
that
ride
is
for your
dishonest.
safety.
Now, I've never said that, but I have to look at the content, and it's very tough in 60 seconds to get the context.
So I would say, real quick, what I would say is if you're trying to learn something of quality and depth from reels, you got off on the wrong train station stop to begin with. Reels are supposed to be little bite-sized nuggets of wisdom and fun, from which you don't build a complex system of understanding. That's what long-form content is for. So I'm honestly not so concerned, in kind of a dickish way to be honest, that people misunderstand things from reels, because I think from folks that complain like, well, this reel isn't exactly nuanced, and what the hell? Nuance takes an hour to describe it all, so I don't ever fault anyone for, like, unless you're straight up bullshitting in reels, if it seems like, ooh, is this really true in some context? Well, assume there's a context behind it, but don't assume there's no context. That's how reels work. Sorry, I'm Grant.
No, I appreciate that. So step 5, you're getting into something for the posterior. Now step 6, get something for the core. What I teach is an L-sit, because, like, all right, for the guy at the cafe, he just, in a chair, just hold your body up. Like, try to hold, like, just in a chair.
You're the first person to have done a workout here in the studio, officially, with that move.
And so I'm telling, like, dude, you're already 6 out of 8 steps. You've already trained. You've already got, we skipped the first step of the forward and walker. Forward and backward walking. And for him, I told him, like, he's a younger guy, like, go to basketball court or something and just run forward and backward for 5 minutes, like you're going to be smoked.
Sure.
Compared to doing, it's like, that's not perfect cardio. Oh, right now he's doing zilch. Like, moving his body forward and backward at whatever pace is going to be, amazing.
First day or
like,
week or month or year.
Yeah, like, he doesn't have an hour to do the cardio and that. And so I've already got him 6 steps. He's already trained his full body. And then step 7, I like people to have a little flexibility routine they can use. But the context of it is important. That, no, I think the full range of motion squat, the full range of motion press, the full range of motion upper body pull, the training, the posterior, I think those are more important than the flexibility routine. So it gives
and
a
they
nice
give you a lot of flexibility because full range of motion is a ton of flexibility already.
That's how that's how I'm flexible. Something about a little extra flexibility routine I use, and even that I kind of apply some strength aspects into it. You would actually like because you do jiu-jitsu, you would like my stretching routine a lot more than the average stretch, because it's more like I'm trying to just kind of get into some of the groin and piriformis and kind of make it stronger, and like that I'm not like, I don't really want to like load those super heavy, like whereas like with the full range of motion squat, a little more advantageous for strength.
Sure.
If you're doing full range squatting, pulling, pressing, like you can get so much great mobility from that. So yeah, step 7, a little flexibility routine to get some of the nooks and crannies real quick. And then step 8, calf and tibialis race. Yes, I like doing the calf and I like doing the tib. As someone who puts tons of force in basketball, tons of force goes into our ankles, our knees, our shins. So no, the tibialis race is not a magic knee exercise, but
it's not going to fix all of my knee problems.
Let's say we're going to make knee extensors and calves and knee flexors and all 25% stronger and just skip the tib. No, I think you'll have better results it's going to relate more to someone who has had a knee surgery and wants to get back into sports. And so they don't realize that after the knee surgery, they did a lot of rehab, but the tib, usually from the period of being immobilized, gets extremely weak. So now they're getting back, but now they have their shin hurts.
That's why they can't take.
So
they can't take your tip.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, like, just all right, do a set of 20, and you're going to be like, if you did a set of 20, you'd be smoked. Like, it's very simple to exhaust.
Sure.
It's very simple to take to failure. You don't have to do warm-up sets to take it to failure. So there, I just taught you my system, and that's how I train. And there's nuance in it that, like, for step 5 on the posterior, yeah, like I'll do hamstring for one time. Next time I do RDL, good stretch. Next time I do back extension. Like someone could
specific exercises.
Someone can take this. Someone can take that 8-step framework and do whatever they want with it. But what's cool is that I'm having success for my actual family members. That I have a vested interest in them being healthy and having an exercise routine.
Sure.
And I don't. With my dad, it's like, okay, got him going on the forward and backward. Okay, got him. He's just did his first chin up in decades. This is a good thing.
That's crazy. That's impressive.
Yeah. So he's not blindly following some extreme, like it's connecting from the no exercise routine to getting him into it. Now he's mobilizing up into a little bit of deeper range on the squats, and now he's like, starting to look at, okay, what press am I going to add now? Like,
yeah.
And so that's what you'll see me while still putting out, like, my contract with myself is like, okay, still put out a knee video every week, like try to keep helping people with the knee.
Because you're the world's expert on knee health.
I got to do maybe the people's educational resource on, like,
well, that's oddly social.
Definitely not the world's expert.
People's Republic of Knee stuff.
My point is just that you don't see any, like, mainstream media asking me any questions. I've been on Rogan, but mainstream media has not bothered to, like, ask me anything.
Oh my God, we could do a fake mainstream media read right now, folks. Knees over your toes. Dangerous for your children, or will it kill grandma? Tonight, news at 11. It's that easy. Now you're on real media.
Yeah. And that's also how I help educate people. Like, ideally, like, knees over toes never should have really been mentioned. Like, I think exercise would have been better had it just not been mentioned. Either way. Like, just let someone squat form, go to full range of motion. Like, I'm not forcing my knee over. Like, I'm just like find a full range of motion that feels good.
Yes.
People have different body types. Some it may be more or less the knee over the toe. Like, ideally, it never would have been mentioned. If you go to walk backward, your knee is over your toe. That's not this, like. But if you tell someone, like, walk backward, your knee, like, ideally you wouldn't think about it. Like, sure, you just doing that. So it at least helps people. It's like, okay, you're walking forward. That is like a certain effect. Now you go to step backward. You're actually, like, loading different things than when you walk forward, and that's like a scale that you could add resistance to.
You're the name knees over toes guy. What do you think about that name?
I was not on social media. Hated social media. Was helping people in person, helping so many kids, and was like the local knee guy. People come in, their life is being ruined by some knee thing, and like doing this over and over, like, this was my specialty. But yeah, I was kind of on the outside, pissed off that no one knows about this, and kind of to a point where my friends telling me, like, dude, you gotta go on social media, you gotta go on social media, you gotta go, like, you got, like, the stuff you just taught me. Like, I fortunately had really good friends who believed in me, that they're like, the stuff you just showed me, like, the world needs to know that. And so I came up with the name Knees Over Toes, because in my mind, I'm like, I don't care about social media. But if I just educate on that one point, that'll be a win for me.
Huge win. In addition to that, knees over toes is a really emotive phrase because it strikes people as like, wait a minute, is that
Pickup
what we're
updated.
not supposed to be doing? And all of a sudden they're like really curious, like, how is this guy, defying the rule set that we're all supposed to be doing? And then once you look into your work, it's quite compelling, and then everything, I think, comes off of that. If you were just like the knee rehab guy, it doesn't engage with me as a type.
I'll assume it's something like that.
You're just
is
another
already-
knee rehab person,
Yeah.
of which there are no doubt thousands.
Yeah, this was at the time the idea of showing, scaling how to get into full range squats, these kind of things. There were not. This wasn't something being done on social media, and so yeah, knees over toes guy worked out. My family was kind of like, "You're gonna be what now?" Like, it was like sounded pretty silly to people.
Yes.
And I'm like, guys, like, I know it sounds silly, but like, I know my industry, and it's like this would be a really like a forward step to like educate people on this.
Huge.
So it worked out better than I thought, but I also kept working on the system, kept training people. I'm always trying to make sure it's as good as I can. I'm always trying to educate on it better than I did last week. It wasn't just like some lucky thing, as you've seen. Like, sure, I get some hate, but like you made the post about me, and there's like tons of real people out there writing in. Like, it really helps.
Way more than usual for the average person of your populator that we critique. Tons of organic stories of people who feel like they owe a lot to you because your voice was the one in the darkness that they listened to, and it just transformed.
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
The reindeer was making a noise. And they were going, and it sounded like shh. And so he dropped off the gift. I slept for about an hour more, dropped off all the gift. I'm sorry?
Good day.
And that means that
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
how are we going to get a gift? Up at the start. Can you have a mic like? Santa. I'm sorry, you said what was the truth.
In the sky, Jesus represent.
You get from Santa on Christmas. Why didn't you?
I did.
Good morning, y'all. Merry Christmas. I'm talking just a little rebellious against Santa. Amazing. And so, if Jesus got gifts from Santa on Christmas, why should we?
Have a good one.
Thanks, man. You shouldn't.
You say you got yours from your parents.
Family thing.
What?
It's a family. The gifts and stuff is about giving to one another and being thankful for each other. But Christmas is about the day Jesus was born.
But Jesus didn't have a family.
Did it? Oh, yeah, it did.
Nah.
Then that's a mess.
What? So your little idea is about
It's just representing when Jesus was born.
what?
Santa is the whole thing about the Christmas stuff and the presents is just and the tree is just to represent the day Jesus was born.
Nobody knows when you were born.
That's how they made it. I didn't make that.
Oh, you didn't make that one?
I didn't make Christmas.
When did you start speaking up all of a sudden?
I don't know.
All of a sudden you speak up, they can hear you, you're sure about what you're saying. When did this happen? You don't know?
No, just the Santa thing.
It just popped out?
Yeah.
When I said the Santa thing? Oh.
That's a mess.
What? Okay, we're gonna see what happened on Easter.
Easter. See, Easter is about.
So you don't believe in Easter either?
We don't celebrate and put stuff up on Easter.
What?
We don't put a whole bunch of stuff up on Easter.
Who don't?
The family.
Oh.
We don't
So-
put a whole bunch of Easter hippie hoppy stuff.
You don't believe in the Easter Bunny?
No. See,
Oh, I'm
where did this
sorry.
stuff even come from?
You're not having any fun in life.
I am having fun.
You don't celebrate Santa as a kid, no fun. You don't celebrate Easter Bunny. You don't. Do you celebrate White History Month?
White History Month?
Yeah.
Is that from you?
What?
A Bible Thumper Thursday? A Bible Thumper Thursday?
What?
Like,
What'd you say?
Black History. What did you say?
I said, do you celebrate White History Month? You celebrate nothing else. Then turn that heat off or down or something. I'm sorry?
I'm a kid. I don't go into like the Democrat and stuff with the world.
White History is not Democrat.
I know, but I don't see it as a big holiday.
You don't see it as a good holiday?
I don't even know what it means.
Oh, well, be quiet.
I don't even know what History Month
Who
is.
boy is you?
History of whiteness?
Why History Month? In July.
4th of July?
The whole month, buddy.
The whole month is White History Month.
Yes.
So the history of whiteness?
Yes.
Yes.
So get ready. At least you're going to celebrate something.
What do you do on that day?
What do you do?
Yeah.
You celebrate.
Whiteness?
Yeah.
Yes.
Whatever. I don't know why you call them that. Yeah, that's white. What you call it, white? Uh-huh.
We are audio
Okay.
and video
Well, thank
recording
you.
this ride for your safety.
Hi, y'all. Amazing. Merry Christmas. Amazing. So, what I want to do is reflect. This is the last Sunday of this year. And so it's our last fellowship of this year. And it's been an amazing year. It's just been mind-blowing. So I want to reflect, and then I want to share some with you, and blah, blah, blah. Anybody here for the first time? Oh, tell us your name and how did you hear about us? Take the mic for me first.
My name's Oscar. My brother brought me.
I can't hear you.
My name's Oscar. My brother brought me.
That's your brother? You like him?
Most of the time.
Oh, good. Nobody else does. Any question about anything?
Yeah, I'm just here to observe and learn.
Right on. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
And your name and how did you hear about us?
My name's David, and I heard about you on YouTube.
Oh, YouTube? Oh, welcome, David.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Not yet.
Okay. Any questions from anybody? Yes, Raymond.
You say about the silent prayer. You say it's proper to pray first thing in the morning and last thing at night.
Right.
And okay, that I began to do that. I know that it seems like certain demons in my mind always try to scare me out of doing that.
Yeah.
It's as if they hate me for committing to be still.
Yes. And your question or just
Is that usually normal for people who commit to a prayer?
Absolutely. The one thing I want you to know, of all things evil hate about you, of all the things they hate, and they hate everything, really, but the primary thing is for you to be still, silent. The demons does not want you to be still, to be silent, because they know that the light will overtake them and they have to leave you. And so they tremble at the idea of you being still and doing nothing, just watching. So, and then if you stay with it, which most people don't, they get worse. They yell at you, they scream at you, they say, I'm afraid, how long is this going to take, this is too heavy, too much, and they have a fit. They do not want you to be still.
One more thing I noticed when I pray before I go to bed at night. I notice that I don't have need as much rest as I need.
Absolutely.
I usually wake up around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
No, because when you go to bed consciously, you're aware so the demons can't work into your dreams and make you not rest at night and yell about worry and all that. And you will have perfect sleep at night if you stay there. Right on. Amazing. Yes.
I left my straight jacket at home.
What?
I left my straight jacket at home.
Oh, yeah. Crazy woman.
Psycho. Okay.
Is this the crazy lady name?
Yeah. Psycho.
What did they call you, the crazy lady?
I'm realize I'm psycho.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
Mimi, but I am psycho.
Oh,
And that's
interesting.
what leads to the question. So, you know how they say you can't put lipstick on a pig, right? Or you could, but it's still a pig.
Right.
But, you know, if the pig stays quiet and the lights are dark, right? Probably could pass, right?
What?
That's why. Okay.
What do you say?
So, you know, like they say you can't put lipstick on a pig, that's
Right.
still a pig, but if the lights are really low and the pig stays quiet, right? It could probably pass for a woman, right?
I clearly don't understand the question.
So
I know black is slow, but I ain't that black.
Okay, so how do you know when like you're truly submitting, right? As opposed to just like giving up and like being apathetic, you know, where you can get tired. Like you know how I'm gonna Bible thump, but you know how like Jacob was wrestling and he didn't know, he just like was just wrestling some dude, but it ended up being God, and like he popped his hip and like he just gave up, you know. So like, how do you know when you're truly submitting or you're just like submitting in defeat?
That's a really good question. Very good question. Who want to respond to that question? Come on. The whole year been wasted. Yes, right. And then you got me. All right.
As to the young lady's question about the difference between submitting to God versus just giving up, it's a matter of, I believe, ego. When you submit to God, you should leave and check your ego at the door.
Okay.
But when you feel you're giving up, you're still holding on to your ego.
Okay. I mean, the young lady in front want to respond to
I think that if you have no feelings attached to surrendering it all, I think that's probably like the purest form of letting go and submitting. Like there's no feelings attached to it. It's just something you're doing.
Oh, okay. Amazing. Did that help a little bit?
Yeah, more.
And to add to that, the way you know that you're giving up, that's the question, right? How do you know?
The difference between submitting and just giving up, of just like
giving up? What do you mean by giving up?
And I just, when I was thinking about the biblical question, you know, and I was like really trying to figure it out, where it's just sometimes you just get so exhausted that you just, okay, I just accept this for what it is, rather than just like that God's got this, you know, rather than, you know, it's like, okay, this is what it is and I'm just gonna keep on trucking, or really keep on
New
trucking,
message from D.
you know?
Coming down from Nail
The
Salon.
way to know that you're giving up is when you can take all of your pain, all of your grief, all of your loneliness, all of your sadness, all of your depression. When you can take that, you've given up. You submit it. That's how you know when you can do all that. It's gonna blow your mind. And most people can't endure that. Most people can't even do 3 minutes of being alone. Just 3 minutes of being alone, not just being aware, but being alone. But when you can take all of your pain and just take it and don't complain or anything, you give it up, and that's when you'll be free. Isn't that amazing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That question was like an ice skating world, it's like a quadruple axel.
Yeah.
You know, because but yeah, I'll leave that for the rest. So thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Even when someone is bothering you or kind of tormenting you, you still don't want to do anything. Don't speak up.
Especially when someone is tormenting you. When someone is tormenting you, do nothing about it at all. As long as they're not trying to physically hurt you, right? But when they're tormenting you, do nothing about it. Let it happen. Don't fight against it. Don't try to prove anything. Just take it, and you shall be free.
Okay.
And no matter how painful it seems, and the devil tell you, oh, this is going to happen, this is happening, everybody's thinking this is happening, that's fine. Let it happen. You got to let these things happen if you want to be free from them.
And what if you understand that that person will never stop?
What is what now?
What if you understand that the person tormenting you, they'll never stop, they'll never give up, you just let it be?
What if you understand that they never stop?
Yeah.
You won't be thinking about it. Well, you will be thinking about it because the devil tell you they never stop, right? But what you will discover is that they're not tormenting you at all.
We are audio and video
They're doing it
recording
to
this ride for
themselves.
your safety.
You just think that is you because inside of you, Satan is telling you it's happening to you, but I promise you it is not happening to you. They're burning. The person that's doing that to you, they're burning, they're hurt, they're lost. They're trying to get some type of life from you, a false life, by making themselves feel better knowing that they can torment you. They get a false sense of life, but in reality, when you give nothing back, don't react at all, you're going to see that it's not happening to you, and then they will eventually go away.
Good afternoon.
Because they got to find somebody to torment and get a reaction from, so they'll go and find someone else. So there's no such thing as them not going away. They will go away. Plus, if they stay, they still will bother you because it'll be happening to them. And you will see that it's not happening to you. You just think it's happening to you. It's not. It's impossible for someone to torment you.
Thank you.
What do you think about that?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
All I could do is wait till I see that.
Yeah.
Right?
And watch yourself and what the devil's telling you about it. Think about it, how to feel about it, how to act. Do nothing. Let it happen. You'll be fine.
Yeah, yesterday the devil was like telling me, this person's never gonna stop. You might as well just give up and go have fun. You're gonna be...
Beat him up? What did you say?
No, I was having, like, this thought came yesterday, like, this person bothering you, never gonna stop. You might as well just give up and go have fun. You're young. What is all this you're doing?
If it's a breakup, for example, and the woman break out a car window or carry on, coming to your job, peeping in the window. You should call the police. That makes sense? Don't get angry at her at all. Call the police because you don't want them at your job doing that kind of stuff. But other than that, nothing. Really, give them nothing. Because the devil is working them the way he works you in your mind. And they will go away. All right? Amazing.
Thank you.
Nice. Any other questions? Yes, sir. This your first time here? Okay. I can't wait to get to you. Yes.
Yeah, so I think, his example, maybe like the crazy girlfriend or ex-girlfriend situation, but maybe more practical. Where's that line of this is like impeding my daily activities, so I need to take action because it's preventing me from doing X, Y, Z, versus yes, I don't want to get angry, yes, like emotionally I'm not involved, but it's also preventing me from doing X, Y, Z activities. How do I take action that's not attached, but also this reactionary because it's
Like preventing you from going to work.
Well, I guess I'm thinking, like, let's say you have a workaholic, for example, right? They keep kind of doing things and they're annoying or they're saying ruining your reputation. So if it's impacting your work or your life, how do you stop that, but also at the same time not get emotionally connected to it?
And what reputation are they?
I TSS. That's
It had nothing to do with love. It had to do with
I think it's like maybe extreme case. I think it's not that you're so connected to that reputation. It's just when you do something, whatever language stuff you have comes with you. You're not going to be aware of being productive.
I'm not quite understanding that. How maybe I may want to explain that, and then I can make it. You've been stalked before. Hey, buddy, what's that? Good, have you had a stalker before? Okay. You have a stalker? Oh, you don't have one. Oh, you didn't do it. What year?
Let me give you like a very practical example.
Reputation. You have a reputation.
Not a good one. I'm saying it's the practical. I think his example is very good. It's just like if you know somebody's going to keep doing something, it's going to be negative. Let's say, for example, you're in a house. This one person always throws their trash bag before the door. Right? It's trash and it's like putting it in the trash. But you know over time, like, hey, if I have guests coming, they see this trash in front of my door. Why do you keep throwing trash in front of my door? Right. But where's that line of like calling the police or just saying, hey,
No kidding. And then you have to go back to the room. And then they keep going. Just call the police. This every time, the moment you want to attack them, and then you do it again, no harm will be done. Just call the police. Give me the right.
Well, I mean, not, you don't have to escalate the call to the police, but where's that line? Like, do I take action or do I just let it go?
Yeah, you call the police. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to back off what you said. I just wanted to clarify. I wish it was as simple as like an ex-girlfriend or the trash, but what if it's like, I don't want to scare the children? What if it's your mother? And you know she's gonna be in your life forever, basically.
To your mother from the train and you're done.
Right. So that's what I heard from you before is like if you move away, the spirit's still gonna be with you. You have to face it. So at what point do you stop facing it and just
So I'm not quite clear now. So like if you go to your mother, I'm sorry for everything to you. I'm moving on my life. And if she continues to call you, check your record,
right, exactly.
Then you block her and all this.
Yeah, when do you stop facing it and just kind of cut her off and just I guess
the moment you forgive her, you really don't have to deal with her anymore ever. You have no obligation to her at all. Your obligation is to not resent her. Listen, she couldn't help herself.
Yeah, I don't resent it, but it's like she's like when you say building an army, it's like the other day the gardener that does landscaping in my house also does her house. He came up to me, he doesn't speak a lick of English, and he's like, "You okay? Your mama should worry." I'm like, "You speak English?" So, you know, like,
Do you live next to your mother?
unfortunately,
Do you live close to your mother?
it's probably an issue.
What? Do you live in an apartment or something?
No, they kind of calm me. They're like, why don't you come down the street and we'll help you get a nice house, we'll help you co-sign with you. I was like, wow, that sounds really good.
right for
You
your
stay
safety.
away from me, or I have you arrested. Good. And then don't get angry. And if she continues, call the police so she know that you mean her. She's not your mama anymore. You're the individual.
Yeah, it feels like I'm like an ex-boyfriend or something. Like she just won't.
Right.
You know, as bad as it sounds, I don't even want to say it, but that's what it feels like. It's
It
like,
is that.
it's like,
It's that. She's trying to make you her husband.
right.
So just say stay away.
So that's why even if I've had a talk like that, not to the quite to the group of police, but I've had these talks with her. Like, can you stop? Like, even if they don't stop, then I gotta
Call the police. Call the police. Call the police. You're being harassed. You know that the devil is family member. Oh, that's your mom. That doesn't even mean anything. You know how when cows have calves, the calves suck milk from mama, and then the calf go off, you don't see the calf until they grow. Same thing. You don't need her anymore.
So if I move back to the other side of the world, I'm not running away, right? I'm just like,
Right.
kind of got to get away from it.
Absolutely. If you move west here, you're fine. You get away from it. Absolutely. Just don't be angry. Make sure you don't be angry. You don't want to run in anger. You want to face the anger. Otherwise, just run into another mom or something.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, during the Christmas party, I was like dying in the middle of the party. I was like trembling.
Why?
Because it's just that spirit is there, you know. She's running around controlling everyone.
You
I'm
were
just-
at the party with her?
Yeah, I'm looking at my mom control everything, and I'm just like,
Well, why were you at the party?
it's Christmas, you know.
What?
Yeah, I got conned. Let's be honest, I got conned. I
So
gave-
you were at a Christmas party with mama?
Well, my whole family, you know, mom was
Well,
there.
you didn't have to be there.
I know I didn't have to be.
So why did you stay?
I gave in. I gave up. At that moment, I did.
Well, that's not her fault. That's yours.
Yeah, it is.
You're responsible for you.
But I'm at the party and I realize I got conned again. I'm just like, why
Well,
did
why did you just leave?
Fear.
Yeah. Of what? All human beings are driven by fear. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Well, what were you afraid of?
Because, you know, they're playing like the little white elephant game, and I just didn't want to get up in the middle of the game and be like, all right, can you
No,
move
you
your
can
car?
walk away. This game is over. I'm out of here. Bye.
I should have. I should have did it.
Yeah, that's how you grow when you deal with things.
Yeah.
And she knew she had control of you at the party. She knew you didn't want to be there.
Oh, yeah. And it's like when they know you're weak, that's when they kind of, you know, I don't want to be too symbolic, but there was a point where I was sitting at the bar, like the bar area with some people my age, and my mother comes from behind me.
Oh, my
It's
God.
almost like the devil doesn't want you to see, right? But,
Why do you backhand?
and I'm just like, you know, you get that eerie feeling. I'm just like, what the, you know, but
Why
I
did you
can't,
backhand her?
I couldn't get up in the middle.
I'm not pushing violence. I'm talking about protection.
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Self-defense.
Yeah, but, yo,
And what did you say when she did that?
I looked at my brother's wife, and she's looking at me like, damn, you deal with it too? I'm like, yeah, I do. Because she
Did you
does
call
that
her-
with all of them. She does that with my brother and his wife.
Did you call her the B word? I can't say that in church.
No, I just looked at my brother's wife, and I
You
just
just
said,
said B word. Real loud.
no, I thought about you for a second where you said, just take it, don't do anything. So I just stood there and just said, whatever.
No, that's not what I mean.
Right.
I'm talking about what we were talking about earlier about the pain.
Uh-huh.
Don't do anything about that.
Yeah.
Or if someone is trying to harass you, don't do anything about that.
Well, I was
Unless your life
harassing.
is dangerous. I'm not talking about that mama treat you that way.
Yeah. And later when I reflect on it, it's just, I don't want to say I get mad, but I just,
Of course you get
I get
mad because
pain.
you're already angry, you can't stand up to her. And the devil just talked to you even more so, oh, look how she's treating you. And now you're angry even more so.
Yeah.
You're not free. You were born to be free.
Yeah.
Born to be wild.
I've been kind of I've been dealing with this since I was. The moment I started to even resemble my father a little bit, maybe age 17, I just been back and forth like this so hard. It's almost like I'm used to it, but it never felt right, never felt free, you know?
Well, end it today. Don't play that game with her anymore.
Have a good one.
Thank you very much.
So I just gotta block the number,
all the numbers, block them, and if she come over and ask, why you block me? It's because you make me sick. I don't like you. I told you to stay away from me.
Yeah.
And tell her if you come back again, I'm gonna have you arrested. And be real firm about it.
Okay.
End it today so you can be free today.
Yes, sir.
All right?
All right.
Amazing.
Thank you.
What a mess. As my friend said, the anti-Santa Claus friend. What a mess.
Okay, so to this
You
gentleman.
know, I got in trouble with you, man. Oh, yeah, last week, everybody, not everybody, a lot of people were, oh, that kid was right about Santa. Why are you telling the truth about Santa? I'm like, that's his born life. I love Santa. Amazing. Yes, sir.
Okay, to the gentleman with the mom problem. I think the most loving thing you can do to your mom right now is to free yourself.
Yeah. If you love her, you'll free yourself from her.
Yeah, that's the only way to help her. And once you get there, like the whole world's going to open up. It's going to be amazing. I think she's here terrorizing you for a specific reason, just to make you tougher.
No, that's why she doing it. She want his soul.
Well,
she want life,
but
she get false life by controlling her kids.
So in a weird way, though, I think he needs this tough.
He does, but not his mama.
Okay, there's a tiny bit of victim quality I hear in his story, where he's not ready to go after you. So I think his mom being extra tough on him, being extra like clingy.
Well, you have a good point. He is playing a bitch. That's
I know. Yeah. So to help her, that would totally flip and invert the whole dynamic, and he could then become the man that he's meant to be, that God wants him to be. And that would be the most loving thing for him to step it up, get out, get away from her, and put your foot down.
Yeah, stand up to mama, man.
Yeah, we're
and
all
then you'll be
rooting
able
for
to deal with the world. Absolutely. Yes. Oh yeah, Francisco is in here. And then I gotta tell y'all about my stalker. Do y'all know I had a stalker for a while? Oh, you know about it? How did you know? When?
Not too long ago on the radio, I think you said it.
On Roseville, but
Yeah. You said something about it.
Rosa show.
Yeah.
Roseanne Barr show.
I had
Oh, okay. Yes.
It's
You like that? Huh? We'll get to that. Yes.
So, it's probably time for him to move away, because he never moved away. He's next door. Mama's never going to give up, especially when you got the magnet of the house. So you can rent it out. You can rent rooms out. Get yourself an apartment away, like Texas or New York. You commute, because you need the distance. Because your mother is never going to give up. She'll sit at the sidewalk and watch you drive by and, hi, my honey, I made some favorite rice for you. You're going to love it.
You like rice?
Go over. Of course. Of course.
I thought you like tacos or something. Isn't he a Mexican? Are you Mexican?
No, I'm not Mexican.
Oh, you're Allah Uaba guy.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
The Asian Allah Akbar.
And he's going to go right over. He's going to smell the food, and he's going to go right automatic, because that's me. I do the same thing. So the best thing for you is rent it out, Airbnb, or get some roommates, and then rent out 2 rooms, leave yourself a backup room, but you need to get away so that you can grow by yourself on your own. Because just the magnetism being so close to mom, man, you're still a little boy.
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
I think we should.
What do you think about that advice? Frank is my friend, so I hate to go. What do you think about that advice when he just gave?
Oh.
No, young.
I think there's some truth to it about you do have to get away. And I guess I was just thinking about my own experience where my sister is kind of similar. And even though she's older, she never really flew the nest. But when I was 18, I graduated high school and then just moved out. And I never really took any help from them or anything, but my sister always did. And I don't know, I guess that's just what I was thinking about. So I'm just kind of going in and out. But I think there's some truth to getting away from your parents and having that separation and kind of even just saying like, no, I don't want to talk right now, or, you know, just really having that true separation in terms of space and communication.
That is so good. That's a way to end the year. Okay. Yes, Doug. And then, okay. You want to respond to the advice Francisco gave him? Okay.
I would say that you don't have to go anywhere. All you have to do is take the stand, and not give in to her. Not, speak up when you need to speak up, but you don't necessarily have to go anywhere. Now, sometimes when you're younger, you do. I did. I moved away as soon as I could, but I was young and angry, so that might be a difference. I think it is a difference.
Okay. Did you want to respond to that? Oh, okay. And then here,
One of the things that the gentleman is going through, when I forgave my mom, it was the same thing. It just ramped up, and granted, I'm glad I moved out when I was like 15, 16.
Did you move far away from her?
Oh yeah, I moved all the way to San Fernando Valley.
Oh.
She lived in LA, and she would tell everybody that he's on drugs because he says he forgives me and he resents me. And I was like, and in the beginning I would get mad. I was like, dude, she's making people think I'm crazy. But then later on, I was like, so what if I don't care if my family thinks I'm crazy?
So you think he should move far away from her?
At least put distance in between. You have to. Shameless plug. If you need to sell your house, let me know. But if he needs to sell his house, let me know. But I think the most important part was that he mentioned it. Like he gets sucked right back into it, but he allows it. But putting distance in between is the best thing, because at least like that the devil's gonna have to make an effort to go bug you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I think he was great.
You agree with that, the younger brother? You agree with that?
Yeah, I did the same thing. I moved out after high school because I.
What's going on, Paul? My bad. I wasn't even looking.
She had a weird.
I'm listening to the
I heard about it
podcast.
through, I don't remember.
How many hours are you doing today? I'm doing the full 12.
Where because I've been so independent.
Full 12.
For a really long time. She all of a sudden, when she saw.
I'll be done at 4. There's 2 reservations, and then that's it. I'm picking up some carbs, picking up a pizza right now, and then go to sleep.
It really helped just redefine my relationship with my mom, because getting help from her, I was doing my own thing, and it helped like redefine that whole my own person now. We can have a relationship as adults, but like I'm no longer in your to a certain dependent on you, and I don't have to listen to you. I'm always gonna listen to my mom, right? But I don't have to, because I can do my own thing. Of course, yeah.
You let too?
I live an hour and a half away, so it's like once every
It's not
other
like
month
an
or something.
everyday thing.
Yeah, it's not every day. It's like once a month at least. I try to go visit her. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Amazing. Here's. Did you have your hand for that? Oh, okay.
I was gonna agree with what Doug said, that he doesn't necessarily have to go anywhere, because it all boils down to like working on yourself and going within and doing the work on yourself. I don't think that you can just drop anger or drop fear. It really has to be like facing it and going through it. But it's like God's light coming into you and causing it to go away, and practicing staying present. When you do that, then the answers are there in the present. So
You say he should stay there?
I say that he should work on himself, because it's not easy to just pick up and sell your house.
Right.
But it's the connection. Even if he leaves, that's still, if he moves away, far away, that'll put distance, physical distance, but whatever's going on inside that's causing him to have the feelings or emotions, the fear around his mom is still going to be there. Just because he moves,
Right.
is not going to make that go away. What's going to make it go away is working on himself.
I totally agree. Everything that's wrong is inside of you. Your mother have her problems. You're right about all that mess, but you got to face it. Because you are the ruler of your own world, and you got to operate in your own world. And you can't run. You got to face her, and just tell her, stop it. You can't come over. Don't call me. Don't do anything. I'm done. And if she comes, have her arrested. Don't play the game with her at all. Just don't be angry. And she's right. If you run, that spirit's still going to be inside of you. And you're going to have to face it in one way or another. So it's best to face it with your mother. That way you can face it with the whole world. But you got to face her, overcome her, and you'll be able to live right next door to her, and she won't touch you. You'll be able to live wherever you want and be free. It's up to you. You got to do it. You got to face it. You don't have to move, unless you just want to move, But the fear is in you. The irritation is inside of you. The inability to tell her to back off is inside of you. It's not outside of you. You are your own world, and you are responsible for your world. I had a neighbor, and she was a nasty old black woman. Nasty, just in everybody's business in the neighborhood, and she nice and sweet until she draw you in, right? And so I didn't know that at first, so she drew me in. Then I noticed what she was all about, and she wouldn't stop. So I finally told her, you know what? This is your last warning. Don't come on my property. You're not allowed to even look at my property. When you ride down the road or walking down the road, don't look toward my house. And I said that if I'm driving down the road and you're in the middle of the road, dead or dying, I'm gonna run over you. Still wet? I said, I mean it. And I wasn't angry, but I let her know it's the last call for alcohol, right?
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
Now she walked by, she kind of looked, but I see her trying to look, but she won't let me see her look. But you just have to put it up, and that was no problem for her at all. And I see her once, and I don't know what she's trying, but no problem. It's in you. You are the captain of your own world. You got to take over. Everything you're looking for is inside of you. It's not on the outside. So you have to put your feet down. Just don't be angry. There's never, ever, 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 no matter what happens, never a reason to be angry. Anger will separate you from God. So never get angry. Drop the anger, but stand up for yourself. Because everywhere you go, You don't have to deal with people. People are evil. Human beings are worse than what you can imagine. And you will, as you're overcoming it in yourself, you'll see how bad it is. So you got to deal with it. Why not start now? What do you think about that?
No, I've had those kind of conversations with him before, but I guess it was just too soft. You know, I have to really just tell her like, hey.
Yeah, once you have this conversation, no more conversation. If she try to talk about it, I don't want to talk about it. I'm done. Stay away from me. No more conversation. Because all she's trying to do is draw you back in.
Right.
That's why she want to keep talking about it. Don't talk about it anymore. You don't want any conversation. Your mother is your enemy, not your friend.
Yeah, I've had that feeling since I was a young teenager, but there was nobody else in the world until I saw your YouTube video that I thought understood that.
All mothers are like that. And I hear you know, it's the culture. No, it's not. It's an evil spirit. If you're like your father, you don't have kids. The moment you pop out the womb, she'll call you a name. You're like his daddy. She said a curse word. And it's just hell from there on. But forgive her, she can't help it, not her. And you stand up and say no. You say no. You don't have to move unless you just want to, but not out of frustration with her. And then, like Francisco, if she on the curb when you come home, as long as she's not in the driveway, just ignore her. Say nothing. Right? Amazing.
Yeah.
So I had a stalker. What did you hear about my stalker?
I remember you explaining to Roseanne that you would come to work and this woman was so in love with you.
She
was in love with you, and she just kept saying,
"You're gonna be my husband.
You're gonna marry me." And I thought that was such an amazing story that you shared.
So one day this woman showed up to my door. Apparently she had been trying to get counselor session or interview or visit with me. The people that does the schedule wouldn't let her because they knew she was crazy. And so one day she just showed up from Oakland or somewhere. And I didn't know she was a crazy woman. And so I happened to be out in the lobby there. Oh Lord. I'm telling you. Help us, Lord. We need you. And so I answered the door, and she was like coming in, and she was giving me a piece of paper. She's like, "Oh, the Lord told me to come to you, and the Lord told me to give you this, and you're supposed to marry me, and I love you, and the Lord said we're supposed to be married." I'm like, "Who?" She said, "The Lord." I said, "Ain't no Lord told me." But no, I said, and then she started being crazy. I said, "No, you gotta go. Sorry, you gotta go." I actually come to church Sunday, but thank God she didn't come. And so she went behind my building and set up shop around there. And every day she was around. And she would walk up and down the hall, the street. She would walk up and down the back of my building. She would hop out of cars. And one day I was going to my car. I have a gun now, so y'all can't do that. But and she jumped out and ran over to me into my pocket. I was running. I'm like, "Get over me. What's wrong with you? Get away from me." And she ran away again, and I called the police. And then they came looking for her, but she didn't. And then I put all my guys on it. They started videotaping and everything. And then one day, this went on for a while. It was working. I was making sure she was working on it. So one day I'm driving down the street, the alley there, going to the street. And she was coming up there. And she yelled, I love you. I said, I hate you. She's like, you're not supposed to say that. You're a preacher. I said, yes, I am. I hate you. I haven't seen her since. I'm like, that's all it took. I could have done that a long time ago. But she was in that case. And it's weird having a stalker. It is weird. No wonder people are concerned with stalkers. Stalkers are crazy. You ever had a stalker?
Yeah, my ex-wife.
She was your stalker?
I bet, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She wouldn't show up, but she was constantly trying to hurt me. And I would have other people show up, police, and all sorts of stuff.
Amazing. Stalkers are crazy. But still with anger. I stayed away from the anger. I had fun with it. I watched my back and forth. And I didn't tell nobody. Oh, what a mess, huh? The Lord did not tell you, if the Lord want me to get married, He's going to let me know too. He's not going to tell you to go tell Jesse how he's going to be his wife. That's what he does. Right? A lot of women do that. Especially Christians. When the Lord told me you're my husband, no. Not. What do you think about that interview with Roseanne?
I honestly enjoyed it because you spoke on a lot of truth. I was able to reflect on a lot of things that I personally experienced as you were sharing about how you went up to your mother and forgave her. I had that same experience. I was afraid, but I did it, and it changed my life. So I really enjoyed myself watching that.
Yeah, it was an amazing interview. Discussion. If you've not seen it, make sure you check it out. You liked it too?
And I also would like to try her pie. The
Roseanne,
sweet potato pie.
When she invited me over, she's like, what kind of pie you like? She had, you want an apple pie? I'm like, apple pie, white people stuff. I said, I want a sweet potato pie. And she made me 3 sweet potato pies. And they were delicious. I brought one here to the office. It was gone before I was at one piece. He got ate it before I could put it in. It was amazing. And I think she was working on herself too. I believe she was working on herself. Yeah. When she was on the pharmacy. Yeah.
I'm glad you said that because the other 2 podcasts you did with her, she wasn't as comfortable and open. That you guys look like you were 2 old-time buddies just having a good time.
That's my friend now.
Yeah,
it's my friend.
That's one of your best podcasts, I think.
Oh, he was amazing.
It was beautiful.
Yeah, right on. So, I have any other questions? Okay. Yes.
This is a quick one. I'm doing like a purge of a lot of my stuff, going through it and getting rid of stuff. I have like little tiki dolls and stuff from countries I visited. And you know how like the Christians, they're always really mad about stuff that's like maybe magic or magic adjacent. Is it true that can have bad juju or like
We are audio and video
I know
recording
it's a
this
silly
ride.
question, but it's also serious. Like, is it like can like a thing be evil?
If you believe it is in your mind, because your mind would tell you that it's evil, then it'll work you overtime, and you'll start reacting to it. Otherwise, it's just a doll and a piece of paper or something.
So stuff can't like have spirits in it or like.
Not that I'm aware of. Can they hate? No. I just think it's all in the mind. Are you afraid?
No, but I gotta throw some stuff
you
away.
Throw all your cheeky dogs away because
yeah,
because they may be evil.
Yeah.
Yes.
You went to the Shining Hotel unknowingly one time, I heard.
Right, but There were no dogs, right?
Right, but there was like scary stuff, I think.
Yeah. I didn't know about the Shining Hotel. Y'all heard the Shining Hotel? And I had seen the movie, but I ended up at the hotel in Colorado, right? Yeah. And so I got there really late at night, long story short. Got there late at night, and I had to take this little airport car from the airport all the way through the hotel to the hotel. And we went up these mountains and through these roads and around these hills and around, just like in the movie. But I'm still not thinking shiny. And so I get late at night too, late at night. When we finally got to the hotel, the driver dropped me off. I went in and then put me in the room. I got my room. Long story short, went to bed. And as soon as, and this is a true story, I'm not making any part of it up. And so I go to bed and I'm sleeping, and all of a sudden I hear this noise. Help! Help! I'm like, what? Help! And I open my eyes, I look around, I don't see anything. Nothing, right? And then I go back to sleep. Okay, I don't hear anything. Help! 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 I'm like, man. So I get up and I open the closet door because it sounded as though it was coming from the closet room, from the closet, with the lights out and everything. And I look in the closet, I didn't see anything there. So I'm thinking, I'm crazy. So I go back.
Thing I wish that he would work on.
That he would work on?
Yes.
Have you told him that?
Yes.
And why don't you work on the hell in you? And I know why already, I'm just seeing what you think. Rather than just the body, why don't you work on your spirit? As well.
I guess the only answer I have is I just don't really know how.
Okay. How is she supposed to deal with, see, the order of God is God in Christ, Christ over man, man over woman. How is she supposed to deal with the hell in you and deal with the hell in her? And here you come home with all these muscles but full of hell. How is she supposed to handle that?
So she mentioned that I will walk away from a situation. When I walk away from the situation, it's because I don't want things to spiral out of control. So I'll walk away. And I do that. When I do that, it seems to her like I don't care about what we're talking about. But it's not that. It's I do care. I know where this is gonna go because I know me, and I would rather not get there.
And where will it go?
Just into an emotional outpour, with feelings are involved and things like that. And I don't want to get to there because I've been there with her multiple times, and I just don't want that because I think that takes us down a notch in terms of our relationship. That kind of puts a notch in us if we yell out obscenities, and we engage in that type of evil behavior together.
Right.
That's gonna not bring us down a notch, and
But
I don't
you're
want that.
already down a notch.
Yeah, but it brings us down even more, and I just don't want that. So I try to salvage whatever is there by walking away instead. But she interprets that as I don't care.
Give me an example. You don't have to go all person to person.
No, I know. I just have like we're arguing about something, and I have something I want to say, and it seems completely invalid to him, and he'll shut it down and walk away. Like, 'cause it's like he'd rather not hear what I have to say, and also not let it get further than it has. Because if he gets loud, I get loud, or vice versa. If I get loud, then he gets loud. So, I guess that's an example.
If you don't help her, how is she supposed to get help? When you're getting angry and walking away due to anger, how is she supposed to be helped if you're supposed to lead her?
I've tried it both ways, where I talk with her, and I will we will conversate. We'll try to conversate back and forth, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on the mood that she's in, and
if her tone rises, I see that automatically as disrespect. And I never want, that's the one thing that, and she knows is that irks me is disrespect. And when she becomes combative and disagreeable in that in the conversation pattern, that turns and then raises her tone, it becomes disrespectful to me.
And why?
And then because it's just the argumentative nature, and then the fact that the tone is rising when my tone is baseline, where I have the tendency to raise my tone. I have to actively control my tone. And so when I'm doing that, and then her tone rises for no reason, other than she's wound up, which I understand, I'd be wound up dealing with me too. That's when I see that as disrespect, or I interpret that as disrespect, and then it can go off the rails. That's why I choose to just walk away, because I just don't want it to go off the rails any further. But then she'll see that as me being insensitive. I'm not caring. But it's quite the opposite.
You care?
I care too much because I don't want this thing to go where I know it's going to go inevitably if we keep this pace up.
And when you say that, and then this young lady is dying to have some input on it. She's like, ugh. When you say she's being disrespectful at times, who is she disrespecting?
Well, obviously I'm referring to me.
And who are you?
I never know with this. Nobody.
Meaning what?
Nobody. I mean, I'm just a human being. Nobody.
So, what does that mean, nobody?
It means nobody. It means.
And so if there's no one, how can you be disrespectful no matter how she acts? How are you being disrespectful?
So it just, I guess it's just formulates as a trigger.
What?
Because I guess I used to think of myself as somebody.
Do you still think there's someone there to be disrespected?
Yeah, but it's hard to drop because I know it in plain sight that I'm nobody. But it's hard for me to wrap myself around that every moment of every day. And that means being present with myself every moment of every day.
And how you expect to see that clearly if you don't have the light of God allowing you to see that? So you can't see it intellectually.
Yeah, I can't.
Right now you just learn it intellectually and you just repeated it. Oh, I'm nobody. But you don't really see that, because if you saw that, really see it, there's nothing she can say to you in any kind of way that you will feel disrespected, because there's no one there to be disrespected. You would know that without a doubt.
Yeah, that's true.
So how are you expected to see that if you don't be still and let the light of God take over?
Not sure what house it is.
You can't?
I can't.
And so why don't you do the silent prayer when you practice being present rather than lost in your muscles?
No, you're right. You're right, yeah.
No, that was a question.
It's 905, though.
You're right.
No, that was a question.
Repeat the question.
Rather than being lost in your muscles, why don't you do this silent prayer? Practice being aware so you can see that there's really no one there and not just learn about it intellectually.
We are audio and video recording this
I
ride
have
for your
another good
safety.
friend who told me, I can see. And I had a conversation with him. Oh, Lord. It was a mess. But it was just all intellectual. You have the same problem. You hear me say nobody is there. Now you're saying no one is there, but you don't believe it because you're yelling at her because she's disrespecting you.
Yeah.
Do you see you just being intellectual with that?
Yes.
Knowledge about the truth is not knowing God. It doesn't make you know God. Put the mic to you there.
Yes.
Good day.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
So are you going to
Good day to
react
you.
in the intellect, or do you want to know
Off
God?
we go.
Yeah, you want to know that.
Then why don't you put the effort in there?
I guess I haven't made it a priority.
And why not?
Because I've made every other thing a priority. All the other things that I've been doing that I know that I do well, I keep doing those things. Maybe the things that I don't think I do well, are the things that I put to the side.
The things that you don't think you do well?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like staying still and being present in silent prayer. that's hard for me. I don't even know how to relax. You know, it's staying still and basically meditating is something that is.
You don't want to meditate. You want to
I know
observe.
I mean it just in the sense of I'm being still and I'm focusing on one thing.
Right.
It's hard for me to do that.
And why is that?
It's always been. I've always had ever since grade school. I've always had an issue with staying focused with things that I'm either not good at or things that don't interest me.
And so that's because you're so angry and bitter and nasty and evil. You're not a nice person.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
Yes.
You know how evil you are?
Yes.
And do you love being evil?
I think it feeds this sick ego.
So you love being evil?
I don't love it, no.
If you didn't love it, you would let it go. I'm sorry?
Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay.
Okay,
I
what?
agree.
You agree?
I agree. It's harder said than it's easier said than done.
And why is that?
I don't know.
You're not even trying. How you know it's... You have tried, it sounds like. You put a little effort and think like, oh, this is too hard. I'm going to go work on my body. Which is either to overcome evil or to work on your body.
It's not that I'm just... I think about working on my body. It's that it's everything that comes as a result of in the beginning working on my body to be good for said competition that I was doing, and it wasn't just one. It was a myriad of them. It was a season of my life I was doing that, and that's a learned behavior. I do that so many times that just begins the identity of who I think I am, and I became good at something that it was a one-man sport. You know, ever since before then, I never was MVP or all-star in any baseball, you know, anything I played, you know, with a team, as a team effort. I get into bodybuilding, and I do good for what I was competing against, and that's what I think I found an identity of sorts in. And then I made it something more with a business, and you know what I mean. So
that's your God.
So yeah, I think that's, if you were to, you know, dwindle it down to something, it would be that. And I begrudgingly say that because I don't honor that. Like I don't pride myself in saying that is a God.
But it is your God.
Right. But
you
if there
do
was,
honor, you work hard for that.
That's the only thing that showed me I was worth anything.
But you weren't worth anything.
Well, right, but if I was of utility to anybody, and to be able to be a utility to anybody, because I have been a utility to people in this field, that's where I developed so much gatherings from, or that's what I developed, I guess, a fulfillment from, because I was pouring into people what I learned and what came naturally to me, and that made other people better, and I saw it, and they told me, and it was a reassurance that kept flowing with me.
And so, because of time, what are you going to do now? Because you're getting older, your body is falling apart.
I mean, I'm always I know, but I'm
body is like a car.
I'm always going to
have to go every year and get a tune-up.
I'm always going to have fitness until I die, or until I can't do it anymore.
What?
I'm always going to have fitness at some level until I die, or until I can't physically move anymore.
So you're going to make that your God forever?
No, but I think it's important to stay strong and stay
Which is more important?
I'm not enslaved. No, I mean, I think that
you're not enslaved by your body.
I could release the structure and be a little bit more easygoing with fitness, but still have fitness and health in my life.
You're not enslaved by your body?
What do you mean by that?
You're a slave to your body.
I know, but in what?
It rules over you. It owns you. It is your God.
Yeah, I believe that.
So So you're a slave by it. You're a slave to the physical, to the body.
Yeah, probably.
And that's why you're so miserable.
It definitely tributes.
Yeah, because you can't have a moment of doing nothing unless you think your body going to fall apart.
Well, it's not that.
God forbid if you go to Hawaii for a week, you're going to have to find all the gems before you get there.
Well, it's not that intrusive, but it
Yes,
is.
it is.
But it is something. It is, and it's
It's
not.
you are a slave to it, and you're miserable, and no one can live with you. You can't even live with it.
The misery that would presumably be there has
Not
given,
presuming it is there.
but has given me structure in life, and that's something that I didn't have. And if I didn't have that, I don't know where I'd be.
But you're still out of control. You don't have structure.
I'm control chaos.
You're still out of control.
I'm a control out of control.
What a mess. And so why do you deal with this? What's wrong with you? Oh, you like, she's like the homeless living, the houser. Are you still the houser?
Yes, we still live together.
You got to unhouse. Why are you put up with this? And then I got to go to my friend here and because of that. Why are you so miserable that you love this?
We grew up very, very different lives, like very, very different. He was an only child with his parents. I was in a big family with siblings and a lot of chaos going on. And I grew up a lot knowing a lot of chaos. I feel like I'm comfortable in chaos. And my brain, again, like I said, can run rampant really easy. I found peace in his structure. I found peace in his regimen.
But you don't have peace in
You know, it does come with a price because it's the so stark opposite of what I've had.
But you don't
I find peace in it and I love it, but there's a part of it that it has a price tag with it.
Right, and you have no peace. Because now if you step out of line one time, you're going to elevate. And you're afraid to step out of line. You're really afraid to say what you want to say to him because you don't want him to get mad. You don't want him to go off. You don't want this. So you still don't have peace. Your house may be clean and big and nice, but you're still miserable. Why are you putting up with that?
Because I love him and because I found peace.
You don't
in him
love him.
At some
You don't
point.
have love. How you love him? You have no love. If you loved him, you wouldn't put up with his hell. Where's the love in that?
See, I don't understand that. If I didn't love him, why would I don't get that because I do love him, so that's why I do put up with it.
If you loved him, you wouldn't put up with his hell. How are you helping his hell with this fake love? How is that helping him?
I don't know. I think just by my behavior and I think I bring peace to him by
no peace.
Moments. I bring moments of peace to him.
We are audio and video recording this ride for your
You
safety.
can't bring peace to anyone.
I know that. I do know that.
You don't have peace.
I know.
So how are you going to give him something you don't have?
I guess I'm not.
So why do you think you're bringing peace to him? And you shake and cry at night?
I don't do that.
Oh, yes, you do.
I don't know. I think I have moments of peace within myself. I think I bring moments of peace.
You have no peace.
Like zero, I have nothing.
A moment of peace is not peace.
Yeah.
Peace is peace.
Yeah.
It has no moments. It is.
It's hard to find peace, I guess, when you deal with so much in your day. You've got so many moving parts and so much going on.
You know it's hard to find peace because you only have evil. You could be, he could really be doing his work, his weight stuff, really into it, and have perfect peace, but he's not working on the source that will give him peace.
I work on it in my, like I said, with my times of my silent prayer. I work on it with my conversations with myself.
Why so you love your misery?
No.
You love your hell?
No.
Then why you put up with this and still have your own hell?
Love, I guess.
That's not love. Tell her that's not love. You at least know it's not love, right?
It's a lot of love.
You think that's a lot of love? Then why you fight with it?
Sometimes you fight with love.
What? Colin, help me. What do you say about this situation? The young lady here. And then the young lady over there.
I think I understand it. I see where they're coming from. I lived with somebody when I wasn't married, and I kind of see, and I don't know. Similarly, I used to work out a lot to try and escape and think like, oh, I'm working on myself because I'm doing these physical things. So I guess I was just kind of thinking a little bit about that as he was talking. And then when I started doing the silent prayer, I realized the real difference between really sitting and kind of enduring, like we were talking about at the beginning of church today, about how when you're willing to just sit with it and accept it all, and kind of just really succumb to all the emotions and the pressure, that's how you really begin to work on yourself. And I guess I was also just thinking too about how, when you're not willing to really speak up to someone that isn't love, but you have to do it in the right way without being angry. But real love does, speak up.
Yeah.
And I guess I was just thinking about my own experiences.
You gotta hate each other, you don't love each other. Two devils living together, fighting. If you love one another, you wouldn't put up with this. What do you think about that? Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. And then I'll come. So what else?
There are multiple times that she will say what's on her mind or tell me the problem that she has. So, I mean, that's not the case. She doesn't keep everything in and only just...
Do you see that she's not free?
I don't know. I don't look at it like that. I mean,
you think that her hell is freedom?
I think that at some level, everybody's gonna have a hell to face living in this world. I mean, I don't know if anybody can be free of hell living in this world.
Do you believe that you can overcome your hell?
I think at a level, but I don't think you fully eradicate a hell, because we live on this earth and there's hell all around us.
Right.
So it's hard. You can't just eliminate that.
And why do you think
it can still operate in real life, in real society? Right. It's really real. I don't even know if it's doable.
Really?
Yeah.
You believe the same thing? Do you have a mic?
No, I don't believe that. I believe that I understand. Although I understand what he's saying, it's all of what you make of it. Like every situation.
So do you believe you can overcome hell completely and have perfect peace right here on earth and do all the things you want to do? Do you believe that? Yes or no?
I believe it's possible. Yes. Do I think it's extremely hard for most to do? Absolutely.
And why is it so hard?
Because you can't control your surroundings every single day, and every family issue that arises, relationship issue, world issue, health issues. There's like a myriad of different reasons why something could bring you hell.
Amazing. Okay. I want to come back to this because I want to end with this, but because of time, I need to do something. All right. What do you think about this? This hell they're living in, and they love it and hate it.
I get it. I understand it.
What do you understand about it?
I see, for myself, in standing alone and overcoming and being an individual, about speaking up and not worrying about rocking the boat, in a sense, in conversations. And in doing so, it allows the other person to grow and see the hell that they have as well as your own. That makes sense.
Let me ask you, crazy lady, what do you think about this situation? And do you believe you can have perfect peace right here on earth?
100% one can have perfect peace and overcome hell. yeah, I think just being so afraid of letting go of the hell and loving evil and allowing it. So, yeah, I just, it kind of leads to the biblical question about, loving male and female problems, which I was like man, I wish I can experience male issues, problems, because I'm like, I feel like I myself have female problems where like the dramatic or the drama and the yelling, the emotional, and I was like, all the men that I'm encountering all have the same female issues, like male and female issues of like, so it's like, and I was kind of irritated because you want to be this damsel in distress, someone to rescue you, and I'm realizing like the men are looking for someone to rescue them too.
Oh man.
Yeah, so I was like, I'm like, well, we have
It's worth it a man looking for somebody to rescue.
yeah, and then worst on top of that is, being a quote unquote woman and be like, well, what about who's gonna rescue me? Then you're like two crazy people like, who's gonna rescue me? And you're just arguing, who's gonna rescue me?
Let me do this because I'm tired, crazy. I think their name is stuck now.
Yeah, right.
But anyway, then I want to come here and then hate. How do you feel about him?
I love him. I love the man that he is. I love the man he is to me.
Speak up.
I love him. I love the man that he is and the man he is to me.
You love him. All the hell he brings you.
I guess I do.
Amazing. And how do you feel about her?
The same.
You love the hell she brings to you?
Yeah, because it's a good trade-off. You're gonna have to deal with.
I trade off my hell for your hell.
No, not like that. You're gonna have to go through hell with anybody. If I'm gonna have to go through hell with anybody, I want to go through it with her, and that's something that I don't want to start over again. You know what I mean? I know it's just gonna be a different hell with a different person. I don't want to do that. And I've learned her hell so well that I know how to navigate it a little bit better every day. And that's what it is at the end of the day. We just learned each other's hell a little bit better. We know how to navigate a little bit better every day.
Amazing. What do you say about all this?
I think that they both believe that they're getting what they want from each other. And
they are. They're working hell.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
It's just their eyes haven't been opened yet. They're asleep. They're asleep to truth. And she's not going to overcome. She's not going to overcome her hell if as long as she needs him to guide her, and she can't come out of it unless he's working on himself. She can come out of it, but she needs to separate from it.
Thank you much. Have a good day, sir.
Yeah, you as well.
Thank you.
One is trying to work on himself, but the other one is not.
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
It will destroy every time it sees it. It will destroy her. Or if it were you, or if you were working on yourself, but she wasn't, same thing. The darkness will hate the light. It'll be a battle. But then both of you, you're serious about it. And that way you love each other hell. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me do this. This is so interesting and helpful.
I don't agree with that sentiment. I would, if I saw the light in her, there would be no competition between us in that regard. Like the darkness in me wouldn't not accept the light in her.
But if the darkness hates the light, why wouldn't it?
I know the darkness hates light, but if I saw a glimpse of light in her, and I'm not saying I don't, but when I do see that, it doesn't make me want to fight her with more darkness.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
You just don't realize.
I
because
promise.
You don't love the light. You love your body.
No, I promise.
Effort.
No, I promise I love the light. However, the truth might be hard to hear at times, but doesn't mean I don't accept it. Doesn't mean it doesn't.
Why do you think you love the light?
Because that's God and that's truth.
But that's just in your head. Why do you think you love the light? You just hold on to the idea that that's God. I'm not my body. You know.
No, that's what my conscience tells me. That's the conscience tells me that's right. That's it's a visceral feeling that I understand innately that I can't explain, but that is correct.
But you're not operating from your consciousness. You're operating from unconscious.
No, when I see or when I see or experience the light, I accept that. It's not even up for negotiation. No, but yes, I'm telling you, I understand.
But how can you love the light to someone else?
Nobody said I love the light.
Well, you don't love the light.
No, but I did not say I don't accept the light when it's represented in my life, or when I see it in somebody else, and I can interpret it in them. I'm not.
Well, why don't you go for it for you if you love it when you see it in others?
That's the crossroads that we're at every day in life as humans. Do we take the right path, or we take the path that's more gratifying, instantaneously gratifying?
Why do you take the wrong path?
Because that's the devil that lives in me. You know, it's like
right. It is the devil in you.
Right.
But why not overcome him?
Of course, I want to.
No, you don't.
Yes.
Why do you think you want to overcome it?
Because I know consciously that is the right way to go.
But if you knew that consciously, you would be going right already.
It's easier said than done.
What's easier said than done?
What you just said. Okay, so it's like somebody comes into me and they want to lose 50 pounds. If somebody comes into me and wants to lose 50 pounds, they have 50 pounds of body fat to lose. And they say, and I just tell them, okay, well, why do you eat bad? Just stop eating bad. It's that easy. They have these learned behaviors that are embedded in their subconscious that from either early trauma or just ill relationships with food, that I cannot tell them to just do that, give that
simple. But you're comparing the spiritual life with the physical life, it's not the same.
I mean, the way the brain's going to interpret it is going to be. It's really hard for somebody to just shift their perspective the way they've learned everything in the past on a whim, just because you say, is it just do this instead.
But you can drop your anger right now and be done. I mean, just like that, you can walk out of this room a free man.
I love that, but it's
but you can't drop weight right now and walk out of the room.
Sure.
Not fat, right?
No, it's easier said than done, though.
No.
Because I can.
Let's stay with that first.
Okay.
You can. I know for a fact, without a doubt, you can drop your anger right now and never be angry again. It'll be overdone, wiped away. But you can't drop your fat right now and walk out this room a skinny person, right? Right?
Yes.
So why are you comparing physical things with spiritual things?
The learned behavior is automatic.
Well, anger is not a learned behavior.
Hear me out. The learned behavior is automatic with if I was, or would have to be, I'm sorry, the behaviors have to be learned if I walk out the door and drop the anger now. I'd have to work on keeping the anger dropped.
No, you don't.
Yes, I would.
No, you don't.
But the person that has to...
Listen to me. No, you don't.
Okay.
Because the source that takes the anger away from you destroy the anger. It doesn't come back into you.
How do I destroy this? And how do I destroy the source?
I'm sorry?
How do I destroy the source of the anger?
By allowing the light to do it.
And how do I do that?
By being aware.
And you have to consciously be aware all the time, right?
24 hours a day.
Right. That's the part I'm talking about, that I have to consciously remind myself to be aware.
No, you can't remind yourself. You have to do it.
But how do you do something?
By little ways.
By reminding yourself. By being aware, correct?
No.
So I have to constantly, I have to learn a behavior to consistently reset or galvanize that process.
No.
So that I can consistently do it for the rest of my life.
Thing with physical things.
The learned behavior. Okay, so if I walk out the door and I'm anger free, I have to work on myself to keep that anger free.
No.
But the
Well, if you wanted to, you could walk out this door with no anger.
I know,
and
but I have
never
to.
has to deal with it again. It doesn't. It's nowhere. It doesn't come back to you. It can't come back. It can't get in.
But I have to nurture that to keep it alive.
No,
to keep
you gotta nurture it, Mom.
No, nurture in the sense
Don't
of
say nurture.
Nurture in the sense of I have to keep reminding myself that it's to be aware
Once
of
it's
not
taken
being
away
angry.
from you, it exists no more.
How do you take it away?
The light does.
What does that mean?
God.
What does that mean?
I'll tell you in a minute.
Okay.
All right. But I just want you to know you can't nurture it. Once it's taken away from you, no matter what happens out there in your weight class, you're training people, or whatever, you will never get angry again. It will be impossible. It'll be taken away from you.
Mm-hmm.
It will be taken away from you. And no situation or circumstance can make you angry again because it's been taken away from you. You have a new nature.
I understand that.
And I want to rush because of that. I gotta do this real fast.
Yes, sir.
Did you want to say any more? Oh, okay. Colin, from day one to now, how's your life been and what you learned about yourself and blah, blah, blah?
Day one from coming here?
Yeah. How have you been helped?
Well, I didn't know I never heard that all thoughts and feelings are lies.
Yeah.
And that was just huge for me to like remind myself of that. So it's helped me be a lot more free. That's one thing for sure. How have I been helped? I mean, I think that's the main.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the main thing.
Amazing. Nice.
I can't think of anything else really.
I'm gonna suggest. Isn't that amazing? Yes, Hank.
When you ask the lady why she puts up with his hell, and she thinks that that's love to put up with his hell, but that's not helping him overcome his hell. Like, it's sort of enabling him to stay there. And I noticed that a lot of times couples will stay together and thinking that it's love, but it's not necessarily it's not necessarily hate to break up or to draw a line in a way that you wouldn't draw a line out of fear of something changing in the relationship, because like that can be more love than people come together in emotions, and it's just selfishness that's keeping them together, like a sort of a desperation. And so it can be more loving and more of like a wake-up call to do something different from accepting somebody's mess.
Yeah, amazing. But you gotta love your hell, right?
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
Yes or no, real fast. You say you love your hell.
No, I don't love it, but by extension, me not doing anything about it would interpret that I do love it.
Right.
Right.
And you love your hell.
I don't love it. I do believe that it's part of growing together and blending lives together, and
You're not growing, the two of you growing together?
I believe so.
You think you guys growing together? In hell?
It's in our own version of hell. We
Right.
are.
Okay.
Yes.
You okay with that?
I'm okay with it for the greater, bigger picture of it, and also, like Nick said, not
What
wanting
bigger
to
picture?
not wanting to go through this with somebody. I
bigger
don't
picture
know.
of
I
hell?
don't know any relationship that is in perfect peace. That doesn't
So
really
now-
make sense. I don't know any relationship that's in perfect peace.
That's true. And you're right. There are none. Except for those who start to work on themselves.
Right, I understand. We're blending two wildly different lives, together.
What?
Him and I are blending two lives that are wildly different.
No, y'all
from each
have the same life.
Well, we're
Pure
creating the
hell.
same life. Yes, yes.
The same life.
But I agree with what Hank said, the enabling factor, for
Yeah.
sure. If she were to not take so much of my stuff and even though I hate to say this, but I work very well within parameters and boundaries because I'm a structured individual. That would in essence kind of illustrate boundaries. If you were to not put up with it the way she does and be so absorbent of me, and in essence enable.
Yeah.
And I've even told her that before, but that's something that she knows. But I think she just, like what she just mentioned, she doesn't want to start a fight or anything like that, so she didn't say anything. But the enabling thing is, if she were to put more boundaries on it, it would, and talk up, it definitely would, I guess, further things along in terms of the developed nature of us and me and the working through
At
the
least
hell.
if she didn't put up with the hell in you and just dealt with the hell in herself, she would become free. And if she need to walk away from the situation, you just walk away from it. It would be no loss for her, except for she is leaving your hell and dealing with her own. But she loved the thrill of her hell and yours. She loved your hell, and and give her a thrill because it tell her, oh, he'll get better. He'll fine. It's just this. It make up excuses. So she loved your hell and his hell, her hell, and you love yours, and y'all just love hell. That's why you put up with hell.
I think it's just like an acceptance, not like I wouldn't put an emotion on it. I would just.
No, it is emotion.
It's more of an acceptance.
No, it's an emotion. It's a thrill. Because when you make her mad, she get a thrill. Anger is a thrill. And then when you make her feel good, you come home one night all feeling good, make her feel good, it's still a thrill. But it both still hate. It's still anger. It's just thrills. But it's still hatred. It's still anger. It's just thrills, but you love the thrills. You love fighting. Men and women that are married love fighting because they love the thrill of overcoming the fight, and they call that love. They call it makeup.
I don't. I hate that.
So let me do this because of time. I got to tell you this, and we're just so out of time. Tell me to hold it for 5 minutes. I want to make sure I get this out there. I want you to know that you've been lied to. That you've been lied to. Your preachers have lied to you. Your parents have lied to you. Your friends have lied to you. Your experts have lied to you. Except my experts. Your therapist has lied to you. Your psychiatrist, psychologist has lied to you. And you love and worship your misery. It's your God. And that's why you won't overcome it. Because you can overcome misery just like that. You love your identity of it. It's my body. It's my everything. It's all that I know. I've always had it. Everyone is like this. I cannot get over this because all human beings have this. All human beings are angry. You're worshiping evil and you love it. And that's why you can't overcome it. You don't want to overcome. You have identified with evil. There is no reason at all for 1 iota of a second for you to be unhappy, for you to be lonely, or angry, or sad, or depressed, or suicidal, or hating to be alone, afraid to be alone, or get lonely when you're alone. You're only doing it because you love it. You have identified with evil, and you worship your evil. When you go out looking for love, you're loving your misery. That's why you're looking for love, to get more thrill from it. Oh, check out that woman. She's so fun. Or check out that guy. He's so fine. I wonder if he has money. You love your misery. You only have misery because you love it. That's the only reason you have it. And you make up excuses for it. You have all kind of excuses. Where everybody's like this, an excuse. No one can have peace and excuse. You're making up excuses for evil, and you're wishing me your evil. I promise you, as a living witness, you can have perfect peace, just like that. But you won't let go of your false identities. You won't let go of your misery. You worship it. And you say, I don't know why I'm like this. I just get upset. You're making up excuses. You're worshiping the devil. You have made covenant with evil, that you agree with it and you're one with it. Christ came into the world and Christ brought light. And the light is in the world inside of us now. But you don't want that light. That's why you won't do the silent prayer. So you say, you know what? Your muscles are better. You've been doing this all your life. You don't slow down. Your muscles go down. And what will you have if you don't have your muscles? You're like, yeah, that's right. And I don't have time to be watching myself and doing the silent prayer. So many people refuse to do the prayer. They refuse to be still and let the truth take over and change your life. You don't really want it. And you get it intellectually and you speak it out loud. It's just intellectual. I talk to you one-on-one, I find out that you're crazy. But you know all the truth. You know all the right words. I'm not my body. They'll tell me real fast, I'm not my body. So what do you mean by that? That's about it. You can know the truth, and I promise you, you can be free. You have no business living in misery. Zero business. And you'll have fun in life. You'll have a better fun in life than you are. You're not having fun in life now. You're trying to keep up with your misery. You don't want to miss one party. You don't want to miss one woman or one man. You don't want to miss one club. You cannot stand to live with you for 1 minute in a room.
But after you know what?
How can you live with others when you can't live with yourself? You can't even live with you.
Am I still streaming?
You hate you. You get a quiet moment with you, you go nuts.
I would hope not.
You hate you. And you love the false self. That's why you're not free. I tell people to look way out. And the only way out, you gotta admit you're angry and forgive. Forgive. And then do the silent prayer. Stay present and everything will work for you. Because we can't do it all by ourselves. We can't make ourselves overcome this. We gotta see it. And you will see it by the light of the Father that's in us. Every human being. But most people love their misery. This year, the theme is practice staying present, right, James? You gotta practice staying present. It's not enough. And this place is the only place in the whole world that's gonna help you. Because we deal with the truth here. You want the truth, that's why you're here. But you won't do what it takes to get the truth. Oh, I do it sometimes. I work on myself once in a while. I'm afraid to tell my mama how to count in the cabin. Tell mama how to count in the cabin. You don't owe mama anything. Mama is your enemy. Anyone that has anger is your enemy. And if you have anger, you are your enemy. There's no reason to live with anger. There's never, ever, 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 ever a reason to be angry. There's no one there to protect. If there's no one there to protect, why do you need to be angry? Can nobody hurt your feelings if there's no one there to hurt your feelings to? Can no one take love away from you if you're not looking for love? Don't look for love. It's in you already. But it's in the kingdom of heaven within you, not in your thoughts. Your mind is your enemy. Your mind will have you repeating everything I'm saying perfectly, and you'll still be miserable. And you won't even put the two together. Okay, if I understand what Jesse's saying, why am I still miserable? Why am I still angry? Why do I feel lonely? Why can't I be with me by myself for the rest of my life if I needed to? You don't question that. You can have perfect peace right here on earth. Christ came and we have it. It's inside of us. I promise you, you can have it. But you gotta want it. You got to work on you. You got to work for it. You got to do the silent prayer. You must go and forgive. And ain't no such thing as you don't hate your mama. You hate your mama. And the devil tell you, oh, your mama's so sweet. Remember all those men she had, they abused her. But the devil's not going to tell you, well, the reason they abused her because she abused them. She was difficult to deal with. He's not going to tell you that part. Right? All thoughts are all lies, all the time, about anything. And I don't care if the world don't have peace. That don't mean you can't have it. You can have it. You can have it, man. And don't believe the lie that you stuck. No, you're not. No, and you're going to be able to deal with the world around you when you can deal with the world inside of you. Because they got hell
Yes.
in them, but you'll be free of your hell, and you'll have peace right on earth.
Did someone else order it for you?
In a perfect way.
Yeah, my daughter.
Okay.
The light will show you how. It'll be perfect.
Do you need the trunk?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But you won't identify with the body. Your body is your God. Your body is your everything, and then your body tells you, well, put everything in order.
You missed me by 1 ounce, son.
Do this, and that means you'll be fine.
Yeah, I must have the wrong address.
God gave you the talent.
Got a quarter laying back here.
So you earn a living.
Oh, looks like it's your lucky day. I don't know what's when you're meeting.
Your
I don't need it.
On the doorstep.
And it will fall away after a while. I have a friend
Traffic that bad, huh?
and he was a
I'm sorry?
Is traffic real bad?
Use your seatbelt.
We'll be there in 20 minutes.
Oh. Because they're supposed to pick me up at 4 o'clock.
4?
Yeah, it was really 4. My daughter said they called up and said traffic was real bad to pick up at 3:15. Whatever. No, man, there was sit in the house or sit at the airport, right?
It's just a body. And so, in closing,
What'd you call my daughter?
No, I've just been hanging out, just waiting for who I expected was Mia.
Oh. Yeah, my daughter set it up for me. Oh, yeah. My Uber, I don't know what happened. My app just disappeared. Really weird.
Or your man walked out on you, you would have your man want to go, okay, bye. Tell that man bye. You want to leave? But she said, no, I can't. That's your God. Tell her to leave. Okay, bye. You can't do that either. Who will I be if I don't have my anger? Who will I be if I don't have my emotions? Who will I be if I don't have friends? Who will I be if I don't have money? Who will I be if I don't identify with the culture? Who will I be if I don't belong to you? Who will I be if I'm not loved? Or if I'm not given love? It's all lies. We stop identifying. So I want you to practice being present this day. Being present. Put that first. Don't let evil try to evil is not on you. That's why it's always distracting you. It would rather you moving hard in church. Yeah, praise the Lord. Here we come, Jesus. Oh Lord. Yeah. Lord have mercy on my mama. Lord, my mama's sick. Help me, Jesus. It would rather me to do that. All that vain vanity. That's all it is. So work on yourself as an individual. You are responsible. You're responsible, not him. You're responsible, not her. Each individual is responsible for themselves. Your husband is not responsible for you. And you can overcome if you want to. I'm so out of time. We all have the men's forum this week, right, James? We all have, this is the first Thursday coming up of the month. So we're going to have a good time. And the ladies on the third Sunday. Do the prayer. Don't let your mind tell you think you know the truth. Oh, I'm not my body. You don't know what that means. And you worship your body. What the? You got to be willing to let it all go. Meaning all of the identities go. All right, it's up to you. I'm out of time. We are having our first show on Thursday, the radio show. We close this week in the office until Thursday. I wish you well this year. Work on yourself. Work on yourself. You have no business being unhappy. It's not that fake happiness. There's a fake happiness that you induce yourself. You know how you can make yourself happy? When I think about a sweet potato pie, I get happy. I'm inducing that happiness, right? Or you can make yourself mad. Or you can make somebody else feel good. Or make them mad. That's not happiness. Happiness is when is a higher nature that you believe in. And then in that higher nature, you have perfect happiness. Yeah. You gotta ride with one of those things. And we're amazing. Y'all are amazing up there. Yes. Yeah. I'm playing. You all have to work around yourself. Stay with it, right? Stay with it. And ladies, make sure you continue to calm it up. This is the best hospital in the world. It really is because we deal with real deal. You ain't seen nothing yet. I ain't slick, you know. And if you don't like me, fine. I'll leave you like. I want to see y'all get well. You want it, that's why you're here. You wouldn't be here if you didn't want to get well. I know it shakes you up sometimes, but you want to get well. So happy New Year. I'll see you guys on Thursday. The office will open on Thursday. And blah, blah, blah.
flying Southwest, right?
Okay.
Dean song. All right, so just a chill stream today, nothing major. I'm still feeling particularly lazy. Very, very lazy. I've been enjoying being lazy for the last couple of days. I've been just vegging on Helldivers. I've just been playing Helldivers nonstop. It's been fucking great. Been great. Hey, Christmas was good. Very good. I enjoyed it. Always enjoy Christmas time. Gave a bunch of cash away. I guess we'll do the ultimate grift though and just keep it all. No, I'm kidding. Joking around. Don't get upset with me. I'm joking and kidding. We haven't sent that stuff out. We'll send it out over the weekend. We're kind of waiting to get everybody's information, get everything confirmed. So we'll send. It's like roughly. I think we gave away like 10 or 12,000 bucks. So it was pretty cool to do that. You know what I mean, for Christmas time. It was fun to do. Fun to do. Yeah, the grift. Yeah, he doesn't want to do Thursday. So before we get into how disappointing Elon Musk is, it's fucking disappointing. Very, very disappointing. But before we get into all that, yeah, I guess he didn't want to do the debate Thursday. He wanted to do it next week. He wants me to have the affirmative position. My guess is so that he can go in and say that he's neutral. He's trying to. It's kind of ironic in a way. It's like, you know, you didn't learn. I did not complete your training, Alex. Your training was incomplete. And so the thing is like I still have the Sith Force lightning. When Alex takes a neutral position on this, thinking that it'll give an advantage, it's in some ways it's actually pretty good that he's going to go down that road because. Then I can show you guys how you can turn that around when somebody.
Nope, that's rival.
When somebody takes a neutral position.
My mistake.
There's a couple of really easy ways to make him look really fucking stupid. So anyway, it should be a thing.
Been doing this for 2 years straight. I don't even worry.
Do it. Destroy them. So I'm just gonna do a little bit of debate research today. No, Alex PWF, yeah. Yeah, I mean, might as well do it, right? Might as well.
Here you are. Safe travels.
All right, thank you very much.
Destroy them. Destroy the degenerates. So that should be good. I'm guessing he's gonna spurt the fuck out and call me bad faith. That's like Alex's #1 tactic. You're bad faith. What does that even mean?
Bless me. Holy shit.
You can see the line right here of where it
Right, depending on deductions and whatnot like that. So that's another thing you could bring up. It's like, hey, I don't want to raise taxes on the rich. If governments were bringing back so many money, then why did the deficit blow up under your... So we're going to debunk this. So he's talking about trickle-down economics, which has been debunked by every serious economist. The idea is that if you give rich people tax cuts, they spend that money and creating more jobs, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really work that way. Generally speaking, when you do tax cuts for the wealthy, they just invest that money and they basically save it. They don't just like throw it back into the economy by creating more jobs. So this is a debunked economic theory, which is called trickle-down economics. Bush was a big...
It's been debunked. There's been debunkery of trickle-down economics.
It's never panned out. Every time someone tries trickle-down economics, it doesn't work.
I mean, it always works, but it doesn't matter.
So, yeah, that's what he's talking about there. So, yeah, of course. So, listen, if you give tax cuts, any kind of tax cuts, but especially tax cuts for the rich, the deficit is going to get bigger. This is not rocket science. So, if you want to lower the deficit, you can do one of two things. You can lower government spending, which both are capable of doing, or you can...
Is he talking about the deficit or the debt? Is he talking about deficit spending or is he talking about debt here? I don't know what he's talking about.
Raise taxes. Now, of course, you don't want to raise taxes on the middle class, not the middle class, but you could theoretically raise taxes on, like, the top 1%, by 3%, by 5%, whatever, right? Now,
the guys who already pay 70% all the taxes.
One thing that I think Biden should talk about, even though he won't, is the fact that millionaires pay an effectively lower tax rate than middle class people. That's true. So I think millionaires pay. It's either millionaires or billionaires. Millionaires or billionaires pay an effective tax rate of 8%, versus middle class people pay an effective tax rate of like 25-40%, right? Depending on deductions and whatnot like that. So that's another thing you can bring up. It's like, hey, I don't want to raise taxes on the rich. I just want to have the rich pay the same tax rate as the middle class, right? That's a really good way to sell that. He's not going to bring that up.
We were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spared, the taxes spared. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%.
Let me quickly address a comment. They invest, business again, they raise job increase manner. Yeah, except it's never once worked out that way. Trickle-down economics has been debunked. You should Google trickle-down economics.
It's been debunked. So I shall assert, let it be written. Let it be written. It's been debunked. It's been debunked. There has been debunkery. It's been debunked.
Trickle-down economics and see what you find. It's been tried many times. It was tried under the Bush administration. It didn't work. Led to the economic recession ultimately. So trickle-down economics is...
No, it didn't lead to a fucking recession under Bush. What the fuck is he talking about?
Been tried many times. It never once has worked. Never will work. What happens if rich people invest their money? It creates more business that hires people. Well, that's only if they invest their money in businesses. What if they just invested in properties or they invested in stocks? That's typically what like rich people will invest their money in, right? If someone, for example, if a business owner wants to, create more jobs, he'll just do that because he'll make more money from his business.
Oh. Wait a second. I'm super confused. If a business owner wants to create more jobs, he'll just do that because it'll be good for his business. Really? That's incredible. So he's going to like take the money from his business and pay those employees. Almost like the money is going to trickle down. It's almost like the money is going to trickle down from the employer to the people the employer is paying. This is a very strange concept. I'm very confused now. I thought it had been debunked. I thought there was debunkery.
Right?
We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety.
It's not going to cause them to create more jobs. Just as it doesn't pan out that way. Like economics have studied this, and typically, again, when you give tax cuts to the ultra rich, typically, of course, there's some exceptions. They just put that money away. They put it in, they put it in bonds. They put it into their kids' trust funds. They buy properties. They buy islands, shit like that. Again, this is all something that you guys can easily fact check. Just Google trickle-down economics. This has been studied to death.
Just Google it, bro. It's been studied to death. Just Google it. Like, what's wrong with you? Just Google it. You have the Googly machine.
and plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country.
You know, I think the prop is Trump pro-worker, which I'm just happy. I'm happy to Google that.
Was going.
Well, if governments were bringing back so many money, then why did the deficit blow up under your administration? Like, you can't have it both ways. So this is what Biden needs to say. It's like, well, if companies were bringing back so much money, then why did you blow up the deficit by $7 trillion? Bam.
Well, there was a thing called an economic stimulus package, which went out to almost every single American during a certain flu season outbreak. Might have had something to do with it.
There's no way he can respond to that.
Like never before. And we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his.
Okay, that's another bad faith argument because COVID started in like the last year of Trump's administration.
Oh, it's bad faith. Everything's bad faith.
Versus it's been happening for 4 years. So it's, so the way you would compare that is you would compare COVID death during the last year of Trump's administration to COVID deaths in the first year of Biden's administration. That's how you would compare that to get an adequate. But again, like, people are not going to catch on to this. Most people won't. But yeah, that's a bad faith analogy.
His administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire.
All right. Instead of having him react to the debate, let's see if we can. Let's see if we can just pull him up debating, period. Debating this issue. See what his argument. I don't care about Alex debates reacts, you know what I mean? The thing about trickle-down economics is that
with the middle class, like, most of the money should go to the middle class rather than top 1%.
Well, I would say it trickles down. It has to trickle
down. I mean, there was multiple failures under job growth. Under Trump, it was 201,000. So he did.
No, I'm not. No, I think that if we didn't bust in the illegals by the list.
Died are innocent people. Every president has been doing it. All the coup in Venezuela, he did himself. So like legit studies in science is actually kind of industry.
Why does this idiot have this debate going on in the background?
Well read, just because
What the fuck?
But I would definitely feel some type of way about it. I wouldn't want it.
Why is this? So Alex is debating this guy, and the guy is listening to himself on a delay while he's debating with Alex. What the fuck? I think Moon. Hang on. I think Moon said something about this when she sent it. Yeah, some idiot literally has the debate in the background. So you're hearing it twice. What a dipshit, dude. The fuck is wrong with this guy? What the fuck is what is going on here?
Kids. Among everything else you go on, it's bad. You want Trump? It's America first. It's simple.
Yo, what's up, Mr. Pliskin? Shout out to Mr. Pliskin.
They were having Mr.
Pliskin is cool. He's a lot. Yo. Yo, what's up, Mr.
This is totally unlistenable. Like I can't even fucking listen to it. It's so bad. The audio is so fucking bad, so you can't even listen to this shit.
Well, no one is saying that, but it's not fair to say that this is like black people being targeted.
This is crazy. Why would this guy have... What the fuck? Why would this guy have the debate going on in the background? Let's see if we can find something else. Hang on. Yeah, the audio is bad faith. That's true. What kind of fucking shit? I don't think that bad faith means what you think it means, Alex. That seems like a bad faith question. Andrew, what fucking... it's always wild. Hang on. Let's see if we can find...
That's such a bad faith question. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. That's for real how he is, though.
Anybody know if this guy's debated anything about Trump ever? Doesn't he usually just kind of stick with,
What's up, guys?
like dating shit? I didn't even know that he debated politics at all. But whatever. Anybody know? Anybody know if there's a Alex PWF Trump debate anywhere where he's actually debated people on Trump?
We are audio
Anyone?
and video recording this ride for your safety.
Yeah, I had a text with he probably knows way more about that than I do. I don't know anything about that shit. I know nothing about fucking dating. Hang on.
All right, what up, guys? We are live.
He has a debates category. Let's see. Let's see. It's just been revoked. Alex Bad Faith PWF. Yeah. It's bad faith. Bad faith. I have no idea. All right, I'm looking through his debate catalog here. Let's see if we can find something. It's all just me. It's all just me in his catalog. I'm kidding. I'm joking. That's true. I just tell women, can I tell you something explicit? I'm out later. See ya. Hey, we haven't even really gotten started yet, right? We gotta find something to watch from this guy. On Trump. Does he have anything? Anything besides this guy listening to himself in the background while he's debating with Alex about Trump? Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Good to see you too. Good to see all you guys in the chat. It's just a laid-back chill stream today. I'm not doing anything major, nothing super high octane. It's going to be a fucking lazy-ass stream. Okay? Lazy as shit. I'm just going to listen to Alex's arguments here. So we'll prep ahead for this debate. Assuming he's ever debated the Trump thing, I'm literally not finding anything. Sorry, I think you're asking the wrong chat. This is the night crew. Maybe daytime team would be able to help you find low IQ debates. Leave day shift alone, dude. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. There's 4 retards in the day shift crew that just bring the collective IQ of everybody else down. But that's how it is with all day shift, by the way. That's always how that works, just so you know.
All right, what up, guys? We are live, so we have...
Oh, he was on MDD? All right. Harris or Trump? There it is. All right, let's take a look. Maybe this will be like audio that we can understand. Hang on.
So that's just all objective facts. Okay, let's look at why. Honestly, he will allow health insurance companies to sell across state lines, which I thought was a great idea. When he said that in 2016, I was like, dude, yeah, absolutely, it's a no-brainer. And then he also said he was going to replace Obamacare with something better that protects pre-existing health conditions. And also times he said that he was going to give everyone health insurance. Right? But I don't think anyone really believed that. In reality, the bill that he proposed that he couldn't get passed did not protect pre-existing health conditions at all, and would have kicked tens of millions of people off health insurance. That's why I have popularity rating.
Audio is still fucking dog shit, by the way.
Plan, not even most Republicans, because it was dog shit. Okay, 10 million people off their health insurance, but most importantly, he directly lied about protecting pre-existing conditions. Okay, let's look at number 3, the infrastructure bill. Trump promised that this would repeatedly.
I think that he forgets that the very first thing Trump tried to do was fix the health insurance. They were calling it Trump Care. That was the very first thing he tried to do, and he couldn't get it through Congress. But that was the very first thing he tried to do. Drunk Batman gets 5 Crucible memberships. Appreciate that very much. Very kind of you. I think he forgets, you know. Very first thing he tried to do, by the way. All right, let's take a look.
But he didn't even try. He said that he's going to push through a big infrastructure bill that's going to rebuild America. He didn't even try to do that.
No, the debate's not tonight. It's a debate prep stream, bro. That's why it says debate prep stream on it, not debates.
He said it was going to be paid by Mexico, which he said over and over again, which was a joke. Mexico never said they're going to pay.
Yeah, don't care.
Well, we can't afford no immigrant population growth is. And
to go into politics, it really doesn't make life better. I think a million people, got these loans, and who football team? It's probably
This last second, if you want to throw a few.
I also double majored in my undergrad in political science and sociology, so kind of that wide brush he's painting everyone with, again, it just comes off as kind of bigoted and,
Specific you said is that
it's in inner cities who are having their funding stripped away to go to the migrant crisis. So if the ideals that you want America to stand for is...
MJ asked, you still do whatever? No, I quit. I don't do it anymore, MJ. I quit around the same time you stopped asking intelligent questions.
Then you can vote for Kamala Harris. If you think America should stand for something more, if you think it should stand for unity and freedom and liberty and free speech, I would encourage you to vote for Donald Trump.
All right, we are at time. Thank you so much to all of our speakers and Josh for his last introduction there. And yeah, we're going to hit it into an open discussion. So I'm going to set the timer there. Big reminder to our audience that all of these debates that we are having right now, if you're listening to them on podcast form, they are updated and uploaded, I should say, to our podcast form within 24 hours. But if you are listening on podcast and you're wondering how you can catch these live, you do have to subscribe to the YouTube channel. That's the only way you can be here to get the live notifications. Make sure you hit the bell and also be able to ask questions to your speaker that you hear.
Yeah, it must have been a Halloween stream. Who are 2 people you don't like debating? First, because they're really good at debating, and second, because they're really bad and frustrating. Probably Destiny. He's good at debating, but he can be frustrating. But on the other hand, he probably sees me in the exact same way. And then, yeah. So as far as like a second, who's a good second person? Like a good second runner-up. Like any of the Phil Bros on the left. They're always frustrating, but very frustrating back, right?
You're on the panel, so on the other side,
I still like doing it.
Up and feel free to jump in here, Josh and Alex Stein, as you feel. So let's get it. You're still on mute, Alex. So sorry.
Unmute yourself, bro.
You guys were getting excited there for a second, so I had to make a preemptive start.
I am excited.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually took pretty detailed notes with both of you guys, folks. So I want to go through some of the BS I heard. Okay, so let's start with style. You gave a pretty, I guess, interesting speech, but you did not address a single policy point I brought up. We heard a lot about Trump sleeping with girls, which I'm sure is true, and him having a successful TV show. In fact, you talked about sex a lot, and this just reinforces my point about it being all vibes. I don't give a shit whether the person in the United States fucks a bunch of girls or does not fuck a bunch of girls, because it's not what they're here for. Also reinforces my point that you guys don't make every possible excuse for Trump. Now, so something specific. So according to what metrics do you feel like the unemployment is at an all-time low? So I'm just curious what
Nobody can afford.
Stephen Carrera for $10 says, this Alex guy sucks. His ideology is irrational. You'll win easy. Why he spurgs and cries. After you win, he'll go back to simping for Jasmine. Pathetic. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, too.
They're
I mean, literally everybody's
Audio video recordings have stopped.
Inflation is the metric we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I would say.
What do you think the inflation rate is right now at this point in
Listen,
time?
I'm not here to do some sort of inflation test. I'm just here to talk about what's going on.
So just admit you don't know anything.
You said it's the worst issue.
I do know this because I go to the grocery store and I buy stuff. I go and I employ people and I have to pay taxes, so I know what I experience. And that's what I'm speaking
right now.
All right, go ahead.
Just because the rate.
I'm doing worse financially. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but we're not talking about you. We're talking about in general. So
Just because the rate is down, just like with the price of gas, month to month over the last few months, although it has come down and may be lower, they have been in office for 4 years. And during those 4 years, it was astronomical and at all-time high. So don't take a small little window and then twist that. That's misrepresenting the fact.
Well, you're right, because after COVID, every single first world country had inflation. America had the lowest inflation out of every single Western country. Just with the massive supply shortages that we had under the pandemic, there was no way to avoid inflation. But right now, inflation is 2.1%. So we're brought down.
Now being okay time to ask your take. Stuff going on. Well, sure. Now's a great time to ask it in the form of a super chat. Alex Stein is a complete giga chat. Well, let's see how this goes.
Well, we don't want inflation to be 1 or 0 because that obviously creates a shit economy. So inflation is exactly where it should be.
The grift must continue. It must continue.
I will agree that at some points in 2021, 2022, inflation was like over 10%. But every single other advanced country got hit with worse inflation. And now it's been brought down. And that's the thing. Biden's policies. So the whole idea that inflation is the big issue right now is, at least that has been addressed. So what are some other, I guess, say that where the comes to?
I would say 20 million illegal criminals who broke the law by nature of them, by definition of
What does that have to do with it?
here illegally, is a drain on our system, and they are taking resources.
Metric is to that.
And that takes jobs away from American citizens. It's terrible. And then you have
Why is unemployment at an all-time low?
All right, one second here. Everybody's talking all at once, and I know Thomas is trying to jump in.
I can't. It's hard to understand.
Go ahead there, Alex, and then we'll let Thomas jump.
Yeah, why is unemployment so low if all these illegal immigrants are
Unemployment was very low under Trump until COVID hit, and then there were mandatory lockdowns. So the numbers are skewed, and you can't take that because during his presidency, there was a lot of unemployment.
And a lot of people have 2 or 3 jobs. That's why I believe it's a lot higher, because multiple people aren't just doing one stream of income, so they have multiple jobs.
All right, let's let Thomas in, guys. We're letting Thomas in. Sorry.
Because the economy is so bad, you have to have 3 jobs. That's why
if all these immigrants are coming in and taking all these jobs, wouldn't unemployment rate be higher? Like, why are all these native-born Americans still able to find jobs? Maybe they're working multiple jobs.
Well, because there's so many gig economy jobs that anybody can do temporarily, like Uber Eats or deliver, so people can get a job and they can consider themselves not
hey, thanks, Antoine.
For unemployment.
So
but they don't have a normal job. They don't have a regular job, but they still don't qualify for unemployment. So
who am I debating next? I guess Alex this next week. I think it's Wednesday. He wanted to do it Wednesday. So he wants to do it on whether or not Trump is pro-worker, which I'm fine with. He wants me to take the positive position, I think, so that he can take a neutral position, which I'm also fine with. I'd like to derail the stream by asking an irrelevant question. If only I could think of one. You could think of one. Nate Dogg for $20 says, you got it, man. I just didn't want to derail. So, hey, Andrew, what's your take on all the H-1B convos going around? Merry Christmas and happy. And everyone in chat. All right, so I'll answer that real quick, and then we'll get back to this. Trump is a populist candidate. And the form of populism that he ran on was anti-immigration. That's literally what he... Now, people say, no. It was anti-illegal immigration. No, it wasn't. Does anybody remember the Muslim ban? Anybody remember that? It was also trying to curtail legal immigration from groups that we didn't feel were good at assimilating into the kind of United States experience. So it wasn't just about illegal immigrants. It was about putting a lock and key on the door so that we could address our own social issues, address our own problems. And one of the big problems that we have right now to curtail is the birth rate issue. It's now a crisis. We now have the revised numbers. It's even lower than was predicted. You're talking no longer about 1.6, but 1.3. 1.3. So this is a serious problem. So what the leftists have said, and what they continue to say is, well, we should address both at the same time. Why not continue to bring immigrants in? While simultaneously you bring immigrants in, you can offer kind of like basic incentives for people to have kids. These are always monetary incentives, but that's not really what the problem is. Poor people have way more children than rich people do. And the middle class has less children than poor people do. It's not a money problem. It's never been a money problem. It's got three prongs to it. The first is that women are prioritizing education. That's problem number one. Problem number one. And the second is that alternative lifestyles are glorified and promoted through all forms of media and from the top down when it comes to government policy. Everything is glorified except the family unit and the respect that comes with the family unit. The third prong of this is the social issue, which has to do with the fact that the localization of men to women is now gone. The options are now global for even mid women or not so great looking women to move kind of outside of their localization of where they used to have to choose from the local men, and they can compete more heavily for a smaller select group of men. This is a major problem to curtail, but you can do it. Essentially, you could solve most of the problem, get the birth rate moving the opposite direction almost immediately by running a national campaign, I would say heavily with propaganda, to invigorate, using the CIA, NSA, intelligence agencies to go to Hollywood and tell them for purposes of national security, the rhetoric and propaganda needs to change to be very pro-family. We want a glorification of of men in society, male leadership, and not to make them look like bumbling idiots or threats, but rather to give them a glorification and respect. And then the same thing with mothers who stay at home, take care of their families. They should have a social status which comes with that only propaganda can bring. There's you want it to have a social status. That would do more to curtail the problem than almost anything else. But you still have the other two prongs. You still have the other two prongs in the other two issues. So the second prong is immigration. So why does immigration tie in to the birth rate issue? Well, it ties in because if you can replace your domestic population, which can't with immigrants, where's the incentive for corporations who can use that as a wedge issue to lower the wages of their workers to actually deal with that problem? Well, it's not there. They can use it as a wedge, and the corporate interest can lobby Congress to keep the status quo, never to actually deal with this problem, but rather to continuously bring in foreign nationals and foreigners into the nation in order to offset this population decline and pay them less money. So that's why immigration is tied into the birth rate problem, and it's a serious problem. It's a serious issue. Well, no, it's not the Great Replacement. That's a whole different thing. That's like it's like a motivational. The idea for that is like there's a motivational dark cell which is trying to purposely replace whites in the United States. That's not actually what's going on. I'm sure that many people would love to think that it is, but what's really going on is industrialization tied with materialism, and primarily women sacrificing reproductive years. That's it. It's really not that hard, right? So you don't even need like a nefarious conspiratorial cabal. It's not even necessary. You don't even need one. Like it's not even necessary to have. So this is why all of these things are tied together and why Elon Musk is such a fucking disappointment. Because Elon Musk, he went through and he came to the same realization that I did, that population collapse is imminent and that this is terrible, this is fucking awful. And the reason that it's awful, the reason that's fucking terrible is because if we have population collapse globally, people don't really realize that things like starvation, we've gotten rid of those things ultimately. They're basically gone. Global starvation is damn near a thing of the past. And this is because of logistics, because there's more hands on deck, because we can grow more food. That's why. And if you have population collapse, we're going to have logistical issues. We're going to have product issues. We're going to have a lot of problems. And he knows this. But unfortunately, his solution to it was to do the same thing as the progressive solution. Well, population in decline, I guess we're going to have to go get immigrants to replace it, rather than try to address the problem of having the domestic population reproduce, which is better for a million reasons, right? It's better for cross-generational wealth. It's better for long-term family stability. It's better for ancestry. It's better for cultural roots. The list goes on and on and on and on and on of why you want your domestic population to be reproducing. Like, there's a lot of great reasons why. And I don't really care if it's what color they are, right? I don't know why people want to make this into a racial issue. I've never seen it that way. I see population collapse as being a threat to humanity, not a particular demographic. It's a threat to all of humanity. So ultimately, it's something that needs to be addressed. And you can't address it by just saying, well, we'll just bring in fucking foreigners until we'll just bring in foreigners until until the problem goes away. But the problem's not going to go away. And then you have the second problem, which is that even when you bring immigrants in, by the second generation, they have the same kind of low birth rate. So that's why. That's my take on it. Yeah, I know. You want to make it into a racial issue. Go make it into a racial issue somewhere else. It's not. It never has been. Right? The number one correlate is the reproductive years of women. Not because they're white, not because they're black, not because they're Hispanic, but because their reproductive years are spent at college. That's it. That's the number one correlate for the reproductive crisis in the West. Number one correlate. So you can try to make it into a racial issue all you want, but it really isn't one. It's not. It really doesn't have much to do with that at all. That's not what the fucking correlates say. So people have studied this and studied this and studied it. But there are people. You have to remember that there's many people who are devoted to identity politics. They're devoted to it. And so instead of looking at the evidence and what the evidence actually is saying, the evidence needs to fit a narrative. If it doesn't fit the narrative, then you're wrong. You're bad, something like this. So poll people always do this. Identity politics people always do this. It has to fit the narrative. If it doesn't fit the narrative, then you're wrong. You're this, you're that. It's like, you can get mad about it all you want, but that's what the number one correlation is. If you take the reproductive years of women in their 20s, and then they have to get established after in the workforce, they usually are going to start having kids in their 30s, and that's exactly what we see. We see them getting married in their 30s. Now, nobody's stopping anybody from getting married. You can go right now and marry a homeless woman on the street tomorrow and start having kids with her if you wanted to. There's no like laws stopping that. But family planning, actually the number one correlation is because women are getting abortions. Nope, it's not true. All that would do, even if you eliminated it, it would raise the population by about 750,000 per year, Ben, something in there. That would only offset the 750,000 or so south of the border immigrants, which come in yearly. That's it. But it wouldn't actually do anything to curtail the problem. It would only slightly raise the domestic birth rate. So abortion really isn't it. Like that's not what the stats say either. That might be able to offset a bit for immigration. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, ultimately, that's what's going on. And so the reason that Elon, I consider him to be such a disappointment is because he went down the left-wing road of just saying, well, instead of trying to fix this issue, which is it's a serious issue. What's the second worst?
New message from Victoria. Hi, I am by exit 4 and pickup area.
So, I mean, honestly, that would be the second big correlate. Abortion would be third or fourth. It's still big. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a big problem. Like it is a big fucking problem. There's no doubt about it. But it's not the number one thing that we should be looking at. What we should be looking at is essentially there should be a form of patriotism or a form of duty set, some sort of form of kind of social or societal respect, which comes with the family unit that is held in some sort of higher esteem socially than other forms of lifestyle. If you did that, you would see this reversal happen very quickly. Propaganda works. Say what you want, but it works. Musk, instead of saying, well, all the tech giants here in Silicon Valley, I'm going to direct them to embrace such kind of rhetoric campaign and tell tech leaders
We
that
are
that's
audio
what
and
we're
video
gonna do to
recording
curtail
this
issue.
ride for your safety.
Lobby the government to assist with that. Instead, he went the corporate route and just said, well, I can get cheap labor, let no crisis go to waste. And that's fucking disgusting to me and to everybody who's looking at this right now. I saw Michaela Peterson weighed in on it, and again, made it about race. It's because they're racist. It's because the other side is racist. That's why they want to curtail immigration, because of racism. That's what Michaela Peterson said. And so I'm sure that that's what Jordan Peterson will say. And that's what Elon Musk is saying. Literally what Elon Musk is saying, same thing. The other side is just racist. They just don't like brown people. And it's like, it really has nothing to do with that. It just really has nothing to do with that. However, the right side uses this as a kind of race bait issue as well. They don't help the matter at all. You know what I mean? It should just be looked at as an objective issue.
New message from Victoria. Oh, sorry.
The fucking world is dealing with it. The Japanese are dealing with it. The Koreans are dealing with it. Even China's dealing with it. Everybody's dealing with it. It's a serious issue. It's the issue of our generation. And the next one for sure. So, that's it. That's where we're at. So I would like Elon Musk, he's important. this a global phenomenon. He's been showing how this is such a problem. He's been showing how this is such an issue for the entire world, what population collapse would look like. Instead of doing anything to address that at all, he just says, well, let's bring in high-skilled tech workers that can work in my fucking, you know, work in my Tesla automotive plants and work in Silicon Valley for a cheaper wage than these
We are audio and video
low-skilled software
recording this
engineer
ride for your
Americans.
safety.
It's like, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. How the hell did we get to that? He had a great opportunity to really lay out like a really definitive kind of plan for, well, why don't we just subvert it a little bit? Why don't we create an atmosphere of kind of social elevation, you know, like we used to do during wartime, you know, that we've done multiple times in our history for the purposes of patriotism, for the purposes of dealing with a crisis. Like, hey, you know, give up all of your silver because the war effort needs it. You know what I mean? And here's a bunch of propaganda behind it. People really will help. They really will. They'll go out of their way to do that. It's like he really could have laid something like that out, something. But instead he was just like, yeah, bring in the Indians so that, you know, Chuck can help you with your fucking Verizon bill. You know, hello, this is Chuck. This is Chuck. I am here to help you, sir, with your Verizon bill. Now, have I provided you with pristine customer service today? You know, thank you. Make sure that you find Chuck again. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of this shit. What the fuck, dude? So yeah, it's annoying. Super annoying. Now, you see, because I even said on stream the word race, every race-baiting, stupid, fucking hustler scumbag is going to be like, Andrew hates white people. They just, dude, those kinds of people, like, they can't fucking help it. They just lose their fucking mind. You know what I mean? If they hear anything which is just an objective assessment that doesn't include some kind of race hustling on either side, they just lose their fucking mind, because it's a paradigm in which to view the world. You can view the world that way. Just like you view the world through the J question, all that. You can view the world through these prisms. It doesn't make them right. It doesn't make them correct. And so it's like you should really try to look at these things outside of your narrative and see what adds up instead of trying to make the puzzle pieces fit. So anyway, that's my take on it. What's Indian opened with, I bet I've spoken to half you fuckers already. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. I agree 100%, but it is the Indian accent question that's going to make everyone read why Indians have a good sense of humor. They don't give a shit. My friend. Listen to me, my friend. Stephen Carrera for $20 says, Japanese got it right. We have some of the most restrictive laws on immigration. However, they would also need to adopt a lifestyle that's pro-family children, muscle fraud, and millionaire with God complex puppet. The Japanese, they're also struggling because there hasn't been like a real good sense of national pride in the Japanese probably since the 70s, something like this. You know, I haven't looked in depth into it post-World War II. But, you know, they can only have a defensive force. You know what I mean? They can't really have an offensive military. And, you know, many of those World War II nations, any sense of nation, pride in nation, has been beaten down, severely beaten down, because they're concerned, of course, that these places can reindustrialize and start another war effort, which the 20th century showed can indeed happen. So there has definitely been a beatdown on the idea of nation building from within, which has been problematic because propaganda is a really useful tool, and we just, for some reason, Americans want to reject it, and it's like, that's really fucking stupid because it's such a powerful tool at the behest of the federal government. Industrialization increased fertility massively. The quantity of basic medicine and sanitation increased dramatically. Yeah, that's not the part of industrialization that killed it. It's not the fact. So yeah, it increased basic medicine, like birth control. It increased basic medicine like birth control, and it increased basic medicine like vasectomies, and it increased basic medicine in the form of things like condoms and contraception as well. You forget that part. Industrialization may have assisted a bit when it came to the safety of having children, but explain this, Kaz. The problem that we have right now is that our infant mortality rate, I believe, is one of the highest in the known world for a Western nation. It's one of the highest. And that's because women are having children later in life. So yeah, I think industrialization has a lot to do with this. I'm not saying that the push of medicine didn't assist when it came to childbirth and assisting with infants and things like that. And that just really doesn't have anything to do with the other offsets that came with it. It's about understanding that the nation itself, right? The nation itself has to be rooted, and you need to take care of
We are
your
audio
people
and video recording
first.
this ride for your safety.
Your people come first, always, and that's not the idea of America first. Has never been the idea of immigration first, or the idea of doing anything other than assisting your people before any other people groups. In this case, Americans. Anyway, back to this.
Look at these funny numbers, but dude, I'm talking about my real world experiences. And
No one cares about your real world experiences. That's anecdotal. My real world experiences are totally different. You look at shit in places, you look at
All right, we're officially in the circle there, guys. Jump on in.
There has to be a balance between immigrants and industry. Yeah, I mean, perhaps that's true. But you really bringing. I don't even understand the thought process. It's so stupid to me. Like, my population's not reproducing.
What's going on, Paul?
It's like saying, I'm not reproducing in my home, so just give my house to my neighbors, or what are you talking about? You just reproduce, right? And you have the added benefit of the reproduction, the added benefit of the entire culture. You have to. So
I did 16 hours today. About 16 hours. It's like 14, 15 hours.
It's terrible. It's always been terrible.
We just made under $400.
Isn't this a defense?
We're done though. We're headed to get gas, headed to the grocery store, getting a car wash, and then we're done for the day.
Strangers from different places around the world to defend America. Yeah.
We're gonna do some cardio, and then that's it. Yeah, today was a good day. Out longer than I wanted to be, but the money was there. What's going on, G bro?
So, debates. I don't. He's never had any permission to do that. He's a mentally ill man who I have just hundreds of messages from, explaining all about his personal life and all sorts of insane shit that this guy gets up to.
Yeah, just about $25 an hour. Yep.
Lunatic. I've never given him permission to put my content. I told him multiple times that he needs to take it down. Like, what can I do short of suing the guy? He doesn't have my permission to do this. He needs to take that content down. It's not his content.
Tomorrow we'll probably start around 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Like, that's what he does. So, I mean, he doesn't have...
Just under $400. It's kind of hard to say exactly what I made, just because the refresh on Uber is at like 4 o'clock, 4:15. Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to start at about 3:30, 4 a.m. Just because we're getting in bed late today. We're not getting to bed till like an hour and a half from now, 2 hours. Yes.
How long is it? 1998, I believe.
It was. And was
The full 12 to 14 hours.
you need to go ahead and go Google and make sure you go.
I think I need to get an oil change tomorrow.
YouTube.
Tomorrow, if not Tuesday, for sure, because I'm about to get my light to turn on soon.
That's not what's going on.
I'll be surprised if it doesn't turn on tomorrow, because we're getting pretty close to our mark.
Which is a privated content site.
But yeah, we're doing the full 12 for sure, no matter what.
Off of that site, post that is not fair use.
But I'm getting gas in about a minute, so
that is not fair use.
up to this point, we're kind of just chilling.
I want to do that.
If there's no one in the gym area, I'll bring you guys with to do cardio. If there's someone in there, then I won't be live for. I mean, it's just cardio. So
Content, like, make your own fucking content. You fucking loser, make your own shit.
Separated, but I don't think the papers were signed.
So he was separated.
But
So
they
you
weren't
make it sound like he was in the holding matrimony.
well, the motivation is that I'm in debt, so I'm just trying to pay off my credit card and other bills. I have no choice; just gotta stick with it.
Let's let Alex respond.
How long were they separated?
I was even thinking about downsizing my apartment and moving into a studio. That way I could live below my means. I mean, I fill up my tank every day, but I would probably need gas almost every day, no matter what.
Okay.
But yeah, I fill it up every day. It's actually cheaper to fill up your gas every day because gas prices change every day. But does everyone want to go to the gas station every day? Probably not. Me, it's better for your car.
So to be clear,
and I think it's better to have that mindset that, you know, for me to be done, I need to, you know, use all the gas that's in my car. Because this car gets 400 plus miles.
you know, like they're doxing
So
or they're breaking the rules.
if I could use pretty much the whole tank, that means I did good today.
You just don't do it. You know what I mean? It's bad for business. It's bad for streamers. It creates kind of these senseless wars. It's just a bad idea. You just don't ever want to get involved in that shit. It's just
Exactly, it's the hustle.
You know what I mean? Is it frustrating when people steal your content? Yeah, it's frustrating, right? When you're fucking lazy fucks who don't make anything of their own, this kind of thing, sure. But like ultimately, I mean, I guess ultimately, like, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Who cares?
Is being separated and legally divorced, is that the same thing?
No.
So he is technically married. According to
Okay, Doc, we'll do it.
they did not live together, but according to the law, they were still under a marriage certificate, a contract. So whether you cheating or not, he's married. He can't even. He's not even getting the divorce before he's smashing Kamala Harris. And you just
Are there reasons?
I guess you can't complain about it. Well, you can always complain about it. It's just like maybe nobody cares if you complain about it, right?
Yeah, people get separated.
You admit that they date. So do you think it's good that she's a qualified candidate? Do you think that she's actually qualified for it, or is it because she's going to be?
No, I don't believe in trying to slut shame a presidential candidate
It's
with
not
a bunch of
slut-shaming,
bullshit
it's
that you just pull out of your ass.
I don't want a woman taking a man's job because she's able to give him fellatio or
He's talking smack on his channel. I don't care, bro. The guy is.
I typically filter rides. I don't accept every ride.
He's not one of those like, you know, you're just saying opinions they will because they seem a little off or things like that. He literally is self-admittedly a schizoid lunatic who has sent us hundreds.
Today I probably skipped like 4 or 5 rides.
Like the guy, he's a literal crazy person. That's a very Christian idea. Turn the other cheek. I don't get how people call you a fake Christian because they don't agree with their stupid ass theology. That's why.
Well, you don't want a woman doing anything, especially having any kind of control over her body, because you want to tell her, but she made an idiotic and she can't control.
Well, I can't see that amount on Uber, so it's like a guessing game of where am I taking them. And their rider rating.
Does the real Ryan need to pop out and like break out dad voice or something? No, I'm just joking.
You won't report him, we can copyright strike him, we can do it for you. That psycho sends me 30 messages a day. He's worse than a divorced over-the-hill feminist. Yeah, he's a psychopath, dude. I wouldn't look, I really wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, it's usually just the rider rating that I look at.
Like, you know, who cares? Who cares ultimately? You know what I mean? Are you gonna start a war with some fucking lunatic who has, like, you know, 500 views on his videos? You know what I mean?
But if I don't want to
What's even the point of that? Hope you and your family have.
Yeah, well, if I go to Madison, yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Understand? You?
Can you answer my?
It's certain markets. It's stupid.
I mean, maybe I missed it, bro.
It's illegal. But I get it. They want us to take every ride because
Can you explain what's happening with Musk and
of the type of environment we're in.
Last few minutes ago. Like literally just went over all that.
understand the difference between a baby and a fetus?
I just have $15 I'm depositing.
Yeah, don't advertise
for my cash tips
other
today.
people's channels on my channel in the chat. Don't do that.
I don't like carrying cash on me. There's
If you
no
do that,
there's no
you're just
point.
gonna get banned by the mods.
I literally pay.
Right,
I
would
usually
do that
use.
somewhere else. If
If not always,
somewhere else making content
Apple
for
Pay.
somebody or something like this, and they drop my name in the link for advertising, that's fair. I wouldn't go to somebody else's channel and be like, oh,
Plus, I hate change.
We are audio and video recording this ride.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if I'm a diamond tier driver, then I could see like the in my acceptance rate, I can see the distance, so I can kind of justify what it's going to be. But I mean, as long as I drive my hours, I'm going to make the money that I make. Like, on my odometer, I reset the trip. I use trip A for my tire rotation, and then I use trip B for my daily driving miles. Today we did 400. We're about to do 405 miles today, and I made a little bit less than $400. So I could just look at the odometer of how many miles I drove, and that's how much money I'm gonna make. Because it's $1 a mile pretty much before tip. If no one tips me, it's $1 an hour. It's $1 a mile.
You guys are on mute again. I'm so sorry. Josh really wanted to push us into some new territory. I think, the audience has gotten your 2 cents on those two topics.
I can answer the question. Alex, are you pro-abortion? Are you pro-choice? If that's easier for
Yeah.
you. Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
I think he clarified that he does not.
I know he's muted. He doesn't even know how to unmute himself.
You're still muted, Alex? You're still muted.
He doesn't know
Okay,
how to unmute.
so no, I'm not pro-abortion because I personally, if I got my girlfriend pregnant, would not get an abortion. But I am pro-choice. I think people should have the right to make decisions up to a certain.
All right, do one again, Josh. Come on in.
That's pro-abortion. How's that not pro-abortion? That man looks like a thumb with eyes disturbing.
Guys, just 1 second, Josh. Come on in. We had a winner here. Let's throw it into some new territory because we are discussing a modern day debate: Harris or Trump. A few days away from the election. I think our audience knows where Alex, the two Alexes, disagree.
Andrew can be a jerk sometimes. Look, it's a defense mechanism. Have you ever dealt with this chat?
How much do you get in Canada?
They can be fucking jerks sometimes too. So if they
Less than that?
like, fine. We're all gonna be assholes. We're all gonna be assholes together.
Well, like 50 cents? 50 cents a mile?
Unless you want to talk about abortion,
That must be horrible.
Well, I just wanted to say our two interlocutors there mentioned women having a voice, and women, should be respected,
And that's what I'm saying is if I accept every ride from start to finish, I'm averaging about $1 a mile. Yeah, that sucks. 75 cents. But these rides are becoming more expensive. So I'm not sure if the fares have changed in Canada yet, but these fares are getting more expensive. That's what Uber says, is that they're trying to fix the number one problem they have.
Okay?
Yeah.
You guys are fucking heinous pricks all the time. Now, I am too. To be fair, I am too. But yeah, you're pretty awful. Pretty awful.
It's just weird though, because I mean, I drive every day, and there'll be times where there's a surge, an increase in price, $1 or so. But looking at each day, you wouldn't even tell which day I had surges. You wouldn't even know, because I make pretty much the same amount every single day. So that's that.
Yeah, let's cope together. We'll all cope together.
75 cents a mile is still good though, because I mean, for the most part, I do get tips. It's not like great gestures of tips, but it's still, I'm still getting tipped for most of these rides.
Yeah, is her consent important in matter? Does it matter if she doesn't consent?
When's the next TikTok invasion? The next time the stream says TikTok invasion. That's when it is. I don't like your tone, Andrew. LOL, says Chris.
But it's hard to justify what a shitty ride is, because just today I had like a $3 ride, but she tipped me $5 in cash. So is it really justified as a shitty ride? What I consider a shitty ride is I'm driving more miles than what I'm gonna make.
For the Christmas holiday, like, let me be a little bit lazy and just chill with you guys a little bit before we start getting back into the high octane content.
It is a lot easier, Paul. Yeah, I'm definitely I can definitely tell, like, my mental state. I fatigue a lot faster, a hell of a lot faster in my Prius here. So typically I do actually have to take a nap for my break, just because it's a mental fatigue. The Tesla, I mean, I could be sleeping on the wheel and no one would even notice. Like, what are they gonna do? But the risk I'm taking, Paul, though, is if I continue to drive my Tesla year in and year out, like, that's so many miles on my Tesla. Right now I'm at 93,000. I bought this car at 72,000, and it's only been less than 4 months. So can you imagine me still driving my Tesla? No matter what, I'd still make this decision to buy a second car. I know a guy that has like 2 or 3 Teslas, but the risk of having them all go down on me would be the saddest part. Yeah, but it's not about making it easier on myself. It's about a $90,000 car not being damaged. It's about the price of me maintaining the maintenance on the car.
Charging cable disconnected.
That's the thing, is that a Tesla is very expensive. That's why I'm only going to be using the Tesla for the spring and summer.
Audio-video recording has stopped.
Yeah, that's what I did. I did buy another car. This car was a 2020. Again, it had 72,000 miles on it. Market value was $19,500. I got it for $19,500. I got it exactly for what the market was saying it was for. Isn't that amazing? Aren't I a master negotiator?
We are audio and video recording this
Excuse me, a
ride.
master negotiator. Yeah. Oh, I saw a Toyota, the Prius, what I just said. I don't know if you guys remember the story or if I didn't explain it to you guys, but I went to check out a 2023 Toyota Camry with like 40,000 miles on it. And when I look at cars, the first thing I do is I look under the hood and I look under the car and I look at the rims of the tires. Explain why as soon as I opened the hood, it was so rusty. You thought the car was flooded. Yeah, I looked at the sales rep. I was like, "You're kidding, right? Like, look at this. You're kidding, right? You're not trying to sell me this car, right?" And I lowballed the fuck out of them. I said like $15K, and then they were trying to sell for 17 or something. Doesn't want to scan, huh? Why are you telling me about a Corolla when I already have a car? Thank you. These guys are seeing me almost twice a day sometimes. I think I was here this morning. These mango strips are fantastic. No, my game, we're done with the car already out. smells fantastic. It smells like a laundry detergent. Laundry detergent. Well, out of 10,000 rides, I'm at a 4.81. The thing is, a lot of my riders don't even rate me. It's only ratings. It's mainly focused on ratings of people that want to give me a bad rating. But the good ratings, unless they tip, they usually don't even rate me at all. So that's what's kind of hurting me. Because all I need is like 20 ratings in a row of 5 stars. But some people just don't care about rating, which I don't blame them, because half the time I don't even do it. If I don't take Uber a lot and I'm not tipping the driver, sorry drivers, I'm not going to rate you either. Because the next time I'm going to need a ride would probably be either out of this country or, God willing, it never happens, but if I have an accident or something. It's really the only time I can think of something. But yeah, I'm at a 4.81, which is still good. A bad, like a horrible rating as a driver like myself would be like a 4.7 and below. But a 4.81 is not bad. For how many rides I've been doing, is not bad. Because people have my numbers, but they've been doing it for like 10 years. And that's the thing too, is like I thought about moving out of my apartment just to something smaller and again to live below my means. But you guys just notice I got gas, car wash, grocery store, headed to the next grocery store right here. Like I'm living in convenience. I'm living in the convenience section of the city. All right, last trip. I'll be right back.
Charging cable disconnected. Recording will stop after 2 minutes. We are audio and video recording this ride for your safety. audio recording has stopped.
Yeah, the rating system's stupid. It really is. Because it's all hearsay. It's all hearsay. It's all fucking hearsay. Like, I got reported for apparently being intoxicated while driving. Like, just because someone's evil and wanted to give me a bad rating. They're like, I've never had sweet potato pie before, so we're gonna have that for the first time ever.
See if I can figure out some of the arguments. This is derailed now and really doesn't have much to do with Trump versus Harris anymore. It's becoming a transgender debate very quickly. Late Merry Christmas to Andrew and Jack. Merry Christmas to you.
We get distracted by the plan. Let's get back to it now. Yeah, I just want to. So it seems like now the opportunity is well, it only matters which factor. So, if for example, women want to make them safe, then it doesn't matter what specific class position.
They're locked in a cell with someone and they committed a non-violent crime and they're stuck there with a biological male that murdered 3 people like John Jacobson Jr. and he's given it paid for by Kamala Harris's policy.
Except for Andrew, he's not a. No, I am just not as. It's like remember always the law comparison. So I'm not a good-looking man. I'm just a good-looking man next to me. How much do you think Alex spent on your thing first? Nothing. And I'm sure it's gonna show.
See, I have a problem with it because we're talking about Kamala Harris. We're not talking about a fact of no or Miss America.
So it doesn't matter what Trump is, it matters what he's offering.
I would still disagree with it on principle, but it's not as egregious.
Why don't you just say you're against it?
It's not as egregious. It's just not as egregious.
Okay, let's just say it's not egregious. Okay, so you are against what Trump did.
I would tend to disagree with it on principle, but it's not as egregious as what Kamala Harris. He's not advocating that that's what he's going to do as Kamala Harris.
So the next thing is,
Of course, fucking Alex always has pussy in his hands.
This is a question for Scott. It's your answer. Why do you think you're going to come faster than any other first world economy? And why is it going to
By the way, this is a hilarious question. It's a very low tier question. You hear a little
me go see if there's anyone in the cardio room. Then I'll bring you guys with. All right, bye, gang. Take care. Have a good night. Got second place.
Like, what's he gonna do? He's like the size of a really tall log. It's like, what's he gonna do? Like, I could be sick with a broken arm and have a fever of 105. I just would not concern myself. You know? Gavin Free, my books is a little Andrew, even though I'm his libertarian. I love you. What the fuck? Dismiss
and see who did better when it comes to foreign entanglement. I think by far Trump did better, and he kept his word and he kept us out of foreign entanglements. It wasn't until he was out of office that Russia invaded Ukraine. So, I mean, I think it's a sign of a weak leader. I think that Putin knew we had a weak leader. He was out podcasting earlier, but he was weak. So, look, Biden is mentally compromised. There is nobody, if you watch him speak and attempt to articulate in his elocution, he cannot speak properly. Something is mentally wrong with him. He likely has
Elocution. That's a hard word to say. Is elocution. That's a fucking hard word, elocution. It's a good word. It's a hard word to say. Like he snuck that in. He snuck that in pretty well. Like his elocution.
Dementia of mind. Harris is no better for different reasons. She is also an MP. And as we talked about earlier, it's just going to be business as usual, not just on the home front, but internationally.
Well, I'm not sure if Harris is an empty suit. I'm pretty confident most of the time she works really probably she wasn't wearing anything. Tristan says Trump is the GOAT when it comes to meeting women in elections. Yes, he is quite good at that. That's true. Jacqueline Jenkins for $5. Appreciate that very much.
Country's leader recognized that we have a weak leader here in both Biden and in Harris. And so I believe if we elect Harris, we are going to have more leaders being aggressive in foreign entanglements, whether it's Israel, Iran, Palestine, Russia, with Ukraine. They're going to take advantage of it. With Trump in office, I do not believe there is that weakness that is seen or imputed to America as there will be with Harris. I also believe it's an issue with
TikTok invasion. Why are you guys fucking with me so bad today? The hell did I do to you? What did I do to you guys? I didn't do to myself. You guys are just fucking messing with me. Jane for $7 says, hey Andrew, ever thought about debating? I think you need vaccine. What the fuck is going on? What's going on here? 2.6K here, like the live. Appreciate it. So for $10 says, hey, conviction of Andrew's not here. So you but no, I had to destroy the world view. I've never seen so big of well, it's very influenced. It's very insane. It's going to be someone's going to be like wartime PTSD. Waking up. My hands are on my wife's throat, strangling her. Like, take me off mute! Take me off mute! She's like, wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! That's why I story. I'm sticking to that story. Alter Void for $10 says, I don't think you thought of this. Yes, he can think, so it would never stop. Parker would run out of coffee points to be only last a year or two, just peaceful. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think, and then there wouldn't be enough people around to help us do this either. Chris says, I'd like to think on Ryan's break, he's sitting in an empty desk eating burritos, cleaning. I'd like to think. Jacqueline Jenkins, $5 says, been struggling to get my faith back. I'm stuck on the Epicurean trilemma. Do you have some sort of answer to that? Is that the, basically everything has to start with an axiom? Is that what that is? Epicurean Oh, paradox that challenges the idea of good God. Good God's unable to prevent evil. Yeah, so the whole problem with this is just the self-efficient thing. That's what it is. So I was thinking of a given trend. What is the other one? Where everything has to start with an axiom. I can't think of it. Another trilemma, by the way. I think it's a trilemma. But it's like, it starts with an M. I want to say it starts with an M. Why can't I think of it? But it, yeah, so I mean, just the supposition there.